Hey, what's going on, people? 5 minutes late. I'm so excited to talk about this topic. I have a lot of announcements, things to talk about. Some decisions have been made, and I need to let you guys know what they are. Oh, let me fix this a little bit. Sorry, still getting this together. Oh, what's going on? I'm giving some time for some people to get in here. As always, as I'm going through this, we do Q&A. I don't know what some commenter was talking about. You didn't even answer the questions. I feel like I answered every question. I don't know. So um, hop on in. We're talking about the Earn Your Leisure Kelis interview. And really, it's a bigger thing because I think there's a moment happening in Kenya. And I've been seeing the signs. I've been seeing a lot of the things going on. And for me personally, now is the time, about to step it up, about to really go in. I've been selling some property in the US, moving some of those assets and resources towards Kenya, getting some more property, doing some more things. And I'm kind of inspired with what Kelis is doing. And I wanted to talk about it and expand on some of the things that she's talking about. And I am really excited to do it. C. Griffin, yay, I finally made it live. Good morning, Ryan. What's going on? How are you? How are you doing? What time zone are you in? I'm in New Jersey right now, but not for long. So I guess I'll get into that first. Is I've booked 3 months to Kenya. A trip to the coast is probably gonna happen in there. We're gonna do some real estate, look at what's available on the coast. Definitely Mombasa. I'd like to get all the way to Malindi and see what's going on over there. They built like a new solar farm recently. For I think it's 30 minutes from the coast in Malindi, but that should be pretty interesting. So we're going to do a coast tour. We're also going to do content on what you can get in different price ranges. So we're going to, what can you get for 50,000 and see the type of inventory that's available. What can you get for 100,000? What can you get for 200,000? If you guys want to give me suggestions on the price ranges that you're interested in, we're going to look at that stuff. I think I'm looking for land, personally. Plausible things. What's going on? How are you? Welcome. Going to be looking for land, and land in Africa, and Kenya is in this boat. Is Can be challenging for foreigners. You got the freehold, leasehold situation going on. No one wants to own stuff leasehold, so we'll be doing some content. I'm working on getting some lawyers and some accountants onto the channel. I'm going to ask them the questions that I want to know, but I'm sure you guys also want to know. I have different ideas about this stuff, different angles, but we're not just going to talk to one. Okay, we need to verify. We need to get multiple sources of the information. So I will be going to Kenya next month, right after 4th of July. And I will be in Kenya from July to October. So another thing I'm working on learning, figuring out, which again, I'll be sharing all this information with you guys and doing content around it, is the residency situation. I've done some consultations with some people that have already been spending a lot of money. They said they're spending a lot of money on getting residency and all that. And, all the stuff can be a little advanced, in my opinion, and you got to really verify. So I'm working on this content really is aimed at, and what I'm trying to do, first of all, I'm going through it, right? But if I share my experience, then at least you can see what makes sense if somebody tells you something, and kind of where to go, and obviously make connections with people so that people that are trusted within the network you can work with, you could talk to, and go from there. Plausible things. Do a video on other cities, Kisumu and Nakuru. Yes, and Naivasha is on the list for me as well. I've been to Nakuru. I've gone through Naivasha. I've been through there, but I haven't like stopped and saw what's going on like that, other than just observing. That's going to be part of this trip. These things take a lot of time because you got to get your travel, your transportation going on. And then you got to link up with the experts there, because if you're trying to, like, again, there's not an MLS system. So if we're going to be checking out different things, I always like to have somebody that knows what's going on so that we can skip all the, you know, logistical things and bumping into issues that you don't know because you don't know nothing. And so that's where I'm coming from with that. But we are going to be spreading out further from Nairobi for sure. Land is going to be a big topic. I'm kind of inspired by the Kelis situation that's going on. I see something about Tattoo City. Hold on. Nerd Nova Tech. How do you make your text like that? What's going on? How you doing? KO, Kenyan flag. Yes, sir. Check out Tattoo City. So, a couple things here, but let's talk about Tattoo City. I've been there. We've been around. I've actually looked at some of the apartments that they're selling there. We got the whole tour. I recorded the tour guide. I have his whole thing that he was telling us. They were kind of weird on the filming, so I don't have a lot of good visuals out there. Also, okay, I am a guest and I'm an American and I can be outspoken, okay? And I have my opinions. And I actually was talking to Kai about this morning. Actually, I should call him because he's in Kenya right now, and we're going to link back up again. I think it's a good combination because he has a real estate background as well, very successful California real estate background. He has a different approach and perception. So you're getting two perceptions at once. But I was talking to him and I was like, how can you be critical? Because these are developers, you can affect their money. You don't want to get kidnapped or something. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be offensive or negative, but I do want the space to be able to not like something or criticize it or give my opinion. So that is, and if you notice on content, you don't see anyone really saying anything in the content space like negative really. And I think there are some concerns on, like, culturally, like, what can you say, what's okay, what's not, because you could be hurting these guys' money and you don't want nobody coming after you. You know what I mean? I said all that to say because Tattoo City generally, these like private cities and planned developments, it's a weird thing because it's a private investment company based in New Zealand that bought the coffee farm. I believe it was a coffee farm, and it was 50 acres. I forget how big it is. And so they do these developments in Africa. They've actually they're doing a couple, but I feel like it's very hyped up and it's idealistic. Also, like, I think local Kenyans are going to appreciate it more because they're over the city life, and it's not novel for them to be around the culture and stuff. But when I was in Tattoo City, it had no energy. There was no people around. There's nothing. Felt like the US, felt like my neighborhood, right? I live in the suburbs in New Jersey, okay? You go outside, there's all these sidewalks that go nowhere. There's nothing to do, there's nothing going on. There's no people outside. Maybe someone walks their dog. You don't even say hello to someone. It was like you're trying to make that they're trying to make the suburbs, which I think are kind of outdated in a way, in Kenya. And for me, it didn't really do anything for me. I didn't I wasn't feeling it at all. So, um, also the land cost, I'm gonna misquote the prices here, but the cost for was it like half an acre, a quarter acre, was insane. It might have been like 15 to 20 million Kenyan shillings. What the heck is that? Oh, the coffee farm was 10,000 acres. Thank you. Um, and now you get tax breaks and stuff like that out there. So as a business person, it's interesting. They kept telling me, oh, there's this American singer, artist, something that has a social club up there, but nothing's out there. Now I will say that area is really nice. It's near Hariru. Um, the hills, the farmland, is the roads are very scenic and beautiful. So I could see, you know, being more out in the country is beautiful and relaxing. But I mean, I could just go out in the country here if I want to just be out. You know, I don't know. There's all these imagery like of skyscrapers and all this stuff. I'm not really buying into it. I think they are building like a tower, like a big apartment building, which would have really beautiful views because there's nothing built up high around there. So could be interesting. Um, Guys, feel free to participate. It don't have to be on the topic. I'll always take some pauses and talk to you guys about whatever you want to talk about. Obviously, now we have the membership. If you just want to support the mission, what we're doing, there's the $5 level. That just is acknowledgement that you like what you're seeing. Obviously, I'm going to put those people in the comments above anybody else. And then we have the $25 level, which gets you access to me to be able to ask questions and help guide you if you're purchasing or whatever you happen to be doing. Even if you're traveling, I could give you my perspective. And it also comes with the consultation. So, if you guys want to consult with me, that's the best way to do it at this point. So I appreciate you guys. And how do we start this conversation about Kelis and earn your leisure? So I don't want to make it too much about me, but real estate in the US I've not been passionate about it. So I'm actually in my real estate brokerage's office. We have like a whole content studio here. Yes, I run a real estate brokerage. We have 7 agents here in New Jersey that help people buy and sell homes. We've been around for 2.5, almost 3 years now. I will say, I mean, I in real estate, in the sales thing, I always got a passion, and I think even with the Kenyan stuff, that's why I'm so excited about it, is to help people and inform, teach, and guide. And the thing is, I used to help a lot of people buy houses that they thought that they couldn't, or they thought that their credit score wasn't good enough, or they weren't educated about real estate or the benefits. And sure, it's cool to make money, but you need a bigger reason than just making money in general, I guess, unless you're making a lot of money. And that was a passion for me. And now, because of the market, it's really, you can't help. I end up telling people, don't sell your house right now because the rates, you're going to get killed. Like, unless the only people selling their house right now is people getting divorced, or if you have way too many kids or something, or if you're moving and you absolutely have to. There's really no incentive to sell your house and try to buy another one. And that's the reality. And then if you don't own anything, it's really hard to afford to buy a house. So you can't help people in the same way that we could. So been losing a lot of passion on this side, and I just see so much opportunity in Kenya. That's partially how I ended up over there. And I'm just, because in Kenya, there's so much opportunity, even like, again, for people in the US, if you're not able to get into the market in the US, it sounds crazy, but I mean, if you got $20,000 saved for a down payment in the house in the US, you probably can't do anything, but you can partner with somebody and own a cash flow property, and then you can visit and you can get connected to Africa. And obviously, that has varying degrees of importance to people. But for me, it's one of my factors for sure. Do you think Black-owned businesses from the US would thrive in places like Tattoo City? So I think doing business in a foreign country takes a higher skill level because the culture and how business works is not intuitive to you. But if you are successful in the US, I think if you take your time, you can really do well in Kenya. But you're saying Tattoo City specifically, it depends, right? Because where are the buyers? Like, what's going on out there? I think if you're doing, there's warehouses and different industrial type companies out there. There's like a whole industrial section. So I mean, maybe if you had like a construction company or some kind of industrial thing, you could do really well. And that's my point. Like, if you can organize construction in the US as like a Black business owner, or anybody really, but if we're talking about Black business, whatever your competency, you could probably do really well in Kenya. But I think you got to go slow, because like, I'm looking at buying a car. I have to, like, anything that I try to do takes a long time because I have to research how to do it. It's like you're kind of like a kid all over again because you don't know things, right? Like, what's the registration? What's it like to get insurance? How do you do this? Like, these things are not intuitive. I think it's a little bit challenging, but the opportunity is there because, again, the entry cost is much lower, but there is a higher learning curve. So if you don't know what's going on, it's going to be very challenging. But but then the taxes, I don't know enough about taxes in Kenya to intelligently speak about the tax benefits, but I know that there's some capital gains advantages and I think some income um, benefits, which is weird because this is a private company that I guess the government is working with them to provide these things. It's weird. I don't know. I hope it does well, but I don't know. There's a lot of weird dynamics with that, right? But anyway, I'm trying to frame the Kelis interview, and we're going to react to it. If you guys don't know, Kelis has been in Kenya for like 2 or 3 years, and I guess before she owned some farmland in California. And I just love her honesty. Like, you could tell is really real what she's saying, and I identified with a lot of the things that she said. But she's got 150 acres in the Naivasha area, and she's doing farming. And so she talks about um, why and how and some of the things that she went through. And so I think it's really important to look at. Also, the fact that Earn Your Leisure was coming out there, and then I saw BN, which is a big, probably the biggest music artist in Kenya, was on the Breakfast Club, and I'm like, yo, Earn Your Leisure's coming out there now. Now Kelis is doing this stuff and getting a lot of attention, and then you got BN on the Breakfast Club. Like, Kenya's getting on the radar, and I'm like, dang, now is really the time. Even like with the real estate, I'm seeing the prices going up from year to year. The new prices are up, although there does seem to be some saturation, to be honest, because a lot of properties have been completing, and I think the rental market is getting softer. But that may be temporary. I have no idea. But I think now is the time. I'm very excited. And so, to put it all together, the lack of passion that's been affecting me here in the US, combined with the opportunity over there. And I feel like these are signs that Kenya is just calling me personally. And I'm not all real spiritual and all that stuff, but I do kind of feel like there's signs and things calling me out there. And I think for many of you guys, you may be feeling the same way if you've been observing what's going on. Maybe you visited once or twice. I just think I think a lot of people look at Kenya just for tourism and stuff, but again, I think maybe for African Americans or Black Americans or however you want to say, um, I always challenge people to look for opportunity because maybe your chance is there. Now, I do say that you need a skill set. There's a lot of dusty people traveling and then want to be an expert in something, and they're trying to sell land, and they don't know nothing about real estate in the first place. That's probably not the way to go. So you do need some skills. But anyway, with all that being said, let's get into the video.
Live from Kenya with Kelis on her 150 acres, soon to be 300 acres of land. And in the background, you see this is actually a volcano. Very rare, little known fact. So, Kelis, where exactly are we at right now?
Okay, so we're in Naivasha. We're right off of Lake Naivasha. And this is Mount.
So, Lake Naivasha. So, Naivasha's before Nakuru, I believe. So, those are two different cities on the way over there. But just look at how beautiful.
Longonaut here. Behind this property on the other side of the mountain is the National Reserve. This is all beautiful. Privately owned land here. And it's great, yeah, because as you see, all the animals are free and they're running wild, and we're farming, and it's dope. We're building a little community out here.
Yeah, talk to us about the intent, right? We just walked and saw the farm, saw some.
Who's this guy? Who is that guy? That's what I want to know. I never figured it out.
Red onions, some yellow onions. Tell us about what's happening here and what's going to be coming.
Okay, so my plan is to do an all sustainable luxury retreat, like a resort. So along with the farming, doing agriculture, but also having a wellness space so people can come and spot up and relax. We'll have a fine dining restaurant, we'll have bungalows. It's all just about being one with nature, being out here and trying to keep it as part of the ecosystem as possible and just making it all go together. So what I learned in California, I'm bringing here, and I'm learning so much. Like I was telling you, I've learned so much about farming and just how to keep everything sort of as natural and using all the natural resources with the animals and all of it. So it's been great.
So a couple things. First of all, Kelis definitely got some money because land in Kenya is not really that cheap. Okay. I mean, probably in some places you can find cheap land, but where she's at is like I'm aware of like the region and I kind of know the prices a little bit. So first of all, she got some money, but second, I just want to say, look at the opportunity, right? Like, because you don't have to do it that big. You could do a smaller farm. You don't need 150 acres. And I know a lot of people I've spoken to want to do some kind of resort retreat location. And these things are all really possible. Now, how economically successful it could be, because that's a little bit of a drive outside of Nairobi. Are people going to come out there? Well, Kelis has the pull to be able to do it, I'm sure, and the marketing. But imagine, you could go build a farm, make some money, and employ people. That's another important aspect, which always needs to be a pillar for any of us going out there, is not just employing, but contributing and not just extracting resources. So super important always to consider. But you could go out there. This is something that you guys can do, and this is something that I'm looking at. Like, look, this is your land in Africa, in Kenya. And like, I don't know, like just visualize standing out there. You know what I mean? I think there's meaningfulness in that on top of the opportunity in business. That's something that I'm always trying to combine the purpose with the business, and I just think that's very inspiring. I mean, just that shot right there. I mean, look at that. It's just like, I don't know. It's just very connected to it, and there's beautiful places in the U.S. and you know, I'm not discounting one for the other, but there's just some kind of special connection, and the world is just so open. You know, in the U.S., if you're trying to build something, you got 8,000 inspectors, you got all this red tape to go through. I'm not fully knowledgeable of the permitting system in Kenya, but I imagine it's quite a bit easier. Let me get into some comments and then we'll continue on. Safari 254, there's a duo Black American that invested in Tattoo City. They launched this year. Yeah, but who's gonna go there? That's what I'm not understanding. Like, I get, and that's the thing with Tattoo City. It's all hype stuff, like, oh, these actors and this and that. But like, because it's in that building when you first drive in, and I know that it's some kind of club or private club, which is a cool idea, to have some kind of private club lounge thing where you can gather like people of a certain level or whatever, and they can kind of do business deals and hang out together. I'm all for that. It's just far away, and the population don't really support it. I don't know. Plausible things. Both Nakuru and Naivasha have lakes next to them. There's like 6 different lakes in that area. Yeah. That's why I get confused, Naivasha and Nakuru, but both areas are very nice. Lake Nakuru is from the Lion King with the flamingos. That's what I was about to say, but this is Lake Naivasha that they were showing. So, but yeah, again, beautiful. And there's, is Elamataita over there as well. And then Mount Loganut is this mountain up here. I drove by there before. He is involved with Samber City in Ghana with the EYL. Yeah, like, I don't get these cities, man. Like, what Akon City and Samber City. Although Abuja in Nigeria is a more planned city that is successful, I believe. I don't know if it was a private developer that started that though, but these cities are very idealistic, and generally I'm not for top-down planning like that. I'm more of like a freedom guy. Like, here's like maybe you have zoning, of course, but then you can like let the people come and organically do it rather than this, because Tattoo City, everything has to be approved. Like, your use needs to be approved. Like you can't just buy and do whatever you want. Like, it's very restrictive, which I get that they're trying to make it a certain way, but I think a lot of times when you try, to make things a certain way, it just doesn't work out. Al Jazeera did a short feature of Black Americans moving to Nairobi. Yeah, I did see that. It's tough, man, because you got, like, it's not that many of us, and we all got different reasons and personalities and things. So the representation sometimes makes me nervous. Like we were covering on the last live, like the passport bros saying crazy stuff sometimes. I'm like, oh God. Does the SGR go to that area? No, the SGR goes down towards Mombasa, basically along Mombasa Road through the national park. That's the direction that I'm interested in, because they're also building an expressway or a highway from Nairobi to Mombasa. There is Mombasa Road, but it's just like a 2-lane road. And these roads are dangerous because they overtake, and the way they drive is really dangerous. But as far as farming and things like that, I think it's more beautiful probably in the Naivasha, Nakuru area. But being closer to the port is something that I find interesting. And then the transportation links that are coming up on Mombasa Road area. I've been specifically looking at Imali, which is like 2.5 hours outside of Nairobi. It's kind of like a middle point. There's a SGR station there. So, if you have crops or you're trying to sell stuff or doing exports, that's another interesting opportunity. I think that's something to look at. These guys building whole estates in Ghana. I listened to the show called Earn Your Leisure. Yeah. What's up, Sid? How you doing, man? Thanks for participating last time. I still think about some of the things that you were saying, but we definitely got to connect at some point. Sid is investing in Kenya and West Africa, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, and some other places. So really knowledgeable. But yeah, these guys are interesting. I'm not with the whole planned city thing generally. EYL talks ownership heavy. Do you see ownership in Africa as the next frontier for Black financial freedom? I do think there's issues with the land laws, and this is why I don't want to get political, but like I don't like government in the way of stuff, and when you have the restrictions, I get why you want to protect the land and have control, but I think you have to be careful, because if you're thinking long term, even a 99-year lease is prohibitive for certain things. So maybe there's investors, but like, how can they invest? Also, the cost of getting a work permit and residency and the legal right to do things can be prohibitive. Basically, you can't own the land permanently. You can only have the leasehold estate, which you do own it, but you own a leasehold, which is a little bit different. So I think there's got to be better pathways for that. Otherwise, it's just not going to make a lot of sense. There's a video by 96 Lost on the Mountain. Awesome place. Yes, the SGR goes to Naivasha. I don't think it went north. So I could be wrong. I agree the private club won't work in Tattoo City. The idea of a wellness resort for Kelis is a really nice idea. Here's a list of what she can do. Abuja is kind of like when the U.S. government decided to do Washington, D.C. It was done by the government when they moved the capital from Lagos. Interesting. Foreigner can't buy freehold land in Kenya, exclusive to Kenyan citizens. Kelis is definitely leasing the land. I think you guys don't understand that there's always a way to do something. And so this actually is something that I wanted to talk about, but since you're saying this, yes, you can't just go and buy it, but you can form a business entity. As long as you have a Kenyan board member, that business entity can own the land freehold. I do know that. That's been an avenue that I've been looking at. But then there's also some other things that you could do. Actually, residency doesn't help you in this category, but it can help you on the work side. And again, we're going to be interviewing and talking to lawyers, and this is an avenue that I'm pursuing. But what you're saying is correct, but it's not that black and white like that. Like, there's things that you can do, but now you need lawyers. It costs money. You got to form the entities correctly. You do have to make sure that you maintain control of that business entity, and that, if you have a local Kenyan board member on your business entity, you got to figure out how that's articulated in the agreements and everything. So there's a way to do it. And this is why, again, in the next couple of months, I'll be talking to lawyers and things like that to find someone that specializes in how to resolve that issue. The SGR goes all the way to Naivasha at the moment. It's supposed to proceed all the way to Kisumu, then Uganda and the Congo. They've been working on the funding. I think construction starts later this year. I did see some articles about they wanted to do a highway to South Sudan. And I think I saw stuff about the SGR going in that direction, but I wasn't aware that the SGR goes north. And this is Naivasha's like northwest. Jesse Whitehorn, what's going on? He's the member. What's going on, man? Good afternoon, Ryan. I'll be preaching to family, friends, and strangers. Pull the money together and buy something. You don't have to do it by yourself. It's hard to get people to open their mind. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince nobody. You just got to bump into the right people. weirdly, like this platform, like I talk to like a lot of people that I talk to actually end up going to Kenya. They actually look at real estate. I know people that are buying. So you just got to find the people that are already interested, that have an open mind. You're not going to convince your nieces, nephews, uncles, cousins. You know how it is, man. Like, I wouldn't even, I just, that's why I like to do content. I'll show what I'm doing, and then the right people find you. Um, Spartacus, only Kenyans can own land in freehold form. The rest can lease for 99 years. Just become Kenyan, guys. Well, I looked into that. Like, if you get married, it still takes 3 to 7 years to get citizenship, and there's not a fast track way to do it. There's these, and then there is, I might be messing up the letters here. There's an investor residency, but you got to pay like 200,000 a year, plus you need 100,000 USD in assets. And I still don't, I think that gives you residency. It doesn't give you the ability to buy freehold. So but like I was saying, if you form a business entity, there is a way to do it. I believe they are planning to expand the Nairobi to Nakuru Highway and also extend the SGR. Okay, yeah. So that's what I was thinking. Would you ever get into agribusiness or farming in Africa if the infrastructure was right? Yeah, I'm looking into that. Okay, but I'm always an advocate of using your current skill set, and I can't differentiate between a weed in my yard and like a flower or something. So a lot of learning needs to be done. But it's a passion, and I love to learn. I want to learn. Like, this is a new frontier for me. That's why I'm so passionate about doing this stuff. But a farm, like in my mind, okay, see where Kelis is in this clip. You have your ranch, maybe your farmhouse. That's real nice. And then you have the farm, and maybe you have some smaller structures for your farm manager and whoever's working there and stuff like that. And you maybe have a property in the city. You can go back and forth. You can oversee what's going on with the farm operation. If you want to get a break from the city, go out to your ranch and be with nature, be more peaceful than you can be in the city. That's kind of like my vision right now, but these things change over time, and the practicality. And again, this is kind of the journey that I'll be sharing when I go out there, is investigating the viability of these things. Obviously you can do it, but like, is it right for me? And hopefully the content will be right for you. What's the opportunity? Because shoot, building in the US is hard, like dealing with contractors, dealing with people. I've definitely had people run off with money back in the day, flipping houses and everything. So now you're in a different country with different culture, different laws, and then most people think foreigners are dumb because they're just going to give up their money. So then people, could be trying to take advantage. So you got to be really protected. You got to work with the right people. And but yes, the opportunity is there, and it's worth all those issues and risks, because to me, it's kind of fun. Again, I've been talking to Kai because he's now in Kenya right now, and he's making me like, that's why I booked my trip. I said, oh man, I got to get out there. Y'all having too much good time. But where was I going with that? We just been talking about, it's fun. I have fun exploring and learning, and even if it's taking risk, like I'm cool with losing money sometimes, and just not all of it. So yeah, the SGR heads down towards Naivasha, pauses nearby it. Don't kill my pronunciation, guys. Suswa. That's where they have an inland part. Plausible things. It takes 7 years to become a Kenyan citizen. If you're willing to ride the time out on residency, you can become a citizen and still own freehold. The land thing, you solve it by becoming a citizen. Yeah, but I mean, who's got 7 years to wait? Okay. Are we even going to make it that long? I don't know. Sid, that's not true that foreigners can't own land in Nairobi. This is Africa. As long as you have money, everything is possible. I did it in other African countries. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all see, this is a Western mindset that some people have, because in the States, there's not as, you got to be like a billionaire to get around certain rules. If you got some bread, you can do some things. Okay. Like they kept telling me I couldn't open a bank account without a work permit, but I have a Kenyan bank account. Okay. So y'all are on ChatGPT and Google and stuff, and that's not how things really work. Okay. Kelis is on the right path. A wellness resort or retreat is a great idea. She just needs to make sure it offers value and is affordable. The way she packages the experiences is what will determine. Yes. But also she has a big marketing arm, so people will know. Like I had a similar idea. Okay. And again, it's fun to think about all these things. The execution is a whole another story. Okay. You can have a great idea. It don't matter if you can't execute properly. But you can make, and this is the advantage of being American, is that you know how to market to foreigners better. So, some kind of resort, and they have resorts on the coast, but just, I don't know, like I like going to the resorts in Mexico, all inclusive and all that, and you can make it a destination. And because all these things are happening where Africa's getting the awareness started by Ghana, and now it seems like Kenya's picking up. Really, it's done with private individuals just finding Kenya and really loving it and, putting it out there. But it could be a worldwide type of destination versus, it's just like you could reach a different audience is what I'm trying to say. The South Sudan highway is called the Lapset, consisting of a road, oil pipeline, rail track, and the Lamu port, a whole different project. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ones that are being talked about from my understanding, but thank you for clarifying that. But that's exciting, all these development projects, although everyone, I see the news, everyone's concerned about the debt in Kenya, but I did look it up, and Kenya has less debt per GDP than the United States. So that's an interesting fact. There are Westerners, whites I met in Nairobi that own lands in Kenya. Yeah, like all them people in Karen. What's up with that? Like this idea, don't Google stuff, okay? Like Google it and have the idea of what the stuff says on the books, but Sid's right. And so for sure, I'm with you. And if you know people, let me know them people so I can figure it out too. PP Bob, Kelis interview on EYL just racked up almost 200,000 views in 24 hours. They just said it's one of the fastest uptakes of views in the interviews they have done, with more than 2,000 subscriber engagements. Well, Kenyans be online, so if somebody talk about Kenya, they be right there, and they watching and they commenting. They're one of the most engaged group, which is so cool. So they definitely going to run the numbers up. And then I don't know, it's a sign it's happening, and that's why this made me book my trip. And when I say trip, I am slowly moving to Kenya. I'm just, I got to get all my ducks in a row. I got my houses, property, business here, and all that stuff. So I'm trying to do it the proper way. But probably by next year, I'll probably have spent more time in Kenya than the U.S. Although I have to leave and come back because I don't have residency yet. Grabbing rural ancestral land, 300 acres, is colonialist. That's okay. So I wonder what the rest of the chat thinks about that, right? Because I think I think it depends on what your intent is. Now, if you just buy the land and run some kind of business and you extract all the money and you go party in the US or in the West or something, that's one thing. But if you buy the land, so most Black Americans are West African, but does that mean, we are from Africa? So those aren't our ancestors in a way? And I'm really asking the question because this is a topic that I think we do need to understand and be sensitive to the local Kenyans who have lived there for thousands of years. And now we've I guess left Africa and then are coming back, and now we're American. I always tell people, like, you're American, like, don't get it twisted, you're American. But I don't know. Let's read the comments. I want to hear what you guys have to say about that one. Sid, I hear there are two types of whites over there, white Kenyans and white non-Kenyans, as UK and US have almost 500K visitors there annually. There's definitely some whites that clearly seem to have been living there for a long period of time, probably from colonization and all that. But not all of them people are like citizens owning the land, for sure. The U.S. prints money and practices MMT. Their debt will never be an issue. True. That is the difference. Our ancestors fought in the forest and torture camps for foreigners to turn up and grab our land. No way. Hold up, though. Okay. You talking about Mao? Yeah. But why is this directed at us? Because there's some other people that are extractive resources, okay? And I think many of us are coming to bring something, okay? I don't think we're trying to take. And so the shots at Black Americans coming to Kenya, and look, you are like, I want to know your opinion and how you feel about it, for sure. Like, that's very important. And how other Kenyans feel about this. But it does seem a bit unfair and hypocritical. Okay. Because let's be real, when white people show up at the restaurant, they get put at the front of the line sometimes and stuff. So what's up with that? But then you mad at us because we want to come build? Sometimes in Africa, in general, they will move mountains for Asians, Arabs, and Europe. That's what I'm saying. So why are you? At least we're more connected than them. To Kenyans, even though, again, if you want to say West African, and that don't got nothing to do with East Africa, although I don't think that's true, because Bantu people traveled all the way across. I don't know about Nilot as much. Bonariri, as much as I love our brothers coming back to the land, there's fear of owning land that belongs to wild animals. If more people want to own 300 acres, what's left of the locals? Yeah, I think these are concerns for sure. I remember Kelis getting in a little bit of an issue because she was putting fencing up, and then it affects the wildlife. So that is a thing. But if she's farming and hiring people and producing food for the country, is that bad? You got to respect the environmental part of it, which is actually really cool in Kenya. You guys really protect the environment more than probably many other countries, and I think that's why it's so beautiful, and so that needs to be respected for sure. What do you think is stopping more people from moving different, even when all the signs are showing go? It's scary. It's you don't know anything. You have to restart your life. Yo, man, stop typing all caps though. Like, turn that off. You undermine your argument. When you lot buying 300 acres and land in Nigeria and Benin, where you came from? Oh, but Michael, it depends at which point in time you're thinking about it, because people in Africa traveled from east to west. So it's not like the people in West Africa were just only there. Like there's different migration patterns from which your people are from. So to say like, oh, we're all like, you're not from here at all, I don't know if that's true. But land is typically governed by specific constituents, like say leasehold constitutions, like say leasehold and freehold, so the governments would know how to manage their land interests. The government managing things is probably not a great idea, just in general, in any country. That, but I mean, that's the left-right argument, right? Plausible things, those whites are what we call Kenyan Johnnies. They kind of never left after colonization, and they are mostly from the aristocratic class of the UK with lord titles and stuff like that. The plaid unicorn member, what's going on, man? Michael, you have no idea where black folks around the world came from. Ahmed Muhammad, West Africans migrated from East Africa over time anyway. My stepfather from Ghana explained it to me. So yeah, those are all of our ancestors. That's kind of my point. And I know a little of the history, but I'm not going to battle it out with somebody. James, cool info. Bantu people moved all around the continent, and Fulani, right? Fulani are nomadic. They went everywhere, even though they're in like the Sahel region. Bantu people moved all around the continent. We all grew up with people who look East African. These are landless grandchildren of the Mau Mau. So if you guys don't know, Mau Mau were the people that fought the British, mostly Kikuyus, right? Maybe. Michael, tell me if I'm wrong there, but they fought the British. So these are sensitive topics, and I understand everyone's perspective. Although, don't give it to us before you give it to the whites. Like, come on now, like don't shoot at us when we didn't have nothing to do with colonization like that, right? Like, if you pay people what the land is worth, there shouldn't be a problem. SP lit. The Mzungu you see in Karen are actually Kenyans. They have been here all their lives, and their parents were mostly government employees from independence till the 80s. Yeah, that's kind of what I would assume. I don't know if all of them are, though, but I feel you. I understand. But see, get mad at them, right? Why? They'll shoot at us. They're in Karen. The acre in Karen is like 50 million shillings. We are here for you all foreigners turning up here to grab ancestral land. Own apartments, own property, and if you want land, please make it as small as 10 acres. 300 acres for one person is not okay. The plaid unicorn, no heat. I hope we don't start a beef here. The plaid unicorn, no heat for the Asians, Arabs, or Indians, though. The Italians ran numbers on the coast and no smoke that way. Yo, what's up with the Italians taking all y'all young ladies on the coast? You mad at us? I don't know. Bonariri, bring something. Probably we don't need anything. Welcome, but don't touch our land. Okay. As long as you don't extract all the profits to reinvest in the West and don't exploit the local labor force, it's legit. That's kind of my position right now. The white guy who's building 88 buildings in Kenya. I know, and they're mad at us. That's crazy. Michael is being disingenuous here. Where is this energy for the likes of Delamere family and those whites in Laikipia? African Americans literally come to contribute. It's not colonialist. White Kenyans. Mau Mau will start soon. Ancestral land is our birthright, whether you are brown, red, yellow, white. We here for you. Oh boy. I don't know if he's strong. I guess he feels that way. I want to know. Like, what's the Overton window? What's the range of opinions? I do want to know how people feel. And as a guest, I think you need to be extra respectful, even if people are disagreeing with you. I think Americans don't realize how big the African continent is. That's the other thing. There's a lot of land, guys, like a lot. The whites have been in Laikipia, aren't contributing. They've taken, and they'll continue taking. Home guard, coward, traitor. Okay, he's really he's turning up. What are your favorite developers? We'll talk about that in a little bit. I want to get back to the video. Yeah, he's upset. Yeah, like I'm cool with criticism, but if you just wilding out, then I don't know what to say. Although, I mean, now he's wilding, but before I was hearing him. Let me skim through here. You can marry a Kenyan to get your citizenship. I think it takes 3 years though to get citizenship, even through marriage. Sid, tell me if I'm wrong. The problem with foreigners is that they just want to come when it's nice. 7 years will prove. Oh yeah, with the election, everyone's worried about. I get it. Kelis can do farming all she wants. I love the idea that she isn't doing intensive farming, wants to respect the land. But if the government doesn't limit the number of acres to be purchased, then interesting. Navasha is actually Maasai land originally. Stay focused. Let's step to the topic. Yep. Okay. We can't keep talking about our ancestors. This simply shows failure to grow out of a victim mentality. We can't keep projecting our failures. As soon as you're an adult, it's all up to you. Okay. So let's continue with the video. I think that was an interesting discussion, though, because I mean, these are sensitivities that we need to be aware of. That's what I always tell people. We are Americans. We're foreigners in a way. It's, but the history is complicated. And I agree also, though, like we're people today. So like, how do we deal with today? I think that's important as well. So let's continue. We've only done 1:30.
So we're going to have the detailed sit-down conversation, but I thought it was important to give people a visual. So on this land, tell exactly what's on this land. You got farming, you got exotic animals, you have like does all encompass?
Okay, so yeah, we've got farming right now. We're farming onions. And then we've got wildlife. So just working with all of the natural resources. We've got giraffes and zebras and elands and impalas and all kinds of stuff. Sometimes you'll get blessed with an elephant walking through and the giraffes hanging out. So it's great because even like the Lake Naivasha, I think like December, January, you'll see it covered with like flamingos, and we get all kinds of owls and ostriches. It's incredible. It's literally like God's country.
Alvin, what's this mean for Africa? Like for people to visually see things that they might not
Yo, who is Alvin? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
have an idea even exists.
I think we should just travel more. East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. There's so much to see. I just think we should also be more educated about what's going on in the world right now. Like you said, we have wild animals, EYL, endangered species. But I just really want Black people to work together more. Just understand that like there's so much happening, and we have to really travel and just not be afraid. This was just over a year ago that we started having this conversation, and everyone's out here doing research, and this is going to be a beautiful project, and I want people to just pay attention and ask as many questions as possible, but also be a part of it. That's it.
Yeah, we're looking at a lake in front of a volcano. I mean, these are rare sightings in the world, right? So talk about the question that everybody wants to know. Why Kenya?
Oh my goodness. Kenya is everything. Kenya has everything. It is the hub of East Africa for technology and finance and obviously agriculture. It just has everything. And it's got kind of the best of all the worlds. So you can be completely far away, like in rural plains like this, or you can be in Nairobi, which is a bustling city with great restaurants and shopping and things like that. So it's amazing. I think that for me, the takeaway is always like, as the diaspora, like wanting people to see that like it's super safe and you can invest money, you can be here, you can live here. I live here, and it's just got all the things you need.
That question plagues me. Why Kenya? Everyone asks me in the US. And I think it's hard to answer that question when they don't have context of the feeling that you can have. And then, like, I don't think people believe you when you say Kenya has everything. From the first time I came, felt right at home, didn't feel out of place at all. Access, to whatever. And so it's a tough question to answer, but I thought she answered it pretty good. Majestic Dream Vacations, what's going on, man? How are you doing? Wait, let's check the. Oh, I got the soundboard on here today. Oh, some of it's not working. All right, but yeah. Alvin is their boy. He from New York, but his family is probably Ghanaian, based on what Bilal said. He is the one that introduced EYL. Oh. I see white guys walking around with Kenyan girls, and you are not mad at them, but only African Americans. That's self-hatred. Yeah, man. I didn't want to get into it, but never mind. I ain't even. We'll do another live about that when I want to get canceled by Kenya. Okay, because I have something to say about that.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wrap.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, we are here. EYL live from Kenya,
Studio Travels.
Nairobi, Kenya. We got a
Yeah.
special guest, special
Absolutely.
episode, impromptu. We are with the legendary Kelis.
Yeah.
Hi,
Thank you for joining us.
thanks for having
We
me.
spent so much time with you over the past couple of days. It only makes sense to let everybody know what's happening here. So we are very appreciative for you to be here today.
I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, as I'm sure you've probably seen on social and from the clip before this, that Kelis is somebody that actually moved full time from the United States of America to Kenya.
Oh yeah, thanks, Nerd Novatech. I'm new to this. Yeah, get the likes up. Get the likes up. I gotta play it in annoying music or something. Get the likes up. Hit the like button. I see people do it. I never did it before. That's fun. What else do we got here? No, we don't want that.
I like this right here.
Oh, Diddy. Oh my goodness. We got to take that off of here. What else we got? Hey. All right. Anyway, continuing on.
A year and a half ago. And that's a story within itself. But since then, you've purchased a bunch of real estate. You own a lot of land. You become quite the mogul on this part of the world. So there's a lot to talk about from an aspect of moving. That's one conversation, but also from the real estate development, what you have going on, your future plans for your land, all that type of stuff. So, okay, let's get into it.
Who would have known you went from milkshake to inspiring us about Kenya? Made me book my flight. I was in high school when that song came out. That's a crazy thing.
People know you obviously as a singer, as a performer in the United States and all over the world. It's surprising that you would move to Africa for a lot of people. What made you want to leave Hollywood and go to Nairobi?
Well,
Where do we start?
Where
I
should
know,
we
right?
start?
I'm like, where do I even begin?
We left New York out of that whole thing. Shout out to New York.
I am a New Yorker, yes.
Shout out to all of them. Come on, man.
I mean, well, God, where do I begin? I think I own a farm in California, so I'm a farmer. And for me, just like,
How'd you get into farming?
well, I went to culinary school, I went to Le Cordon Bleu, and I started cooking. And then for me, just wanting to be able to control ingredients and what I'm eating, and I'm a mom, and so, you know, you want your kids to eat well and kind of all that stuff. I just felt like I needed more education. So farming became that like freedom. Like, how do I make sure that the ingredients and the produce and all the stuff that we're using is like legit? Like,
Oh, this is a free speech platform. As an American, I will not ban anybody for being negative. I will just, if they like threatening or being real ridiculous, then I'll ban them. But, you know, I'm a big fan of open dialogue. So, you know, let them hate. Maybe he's just having a bad day. I don't know. I don't hate you, Michael. I don't know what's going on with you, man. But as long as they don't go too crazy, as an American, we let people say what they want to say.
what it's supposed to be, right? So that's how I started. It was culinary school, then farm. I fell in love with farming. It was such a great experience. And then I felt powerful. I felt like, wow, like I can actually like do this. And can I feed my family, but I can feed the people around me. Because I would grow, I didn't have a farm the way I have now here, but like, you know, I had 54 acres in California, and I would grow like, you know, kale and spinach, and then I would give it to all my neighbors. I would make bread. And
So in my mind about farming, because I don't know that much, is like, how do you farm 50 acres? Does she have machines? And I know those machines are not cheap. Like, how does all that work? That's what I like. If I interview her now, I want to ask her all those questions. Cause like, how did you learn? How do you know what to do? That that's a thing because I have no idea, and I need to get my farm skills up because I'm interested.
Especially COVID hit, so kind of right before I bought my farm, then COVID hit, so the whole world was shut down. I was just home. So I was giving like veggies to my family and to friends. People were coming and picking up eggs. And I was like, yo, this is like real. Like this is, especially the grocery stores were empty.
But see, on that colonization point though, in my mind, you partner with Kenyans that have expertise in these fields and you do something together. And that's the type of way that I think about this, right? And this way you're contributing, you're helping, but also, you're learning from each other. And I think that's a win-win for everybody.
Empty. And I just was like, it just made me think like, this is so powerful, right? And like, then I just started researching and thinking about like what that really looked like on a commercial level, because I was really just doing it on a small scale. And every image that I saw of a farmer just looked the total opposite of what I am, right? I was like, it's just some old white guy. And I was like, how, right? It's usually some indigenous land, someone else's. And I just felt like that's so contrary to what it should be. And then I just, kind of started thinking about where else could I do this? Like, where else would I want to be other than California? And, a few years went by and I don't know, I just decided like, let's take a trip. And really, that's how it started. My sister called me and she said, I'm going to Africa. And I was like, well, I'll fund it, right? My sister's a veterinarian, so.
That's a great sister. A great sister.
Because I was like, I've got 3 kids, I've got a farm, I have a business. At first, I was just like, I could never just pick up. She's like, I'm going to go. I don't know how long I'm going for, but I'm going to go and just like look for land. She was like, I was reading and I wanted to follow the language of like, our people and all these things, right? And I was like, that's so dope. I love that. It seems so far-fetched. Like I can't just pick up my whole life. We've talked about that, like, and just go. I've got kids, I've been at school, like all this stuff. And the more her and I started talking about it, because I was like, I'll pay for it. I was like, you know what? Why can't I go? I want to go. I was like, I'm going to pay for this whole trip. I want to go too. So then it came into like, well, now I got to bring my kids, right? Because we don't know how long we're going to be gone for. We figured a month at first. And I was like, well, I need a nanny because I have my nanny. Then I was like, well, I should just bring my mom. Then as my mom's going to go crazy, I need to bring my auntie. So then I brought my mom and my auntie so they can stay with the kids. And then me and my sister were going to travel around. I was like, yo, well, we need to film this. So that's when, Manny, the cameraman, came in. And then it was kind of like, it became this whole, and it was just this whole thing and ended up being what was a month. We packed for a month. My staff at home, I was like, this is a month. I'll be back. Yeah. And then it just.
To what countries?
Yeah.
We started, so I'd already been to Kenya and to.
Heck no, I ain't crashing out like that. Or Novatech, that's too much. Oh, I want to get into politics in Kenya.
Zanzibar, like 5 years before that. So I was like, I've already been there, and Zanzibar is so pretty. I'll rent a house in Zanzibar. That way, I know my kids will be happy. They'll be at the beach. My mom and my auntie will be fine. Post them up there, and then that way I can start to travel.
What do y'all think about Zanzibar?
So they spent like my family spent like the first month really in Zanzibar.
For some reason, Zanzibar, it seems very touristy. I'm not interested in touristy things.
Zanzibar. And then as I started traveling around, I was like, well, I need to bring them too. I was like, and then we got to Kenya. I was like, Kenya's got something. I was like, so then after a month, like month and a half, I brought them here to Kenya. And then I kept traveling around. So that's really, and then the next thing you know, it was like 6 months later. And I was like, well, I'm here. I need a place. Like, I'm spending all.
Something about this story that stood out to me is that life is crazy. Like her sister was the one with the idea, and then she ended up just running with the idea, and now she's lives in Kenya and farms in Kenya. Ain't that crazy? And I guess I feel like I'm seeing the same type of signs for myself. That's, I don't know. I see a lot of parallels.
All this money, renting stuff. And I was like, this is dumb. So then that's how it really just like I ended up here. It was never like the grand plan. It just sort of like.
Just happened.
Yeah. So you saw something in Kenya, you're in Nairobi. And when does the convincing happen for everybody? Like, hey, this is going to be more than a 6 months thing. And then the next piece is, all right, I was doing this in California. I potentially can do it here. How did that process work?
Well, initially we came out here, I was looking for land, not really just knowing what for even, or like, just was like, let me get an idea, right? Ever since I bought the land in California, it changed my life. And I was like, I love this. Everywhere I go now, I need to be standing on land that belongs to me, right? So really it was like, where does it make the most sense? Just thinking about like laws and what the culture of the country is, what the religion is, kind of all these things, right? Like, where can I really, really be where it's not so different, but yet where I'm getting all the benefits of being on the continent?
That fact for Black Americans is probably the biggest one, and one that makes Kenya an attractive place is the cultural cohesion connection. I don't, I guess because Kenyans are online so much, we're like, we can understand each other's to a pretty good degree. And then obviously the language, most Kenyans speak pretty good English. And so it's really easy to connect. And there's a lot of synergies there that work, although the culture is definitely different.
Kenya ended up being, as I started traveling.
But I think it's different. I think many of us are looking to assimilate to the culture rather than just coming as an American and just being yourself. Like, I think many of us come, including myself, to absorb the culture. Obviously, we're American. We're never going to not be American, but to adopt a lot of the positive attitudes. Like for me, I think, like, be more friendly, because in general, Kenya is very friendly. And so that's a big one for me. Like, how can you be more positive, be more friendly, be more warm, open, welcoming? That's something that I try to learn from Kenya.
Even though Kenya was like the second place that I came, second or third country that we came to, every property I saw after that, I kept comparing to Kenya. Like, well, they don't have this, and the kids would really, they're not going to have that, and how am I going to, kind of all these things, and everything just kept coming back to Kenya. So Kenya really was like,
Kelis farm.
Before I even knew that I was going to get the land here, it was like every country, like this place had everything, right? It had all the things that I felt like I needed to live like a normal life that I'm used to living. Normal being what I'm normal, my normal, right? And it just kept coming back to Kenya. Then it was like, okay, well, damn, now I need a lawyer. Now I got to figure out, how do I not get like, taken, or how do I make sure that I'm doing service to the land that I'm buying, and kind of all those things. Because I really, like I said, I came out here with no friends. I had nothing other than people I brought with me. And I didn't really know like what was allowed even,
So that's a big thing. Like, and a lot of people have horror stories.
Right.
Or they buy land from somebody that already owns land, or they might have got swindled. Or, all right, so you decide that you have a cultural connection. You like the vibes. It's modern. So you decide, okay, Kenya is the place I'm going to stay. But then, like you said, now you have to actually invest and buy property.
Come on, dog. Botswana or Namibia. Botswana is interesting. Namibia, you're going to have a language barrier. It's, and then there's not, I don't think there's like, I think it's just a big culture shock. And what do you mean safer? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but America is dangerous depending on where you live. So I don't think we're that concerned about safety like that. Like, I guess if you're Kenyan, maybe you don't think Kenya's safe, but it feels pretty safe to me. But I don't know.
Right.
And then figure out, like, how you're actually going to live.
Right.
How'd you do that? Did you have like an advisor? Did you hire somebody to walk you through how to do this? Or
So before I came out here, really just like so willy-nilly, like I just started calling, like Googling, like looking at real estate people, right? And just sort of whoever was the most responsive and seemed the most like, made the most sense, just talking to them. I was like, okay, well, let me do that. And so actually the real estate person that we found out here was like, hey, you should talk to this lawyer. I was like, yes, I should. That sounds great. Right. And so I met this lawyer, and he actually had a property that he wanted to sell. And so I started talking to him, and everything, he was just, especially here in Kenya, he was so like monumental.
This is the thing I'm trying to figure out, because there's no public multiple listing service, Zillow and all that, to be able to see what real estate inventory is available. How do you find the actual proper land for sale, not be scammed, is a big thing. I think you have to like really investigate if you want to buy land, and really, you got to know somebody or know somebody that knows somebody. And that's something that we're going to be doing on our trip.
Really making sure that like I didn't get taken. He kind of showed me the ropes of how like what not to sign for, what not to buy, what areas were just not good, and you know, kind of all that. And so,
and this is another thing, the people that you end up working with is so important, because if you link up with the wrong people and they screw you over, you're going to have a really bad experience. And so you got to be really careful with that. My approach, because I've heard lawyers also can take you as well. I always ask like a whole bunch of people the same questions, and if they don't line up, I need to know why they don't line up, or why they have different perspectives, or what they're talking about, especially with pricing. I feel like they see you coming as a light-skinned gentleman myself. They might think that you're a dummy and that they can overcharge you. So you gotta, I always check with everybody before I do anything. And that's why things take longer than, than trying to do it in the States. This is why the learning curve is up there, because I talked to one guy. First of all, people respond slow a lot of times, so it takes a long time. And then, I mean, Kelis probably don't have that problem because she's Kelis, right? But then they take a couple of days to get back to you. And then now I got to ask 2-3 more people, and I got to get referrals for the lawyers. And then I got to ask them. So by the time I just even verify the information, a week or 2 weeks have gone by, and I didn't even start the process. So that's kind of been my perspective and how I operate. But these are things like, if you're looking to do business and all that, that's a challenge.
that was really, I got blessed from the beginning, kind of finding someone that was straight up and honest. Come to find out, he's a super reputable lawyer, and like, this was great. So now he's my lawyer in Kenya. But like, it was just from a recommendation of someone being like, hey, if you're really going to do this.
But see, once you have someone that you trust and can work with, now you can go faster, right? She says, I have my lawyer, and clearly she trusts the lawyer. So once you get people behind you and a team, then you can do stuff. So again, that's part of this trip that I'm making, is building that team. I already have Dennis, real estate agent, and he'll probably refer me to some lawyers and stuff. But even that, I got to talk to the people and do the whole verification and get the vibes and see who actually cares. And then not just care, trust, integrity, loyalty, all that kind of thing, but they got to have the knowledge. And not every lawyer does everything. I like my lawyer to be specialized, that has done this type of work before on whatever you might be having them do. I like in the US, I use different lawyers for different things. And I'm not a big fan of lawyers in general, but clearly necessary, especially in a foreign land where you don't know the laws. In the US, I could operate a little bit better because I understand the laws. And I'm in the field. So, but this is different when you go there.
You should have a lawyer. And I was like, yeah, I should.
How was the adaptation to being in Kenya? Obviously, you get the place. For you, it's one thing, but like you said, your mom's here, sisters here, cousins here. How was the adaptation as a family in that first year or so?
I think my oldest son was probably the hardest, I think, just because, he's 15 and he was just like, what is happening here? I think that was the initial thing, but I think everybody understood the mission. And I'm very like I said, for me, it was about how can we really live? So it wasn't like we came and it was so foreign to, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like, we were in a great apartment and it was like, we were going.
Yeah. Guys, like I carry firearms in the US. Okay. Like I got it in my pocket right now. This idea that safety is a big concern. Safety means different things. Again, the U.S. got violent crime. Okay, you step on somebody's shoes, you might lose your life. Okay, you could be at the club and minding your own business and catch some bullets. Okay, so I don't get the security. I get why you guys, Africans might talk about it, But I don't think many of us are concerned with somebody taking your stuff like that. But I get it. I get it. Y'all having your whole own conversation about Botswana and Namibia in there.
Going and doing the normal. So no one was like, it wasn't such a bad culture shock at first where everybody was like, what is happening? This is so different. I think it was more so just when people started realizing that we're staying. Like my oldest son was like, wait, hold on. Now it's funny though, because he gets it and he's like, this is amazing. Like, I love it here. And he's got friends and, he's on the national Kenyan swimming team and like all these things. Like, so we've made a place for ourselves here, but
team is crazy.
I think it's really just, you got to put your best foot forward, right? You just have to like, just sort of do it. And I think everything I do like that. Even the farm in California was the same thing.
I do got to say, you just got to do it. And I say that to myself. Like, I think within the last couple of days, I decided that I'm just doing it. I'm moving. I was like halfway doing it and now I'm full way doing it. Halfway doing anything is a bad idea. And I'm not saying you guys should move to Kenya or anything like that, but being decisive about what you want in life, I think is very important. And this is why her story is very inspiring. She got kids. She wasn't even planning on going. And then she just touched down and she said she had been in Kenya before, but it seems like just something happened. Like you ask a lawyer, you're like, oh man, oh, I could do that. Oh, I could do that. And that's the point of this channel is like, you can do stuff, you can do stuff you never would have thought. Many of us, I'm 37, probably had a really basic, like stereotypical understanding about Africa in general. Kenya probably didn't even know where it was when you were a kid. And going from that to like, oh, I can like be somewhere else and do something way different in a whole nother country is crazy. The Plaid Unicorn, remember, just got to do it. Got my flight next week. Oh, you're going to be out there? Because I'm going to be July to October. So let me know.
Came from literally like LA, to like this dust ball of a farm that we had to make into something, like I always have these panic moments like, oh my God, what have I done? This might not be a great idea.
Get the likes up.
But it works out. It always works out.
Is it weird if I look
as
right in the
you have
camera?
150 acres in Kenya, right?
Mhm.
What is the process of buying? And you're about to get another 150.
Yeah.
So 300
Congrats.
soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
You need to
What's the
drop
process
price.
of buying land in Kenya? Is it similar to like United States of America?
It is. The only thing that I would say was really different that I had to fight with my American business manager and lawyer about, because they were like, absolutely not, was you send the money. So, okay, so obviously, when you buy land in the States, you put the money,
title search, all that.
exactly, and then you put the money in escrow and you wait to make sure everything clean, all of that. Whereas here, yes, they have to be able to clear title, but all of that happens while your money is in an account for the lawyer, which was completely foreign to me. That was definitely like, my business manager in the States was like, absolutely not. There's no
The
way.
total amount.
You put in, it's a deposit of like 20%, but it's like, it's a lawyer's account, right? So there's no guarantee that like,
It's like John Smith Esquire.
you're like,
It's not like
it's not an escrow account. Yeah, no, it's
Chase
not.
Bank.
No,
It's just like,
If you guys were in the other live, you remember I was talking about this idea of an escrow company, because clearly that is needed from this conversation, is that there should be a neutral party escrow company for these type of things. Because boy, sending a lot of money to somebody's private account is spooky. And this is what I'm saying, is that there's a learning curve, but there's also a lot of risk when you don't know what you're doing and you need the right people. You can't do this stuff on your own. Like, what if something happens? Like, if you don't got the right people, something happened. What are you going to do about it? You're in a foreign country. How do you do anything? That's why you need a team.
like this
It's
personal.
with his name on it.
Yeah, that's
Good
great.
luck. Good luck.
Right.
Okay,
So
got
that
it.
was definitely something that was new and that was like nerve wracking. I think the other thing was the best way for Kenya specifically is to set up your business first, right? So that's what I had to do before I could do anything. So all these like kind of.
So for you guys, this is really, you got to read between the lines, because this is what I'm picking up from what she's saying here. There's a reason why you got to get your business together first, because you guys keep saying you got to get, you can't buy freehold as a foreigner. That's why she's saying you got to get your stuff together, because I'm interpreting what she's saying as you need the proper entities so you can take title to the property. Freehold is basically everything that I'm looking into, is what I'm reading into what she's saying. Sending the money into a lawyer's account is totally illegal. You can report the lawyer to LSK and they will get debarred. You can 100% open an escrow account. That's good to know. See, this is the thing about Kenya, right? Because I see people say stuff like that, but I think in practice, different things happen, and the enforcement of stuff. Like, I have no idea. Like, what's the enforcement look like on these type of things? I have no idea. I have no idea at all. But even in the U.S., I don't want to do all that anyway. Like, I'd rather just do the business how it needs to be done. But yeah, I think an escrow company makes a lot of sense. Ryan, I'll hit you up on it. WhatsApp. When I get there are some questions about. Yeah, I got you. Especially you on the membership, bro. Let me know whatever you need. Maybe we can check out some stuff together or whatever. I always just give my perspective on whatever. Kenyans understand business. That is why no African American has been conned, unlike many other countries. That's crazy. I'm sure people have been conned, but that can happen anywhere. But I do think Kenya, with the education level and the more business entrepreneurial aspects that seem to be in the country and the culture, it's a little bit easier. Yeah, law is an ash. You can bend it to meet your goals. That's how Trump wins this case. Yeah, man, it's just pieces of paper. That's why I always tell people. Kelis land is in Navasha. Yeah, it's guys, the law is pieces of paper. Okay, they can get changed. What if you don't listen to them? Then what? Okay, so there's more than just like the law, because you always have to think the enforceability of said laws. Conning is an inherent human problem. Yeah, but I mean, there are some people that think it's more okay than others, because we don't play that in the U.S. Like, if you scam somebody, they coming. I feel like somehow it's more acceptable over there. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not totally there yet, moving completely over there. Yeah, I don't think we want to create FOMO about moving. I don't think that's appropriate for everyone, or even what people want to do. I think the optionality is the important thing. Like, having the freedom to choose what you want to do, and knowing about what the options are is where I'm coming from. That's why I found this interview very inspiring.
Getting through all this stuff before I could even purchase the land.
Shout out to Jesse Whitehorn on the membership, though. Shout out to you. Wait, how do we do it? Hey.
I like this right here.
But he walked me through all of it. So now it's like, okay, now it makes all sense. And now I've been able to buy more land. And it's
So what are those steps? You guys
okay, so first you have to set up something called a KR.
See, Discount Hub must be in the diaspora. Why the heck would you want the British getting involved in your country like that? I don't like that. I don't like that attitude. I don't like nothing about that, bro. I'm sorry. I get it. Like, if you're worried about violence and all that, you want the colonizers to come back in and sort things out for you. I understand, but look, violence and all that stuff is no, you can't be idealistic about it if you can stop it. But that mentality is hard for me. That's I don't like that.
It's a KRA, and so that's like your PIN number, right? And so that's
like an EIN number.
Yeah, and so basically it says you can pay taxes, right? So
KRA
that
PIN.
costs like $1,000, right? So you have to do that. Then
Okay,
you have
so
to,
hold up. She said getting a KRA pin costs like $1,000. Maybe she's misquoting it. This is why I don't like lawyers, because I got a KRA pin and I am I paid 10,000 shillings, which was like $100. So either she's misquoting it, or this is what I'm saying. You can get upcharged and you might not know, especially with legal stuff, because you don't know what's going on. And so it was legal, so it sounds, oh, $1,000, okay. That's why I'm leery on the lawyers for things. And I had a whole conversation with Kai, who's in a lot of the videos. He loves using the Kenyan attorneys for doing everything. I'm on the other side of that argument right now, but I don't know what I don't know. So maybe I'll crash out into a situation and then wish I was using one. So yeah, the KRA pin is free. I didn't know that. I wasn't super aware of like I don't know if it's the KRA website, but Kenya's government websites are really good. Like they're better than the US. You can navigate and get stuff done. I know how to pay like my taxes on there for my rental properties, which is really cool. And some of the reporting on that, it's actually more progressive than the US system, because the IRS is crazy. Yeah, it's free. Yeah. I paid 10K for someone to do it for me, which, like you see, you're appalled. She said $1,000 USD. I said 10,000, and you're still appalled, because if you have the information, why the heck are you paying for these things? Which is my counterpoint to hiring people for this stuff, because you could just do it. Lawyers will be lawyers, and you're gonna get got if you're not up to speed on the info. That's the thing, you got to know it. So yeah, I paid 10K. That wasn't crazy for me, but yeah, you don't need to. And you just go on the website. It's really easy. Like, it's like people in the US will pay to get like an LLC made. And I'm like, dude, you just go on the website and make it. And you just pay whatever the fee is. And then you're paying people on top of the fee. It's crazy. I think Kenya is easily adaptable to live for African Americans over other countries like Ghana and South Africa due to several reasons. One is no language barrier, since most Kenyans speak English. Yeah, I agree with all that pretty much. The language thing is funny because sometimes it'd be a language barrier, but yeah, it's not that bad. But I've definitely tried to order a Tusker. I would say Tusker, and they were like, "What?" I'm like, "Tusker," and then we go back and forth 5 times, and they're like, "Oh, Tuska." I'm like, "That's what I said." But no, I didn't say it. I don't have my accent, especially American accent is different. Yeah, we all had 50 people in here, and y'all been staying tough. I appreciate y'all. That's crazy. I'm very flattered. I hope it's entertaining. I'm new to doing this. So to maintain that many people in here is good. Please give me feedback. I always feel like maybe I should clip the video, but also I'm like, I don't know, we're just kind of hanging out, chilling on a Sunday. And I don't want to pre-plan everything. Like, I just giving you my natural reaction to everything. Ghana and South Africa, they speak English too. That's true. The infrastructure is much better developed than Ghana, where you can deal with quirks. Jesse Whitehorn, member. I'm afraid of the leasehold. It's new with the influx of new buyers. Can't no one really say what that looks like at expiration. Yes, exactly. That's the big thing. Because if you knew that there was a certain renewal fee, it was like a percentage or a number, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Also, like, is the government even going to renew it? Are they going to take the land back? What are they going to do? Who knows? Because there are different elections. We don't know the political climate of the country. It's madness to try to understand or to know what may happen at expiration. So I think most of us are angling to figure out freehold, to be able to take title at freehold. I would need to move to a home in Karen or Riru. That's a lot of bread. Yeah. Riru you can afford. Karen, and no. Well, now I shouldn't speak about your money, but I'm just saying Karen is like 10x, like ridiculous. And when I think about the prices, I'm thinking paying cash as well. which is covered.
You have to set up your business, right? And then you need to carry for yourself
Yes,
and then for
get
your
your stuff
business. 'Cause
set
you need
up.
to get a working permit before you can actually buy the land, right? And that's
need a
if
working
it's not going to be
permit?
a land lease.
I didn't
right?
have a working permit.
I was able to buy the land in my business name.
See,
So once you
okay,
do that,
this is what I was saying. She bought the land in her business name, which I'm sure is set up in a manner at which she can get freehold ownership.
that costs, I can't remember, it's a few $1,000s to do that.
A couple thousand.
And then you can, I would
There was a
suggest
cut there.
getting someone to help you expedite the work permit, just because if not, you could be behind.
So I've been researching the work permit because I guess if you're operating a farm, technically you need a work permit. Now, if you're a passive investor, I don't think that you need it. But the work permit probably is useful if you're trying to do anything entrepreneurial or anything like that. And of course, there's people that probably will operate outside of the law a little bit. I'm not advocating for that. And now you're in a foreign country, you don't want no problems. But this stuff costs money, get thousands of dollars. And you got to know people. Like Sid was saying, I don't know if he's still in here, but there's always a way to do something. So, and I just don't want to pay all these administrative costs. So I want to find the best way to do it.
You know, a million people, but you can basically pay an expediter, someone to help you, which we also have for permits and stuff in the States, that will help you get your work permit quicker. And then once you get that, then you can actually, that's when you send the.
I need to add super chats. They not on here? I thought I had super chats set up. Hold up. We got to stop the show for that. Because yeah, I need super chat because the chat is actually too fast. And I don't want to get bogged down in some of the conversations, but I also love the engagement and I want to talk to you guys because you guys, what the heck would I be talking about without the dang on super chat? I mean, without the engagement from you guys. How do I turn on super chat? It's not in there. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let this play and I'll react, but I'm looking for a super chat.
The money to the lawyer, and then they'll hold it. That's when the property owner that you're buying from is then going to check and see, like, make sure they're going to give all the documentation, making sure that the title's in the actual name that they're saying it's in, and kind of all that stuff, and that it can actually be sold, and so on and so forth. All in all, it took, I guess, to buy the first plot, it was probably about 6-7 months.
See, that's the other. See, look, 6-7 months, but she had to get her business stuff together. She had to get the due diligence with the land. She had to find, like, 6-7 months is a long closing process. But again, this is what, like, especially the first time, you got to move slow. There's no way you're going to move fast. To register a limited company is $2,000 or shillings. That says dollars. That's expensive. Oh, Sid, what's going on? I love Nairobi because of weather, lady. Sid like the ladies too. You like the East African ladies more than the West Africa? Because I know you're in Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and all that. What's going on? Dang, why'd I go straight to the ladies? That's crazy. And properties are cheaper compared to West. Yeah, that's so. When I was gonna go to Ghana, you know, like everybody else. And then I started looking at the real estate prices and I was like, yo, Accra is like expensive for what you're getting. Nairobi is still, where is that? Like, you get better to, I don't understand it. Because even if you look at Rwanda, right? Rwanda costs as much or more than Kenya, but you get less. Now Rwanda's cleaner and organized, you know, like that. But you know, makes it like the value don't line up. Even Uganda, I don't think Uganda's that cheap. So I don't understand that. Ivory Cote d'Ivoire is more developed, no debate there. That's weird because they had a whole civil war back in the day, like in recent memory, and they're more developed. Like, how do these things happen? I don't think development takes as long as we think it does. Oh, it's not. Interesting. I don't know. Yo, someone's, hold on. I'm trying to find the super chat. Someone sent a super chat. I just want to know if it
is it
worked.
not?
Oh, how do we do it? Join. How do you? Oh yeah, the super chat's in here. You got me on a goose chase. We got super chat. I'm broken dusty. No one wants to do it. That's all right. That's all right. We'll do better. We'll do better.
Oh God.
Okay. All right. Back to the video.
I think, to get everything, like where it was like, here's your actual title, you know?
And then
Yeah.
we'll just one follow up. I know because this question people's going to.
Hold on. This lawyer topic's been a big thing. So let's talk about it. Sid, and I agree, but Kai be telling me that you got to use a lawyer, and I don't agree. So Sid says, and Sid has more experience, and across Africa, and you're in finance too. So Sid's a G. Even purchasing apartments, you don't need lawyers. When you purchase apartment in Nairobi, legal fees is included. True, you pay for the developer's attorney already. It's like 2%. So paying for another legal fee is a waste of money. This is where I'm coming from. Why am I paying all these fees, man? I don't believe in fees. I want to get something for my money. Like if I pay money, I want to receive a thing. So I don't want to add extra costs for pieces of paper. Because are that pieces of paper going to really protect you anyway? I don't know. Yeah, y'all gonna have to be on a membership or a super chat because it's hard for me to go through all the comments, but I appreciate everybody. Let's continue. Sid, what's up with the ladies? You prefer the Kenyan ladies over Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia? Here in Philly, there's a big well, in Philly, I'm in Jersey, but I'm right, the bridge is like right there. There's a big Liberian community in Delaware County. So I'm familiar with some of the Liberian people over there. Let's say, I was going to say ladies, but don't get me in trouble.
Is it a mortgage system out here, or is it just mostly all cash?
So I've been told that you can get a mortgage. The interest rates are atrocious.
Yeah, we heard today.
Like,
Well, not that bad.
Not too
compared
bad.
to
Not
some
too bad.
other places.
Plus, I'm on the Dave Ramsey. You know, like I get, like I've been, you know, I have a bachelor's in real estate, which is essentially a finance degree. Okay, it's like real estate finance, and you can make more return on investment with debt, but F that. Okay, debt doesn't let you live a peaceful life, and if you borrowing a bunch of money, you're buying all this stuff, especially with the political risk and all. You know, I see you guys arguing in the comments about, you know, the politics, and this can go wrong and that can go wrong. Why add debt on top of it?
Yeah, compared to some other countries.
pretty bad.
That we heard. I mean, could be wrong.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but the
was
interest
like,
rate
this
is
is not, this is terrible. I felt like this is awful. I mean, so you can do it. It just feels, to me, I just was, you know, I'd rather get something smaller and know that I can just pay for it rather than, you know, it just,
Well, she's
the interest
balling
rates were
by
crazy.
150
And
acres.
then also too, because you're establishing,
Because for you Kenyan folks in here, are you aware of the land prices in different regions? Like, shoot some numbers. What's it costing for an acre? Because people be trying to tell me you can get like 10K an acre in certain areas. I don't ever see that anywhere. I've been seeing like 500K an acre, like along Mombasa Road and different areas like that, and not on the road, like further away from the tarmac. So let me know.
it's not as easy when you're a foreigner, right? Because even here in Kenya, like, even though I'm now a resident and I have my work permit so I can do business and do all these things,
She's a resident,
not-
work permit.
I'm not a citizen. So it takes 7
not a
years to get your
citizen.
citizenship. So it's just more complicated, like even with a loan and all that price, just like, but you do have to open up a bank account. I forgot to say that you have to open up a bank account here and you have to
Trending cautiously doesn't mean negatively. I totally agree with that. I try to strike the balance with that. You don't want to be negative because things do work out. I've had a great experience, but I always check. I triple check. I ask a bunch of people before I do something. Let's get these answers to this land. Obviously, yeah. So further away from Nairobi, the cheaper the land. So with 2 hours from Nairobi, what should I be paying for land per acre? What about an hour? Like give me some context. That's what I want to know. 500K an acre is further away from the city. The closer the city, the more expensive the land. Yes. To get 10K, you have to go to the interior. Which direction? Like, is this Rift Valley we're talking about? Like north, like middle north part of Kenya? Like, but Kenyans don't like to live in the village away from their tribes in case of political trouble. You guys, are the average Kenyans worried about like some real violence popping off where you're going to have to go back to the village and build a wall? And what's the do you think, like, what's the average person thinking right now? Because you guys online, first of all, Discount Hub, are you in Europe or something? Because you talk like you're in Europe, and the diasporan Kenyans be y'all got some negative views about the country. You need to be in Western Kenya, 6 or 7 hours away from Nairobi, close to Uganda for 10K. I guess you're saying that's not good.
Transfer. I forgot. This is annoying. So you have to transfer. I've actually forgot about this. You have to put. There's a number that you have to put in a certain amount of money in the bank, and that's when they'll actually see if they can clear. Because that's the thing, right? So if you're coming here as an investor, they want to make sure that you're actually investing. So you have to put money in a Kenyan bank account, and then they hold it before any of the paperwork is done, before anything is done. So you're kind of just, it's money you can't touch, and you're just waiting. It's like $100,000. You put like $100,000 in the bank just to let it sit there, right? So
they want to know you're legit.
Yes, and
So
that you're really here to invest. And then
my question that I was asking myself when I hear her say this is, so I have over 100K in property in value. Does that count, or do you need liquid 100K USD in cash to verify this? Again, like Sid's saying, there's probably ways to get stuff done. Anyway,
it's also like, then even once you do it, you have to give them a plan of like what you're going to do and kind of like how many people you're going to employ, and like they want to make sure, things like that.
It feels like the process of being an accredited investor in the States.
Yeah.
So in terms of pricing, because I know that's something that people want to inquire about, you had the advantage of having farming in California or having a farm.
Oh, that's who Discount Hub is. He's definitely in a diaspora. He just hates Kenya. Bro, how are you Kenyan be hating Kenya like that though, bro? And why are you hating from the outside? That's corny. That's corny. And so if when you guys are online, I don't know what it is about the diasporan Kenyans, but they are the biggest haters of Kenya. And they say you're naive and you don't know nothing and all that. And you're okay to some degree, but I don't know, man. Why y'all hating like that? Y'all in Europe where you're never gonna be, you'll never be European, dog. Jackson, there are many places you can get land at 10K an acre in Kenya. Kilifi at the coast is an example. Is Kilifi in Lamu County? Interesting. Yeah, the coast is more affordable as well. I'm honest about Kenya. My family was affected by the violence in 2007. See, that's where that comes from. And I understand that. If something bad happened to me, of course, especially something real bad. So from the human perspective, I get that. But like judging the whole country, because I'll tell you, here in the U.S., violence happens every day, B, and it don't happen for no politics. It just happened because you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Somebody wants something you got. Like, that's why, like, you think that, like, I don't know, man. There's this white worship of the Western world that is just, it's not it, man. I don't think that's it. Of course, the structure, like the organization and all that, like I get it, is better in a certain way, but you holding it against your country like heavy. Sid said, well, it's not the beauty, but Nairobi ladies are a new experience for me. I'm originally from West Africa and used to West African ladies. Oh, it said they want some variety. Somebody said something about the escrow company in here. I saw that, but I missed it. They are projecting their failures on you. They hating on you because you are doing what they failed to do. Yeah, I get it. Like if a traumatic experience happened and I attributed that to the political climate and how people are in the country and stuff like that, I can see how someone could develop this attitude. Ryan, do they do polygamy over there? 70% of Black women are single and they have been flooding Kelis IG wanting to move. I know people that their dad or grandfather had multiple wives, but in Nairobi, they're more modern. They're kind of, they're not really with that like that. I don't think you need to be 100K liquid. You have land in Kenya, but when you've been back, dog, like where you live, where you stay at? Discount. He in Sweden or something. I know it. They're ashamed you come to invest while African Americans are investing. Yeah, like y'all leaving and then get mad at us don't really make a lot of sense, But again, I do want to be sensitive that if you have a bad experience and something really bad happens, I get it. I do understand. We moved on, bro. We got a new constitution that's been 18 years, almost 2 decades. Kenyans in the diaspora, they are ashamed you come to invest well. Yeah. And O'Shea Duke Jackson always points that out because I think it's like a thing. The diasporans just are the biggest haters. The violence in Kenya is not gang related like America. Okay, but why does it matter how it's related? It's worse because like it could just pop off at any moment for no reason. It's not gang related in the US. Like there are in certain areas, but like it don't take much. Okay. So but to say like, oh, the whole country, I don't know. Yo, somebody voted for Ruto though. Like, I don't get it. Like everyone complains, but like something happened. Don't be fooled. There's gangs out in Kenya. I have no envy towards African Americans. Their money, they can do what they want. To answer your question on prices, just Google buying land and you find, yeah, but like Meg, come on now. We gotta, those land selling companies are putting a premium on top because they're buying the land, they're subdividing it, and then they're charging more, like a premium for people like basically they're doing the harder work of finding land, clearing the deeds, getting everything together, and then they want to charge you more money, basically is what they're doing. I know AMG realtors and stuff like that. I've been looking at those land selling companies, but you're paying a super premium markup on the land, I believe. That's what it looks like to me. So I don't think in Kenya is a good idea just to be Googling stuff and looking at it online and just thinking that's what the deal is. Like Sid has been saying with some of the legal stuff, yes, it says one thing, but there's ways to navigate that. Same thing. You need to find the sellers before they're going to these land sellers, because the land sellers are making money from doing what? Buying the land and flipping it to you for more money. It's just how real estate works anywhere. I mean, it happens here. Actually, I'm doing a deal like that right now, basically. A development deal, actually kind of close to near this property. We're going to get some development approvals, and then we're going to sell it to a developer with their approvals on it. But we're going to make money by selling it. That's the plan. I think it's easy to see opportunities in other places because you can see things from a different perspective. And so when Africans come to the US, they see gaps in services, they see opportunity, they see how to fit in because they have a different angle. We're used to seeing things a certain way in our countries. So then when you go to another country, it's easier to spot opportunity. That's my perspective. All right, y'all got to do a super chat because we're going to continue moving on. If you want me to read it, hit the super chat. I'll try to pay attention, but the chat is getting away from me because there's so much, and I want to keep following Kelis's interview that inspired me. I booked my flight going in July.
Coming to
It's
Kenya,
October.
looking at the pricing.
88 days. Okay, I'm just doing it, like she said. I'm just doing it, and we're gonna make it happen. I got a business here. I have to figure out how to manage everything remote.
How is it comparable for acreage? I know you got 150, which is a lot, and we got the privilege of seeing it. How was pricing, and how did you navigate that? Understanding what would be a good buy, what wouldn't be?
That's a good question.
Okay, so very different than the States. There's not like a comp, like it's not like you're doing comps. Like they could care
This is my
less.
issue.
Like you could be like hut here, $30 million here. No, and they're looking at you like, what's your problem, right? They don't care at all. So it's not like we're, I could say this doesn't make sense for like for this area or whatever. It doesn't really work like that here. The value of land here is, it's just based on whatever the owner feels like it's worth, right? Because even like I looked at this like beautiful tea farm and I was telling you, and they were like, we've got great price for you, great price. And it was like $30 million. And I was like, shillings or like, I think, do you mean US?
That's how I feel about the prices. When I looked at Karen and when I look at Runda and Gagiri and stuff like that, like for some, like, dude, the prices are detached from the rest of the market. Because in the US, we have better information. So we're able to tell like what's, we could kind of see what the pricing should be based off of what other things sold for, because we could see that information. Here is a free for all. Like one thing is 40 million, another one's 100 million next to each other. I don't even see the value difference. Okay, so that's why you got to tread lightly in real estate. Now, and that's what I'm saying. In the middle of the market with off-plan stuff, I could look at something, I could tell you probably what they're going to ask for it, and if you tell me where it is. Basically, like if it's in Westlands, it's a 1-bedroom, it's an apartment, it's a normal square meter size from everything else, it's probably 8 million. They could try to run it to 10 depending on the size, but generally that's where you're going to pay. If you're in Kilimani, you're going to be in the 6-7 range for a 1-bedroom. Depending on the developer and the quality, but it's going to be in that range. Like the ranges make sense. The land in certain areas and the properties and resale, the pricing doesn't make it. It no longer maps with the rest of the pricing algorithm that you kind of would have based off of how you think pricing would go. Like they are detached from the market.
And they're like, no, lady, USD. And I was like, yo, that's crazy, right? And then like, no, we'll give you a family price, 18 million. And I was like, not enough. Like, you need to go way down. And I think like, and it was a tea farm. And so I'm asking, I was like, okay, well, how much you actually, fine, you're producing tea. I get it. Okay, so how much what's your revenue a year? And it just didn't add up at all, like at all. But for them, it's like a lot of times it's heritage land, which I totally respect. I get that, right? And if they don't have to sell, then there's no motivation there. You know what I mean? It's not like, I think it's just a different system here, right? So you just have to adjust to that. So there are deals, 1000%. You can absolutely find land that is comparable. I would say some parts of California, and like, I keep comparing it to like Texas, right? Like you can get great land.
I heard like 10,000 an acre on that. Is that?
Yeah, that's like a good, yeah. And then sometimes though, like there might be land that's like 10,000 a plot, but it'll be because it's like, they really value the road, right? So like, it'll be like things that we don't really think about, but like if it's close, they'll tell you how close it is to the main road. And the closer it is to the main road, the higher the price will be. So I've seen plots that are like, say, you could go anywhere from like 300 square meters, which is like, I guess the size you would like build a house, right?
What do you mean?
And they'll be like, it's $10,000 for that plot. Which you're like, wait, I just could buy an acre for. They're like, yeah, but not here. They're like, where's the road?
Location.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a question. And so if your lot is off the road, do you have to drive through other people's lots to get to your lot? How does that work? Other question was zoning. Like, can you build whatever you want? Do you need an approval if you want, like, what if you want to build a casino? What if you want to build a resort? I know that agriculture generally is allowed in most places, but I don't know. That's a question I may have.
Exactly.
Yeah, one of the things that a lot of people, especially where we're from, are ignorant to is how profitable farming can be.
Oh.
Right? You said we went to a tea farm, we got to see your farm, and we broke down the onion thing. Talk about that and why people should really be looking at this as a business opportunity.
Oh man, I mean, like when you think about, I knew it had to be profitable because you see it and you're like, these guys are doing it because it's making money, but I couldn't really wrap my brain around it. But my lawyer, again, who's been super helpful, he's a farmer, and he was like, I make way more money farming. It's like, this is surefire. So he started to break it down for me. When I started to understand, okay, it's like, this is something that, especially here, because I think I think here, like, there's so much agriculture, like, opportunities here. And
oh, the tarmac road. Yeah, like Mombasa Road or whatever, right? But there's so like a dirt road. So are there dirt roads that are mapped? Like, what is like? How do you get to your lot if it's off the tarmac road? There's a dirt road. Does someone own it? Is that dirt road going through other people's lots? Like in the U.S., you might own the land, but there might be an easement for that road, so everyone's allowed to use it. Like, how does that work? Again, questions that we're going to be asking the attorneys and all that when we interview them. You can build whatever you want in Kenya as long as you have money to bribe. Okay.
I feel like,
but like, this is my thing. Like, this is that Western attitude, though. Like, y'all think bribes don't happen in the U.S.? I'm on the land board in my town, by the way. Okay. So we approve whatever, I've been on the land board for quite a long time. I was on the school board before. I don't know if you guys know this, but what the heck do you think a political donation is? What do you think a super PAC is? These are all legalized bribes. Hey, this engineering firm is going to support your campaign with money. And then when they apply for whatever it is that they might want, or they maybe want you to hire them for the engineering firm, who do you think gets hired? So this idea, Africa's backwards because they bribe and do, that's how the world works, man. Like, they just call it something else and then they shit on it because, they just like, actually, the funny thing is the word tribe is like, you think huts and like poor villages and stuff, but like, it's more kind of like, they wouldn't call Italians a tribe or Sicilians a tribe. Like, I just think, and this is, and it's funny, Discount Hub, because you live in the diaspora, you feed in to the brainwashing where you are buying into all the little ways that they have made you inferior. Because, again, like, do you think Elon Musk was in the government because he's a cool guy or because he wrote a check for like $100 million? So when you write a check to the presidential candidate at the time for that money, don't you think they're going to do something for you? But that's okay. But in these other countries, it's a bribe, and it's so beneath, like, it's, those people over there, they do bribes. What the heck you think Elon Musk wrote a check for? Like, this, and it's just words. One's a bribe, one's a donation. The fuck is the difference? Like, and it's sad because Discount Hub is Kenyan, and you are you are advancing the degradation of your own people. And wherever the heck you are in Sweden or Switzerland or wherever you're at, if you think that the people there are going to accept you in the way that you could be accepted at home is crazy. Because they're looking at you like that person. Oh, he comes from a country where they bribe and tribes and huts. Like that's in the back of their mind when they deal with you. And you're over here caping for them and trashing your own country. That's garbage, bro. It really is garbage. And I empathize with the situation where you have bad things, political violence, and you know, I could only imagine. Okay. So I don't want to throw that out, but like, bro, maybe there's not great options, right? But you gotta like I promise you never like O'Shea Duke Jackson says it, you're never gonna get parity with them over there. So cut that shit out. All right. So I was feeling that one. Let me see some of the comments, see what your guys' reaction to that was, because I think I cooked a little bit. Okay. Yeah, but who's to say we pay the bride price? I saw y'all talking about that. We talk about that on the members only. So what's going to happen is as we build up the membership, we're going to do some members only. We're going to get into the nitty gritty. This is for someone who's really interested, wants to do business, and I'm going to level up my knowledge, especially on this trip. And I'll be able to share all that information and hook you up with referrals and the lawyers that we work with. And I'm going to figure this farmer thing out maybe because I have a million questions. And actually, there's a bunch of things I'm going to respond to that Kelis talks about right here. We're about to get to that. Gigi says zoning laws apply, and for most areas outside of Nairobi, land is zoned agricultural. Then you have to apply for a change of use to do something different with that land. See, that works just like the U.S. Minus the agricultural thing, you know, stuff is zoned different ways. Most of these Kenyans never travel to other African countries to make the comparison. They travel from Nairobi to the West and they make the comparison to the West. This is true. They don't know that Kenya's lit. I'm just laughing, listening to the diaspora guy. I'm telling you, when you see them hating, just ask where they from. I bet you they're going to say France, Sweden, Switzerland. Go ahead, try to go to Italy and try to do what you want to do. See how they treat you. Okay. Go to Poland. See how they act. And they'll promote you when you're trashing their own stuff, but I'm going to buy me a farm. I don't think they'd like that too much. Tell them lobbying is corruption. I don't get how people don't make the connection that political donations are bribes. I mean, like, what? Dang, Discount Hub, did he leave? Dang, bro. Hopefully I get through to you, you know. Ryan, the U.S. was also backwater into the early 1900s. The first urban planning school, Harvard, 1925, and in 1890, only 25% urbanization. Also, like that's the interesting thing. Like I think things can change real fast with the right ingredients, and I think Kenya has those ingredients because there are fantastic people there. The education, there's a lot of educated people. I think they just, you know, obviously the politics got to get straightened out a little bit, but there's so much potential. Yeah. I don't want to beat up on Discount Hub too much more. You know, I did mention huts, but they still do have them in many parts of Kenya outside of Nairobi. I'm just keeping it real. Ignore me at your own peril. He thinks he has a monopoly on understanding Kenya. Majestic Dream Vacations. I was just about to say they need to watch the current rift between Elon and Trump to understand American bribes. And yes, if have a piece of land, you have a main access routes to get to your specific plot of land. Yeah, like see basic things I don't understand sometimes. So in 1950, only 16% U.S. high school graduation today, over 80%. Most U.S. development last 100 years. China 1980 was 20%. We got 29 people in this live. Okay. We was at 50 though, so I must be doing bad. I don't know what's going on, Chris. But yeah, share the video. Send it to somebody. I don't know. You are not worried about 2027. You sound like an American that's be freaking out about Trump a little bit, but even worse. Like, it's going to be okay. I don't know. When they had the finance, they pulled the finance bill because of the protests. So you think, like, clearly the government is responding to the people. So I don't know. That's kind of my perspective on it so far. Elon Musk gave Trump 300 million. Now they are beefing. Money talks, BS walks. Well, he already got the money now. That's how, I'm the president. I can't run again. Maybe he's going to try. I don't know. But now he don't need to care.
The younger people are not doing it as much that they need it, right? And so, like, for example, the reason I decided to do onions is because a lot of, they were getting, like a year ago, they were getting a lot of the onions from Tanzania. And then recently they kind of banned the onions from Tanzania.
Yeah,
so it's like, they need onion farmers.
What happened
here.
with that?
I was like, I can do that, right? So things like that. But for example,
my thing is, how do you arrange to sell the stuff? That's my big farming question. And then is exporting something that you can do is another thought / question. And again, these questions I have, that's going to be part of the trip, is to talk to the right people to learn this stuff.
like, after your cost, right? If you put in 5 acres of onions, right? And with everything. So you've got with the exception of the borehole, which will make your money back within the year. But say like just all of your drip lines and all of that stuff, right? For 5 acres, once you spend all that, which is like say $11,000, you can make between, let's say 30 conservatively to like $35,000 within.
Oh, also, do y'all know an editor that could chop this up into some shorts and some clips for YouTube? Because we're probably going to do 3-4 hours here, and we need to chop it down.
Let's say a quarter, right? So at minimum, you have 2 harvests a year for only 5 acres. That's you can live on that, right? Like it's a good living. And then say you add another 5 acres, like, so it is actually extremely
How much we
profitable.
talking?
They're looking for farmers. They want people to farm.
Who's going to manage the farm? Who's going to make sure people aren't stealing? Who's going to transport the goods? Do you have a contract to sell the goods? Those are my questions. How much is an onion? A wholesale? Questions.
It's such a good opportunity, especially Kenya. Kenya has so much flat land, and it's great soil. This is Africa. It's like you throw a seed in the ground and stuff just grows. You know what I mean? Like literally, like it's amazing. It doesn't take as much as we've ruined our soil in the States, and it took me so much even thinking about that, like when I think about my farm in California, it took me a year before I could plant anything because the soil was so depleted and it was just so ruined.
Hold on, let me try my Swahili here. Hold up. You, Quenda Huko. I don't know. Hakunas means nothing. Maji, pale water. I don't know. Pale though. All right, that's as far as I got. Something about you, nothing water pale. All right, that was my Swahili lesson for today. Okay.
Like I had to go through this whole process of like.
Come on, white man who travels. Coffee originated in Ethiopia. You should know that. That was another thing that I was looking at, coffee. South Africa does wine. I was wondering what opportunities wine was in Kenya. I know it has to do with elevation and the climate. I think there's some regions. I was talking with ChatGPT about doing some analysis on the weather in different areas for that. Coffee takes a long time to grow, but look, if you wanted to do like I think it would be dope if you had a coffee farm and then made content about where the coffee comes from, how you farm the coffee, and really market and promote that as content and then sell it internationally. I think you could sell it in the US into the diaspora with a really cool story, and people really want to know where their ingredient, especially in the US, like Kelis is talking about. She says the soil's bad, the food's bad. That's kind of like been a narrative, which probably true, but I think people maybe take it a little far. That people could buy into, so you could export it and then you could upcharge it, because the thing with coffee is that by the green coffee bean, I've done a lot of research on coffee, if you don't know. It's a commodity at the bean level, but if you sold it as a finished product, which is probably a big problem in Africa, is that a lot of resources come from there. But like chocolate, in West Africa, the cocoa gets sold in its raw format, and then in Europe they make the chocolate and then they'll sell it back, and more margin is generated from the finished product. And then I think if you add the story and the origin and all that stuff with the coffee, I think it's a really good business idea. But again, you gotta know about coffee, right? Like you need a coffee expert to do the actual coffee farm part. Like the interesting part for me, obviously figuring out how to grow it, but even more so than that is creating the story and then marketing and selling that, and selling a finished coffee product. That's, I guess the problem is once you roast it, you have to put a date on it, and you want people to get fresh roast. So that's another thing. The export of it, et cetera, taxes. How do I export? Tariff, all that. Like, this is why you can't just come and just start a business and think, I mean, you can figure it out if you got enough money, but if you want to be successful, I think you got to like kind of know some of that stuff. Austin, deal with the guy who specialized with import export. Yeah, I was going to pay for that because I wanted to figure that out with the import export, because whatever opportunity you might run into, I think if you tell a story of a product like the leather goods he was talking about, I think one of the clips was showing, if you could tell the story of where this stuff is originating from, even if it's leather with the type of animal, how you process it, how it's made, I mean, I'd buy that over a Gucci belt. That's dope, so I think you could do that. You're learning well, thank you. It translates to get out of here, there's no water there. Isn't there, oh no, I don't know. Appa's there. Horticulture is great in Kenya. Roses, carnations, etc. Yeah, the flowers. Kenya has a big flower thing. Dude, I don't like Opus clips, but I could try it. They're kind of booty. They don't get what I'm trying to do a lot of times. I want them to find the right moments. Like they need to find that moment where I was talking about Discount Hub self-hatred. We need that. And that's not even what I try to do with the channel, but it just happens, Me and my brother run a coffee farm in Seattle, Washington. I may have to look into that. I'm telling you, yo, if you coming and you know about coffee, that is a real link. Like that's something that I would like kind of jump at. It's the storytelling that sells it, I think. Because you're in coffee. So like if people know the story behind it, I think it could do really well. Especially with diasporans, African Americans, we're all looking for that. Like this shirt's Kitu Kali from Kenya. I love where I got it from. Oh, it's talking to politics. If you are Kenyan and you hate Kenya, keep it to yourself. Some of us have traveled to other African countries and made the comparison We know the reality on the ground. Dang, Sid got the authority to tell you, because Sid been around. Sid's the guy. Okay. Italy, among largest consumers of coffee, they attempted to colonize Ethiopia, the Eritrea. They did hold on to. Starbucks CEO got idea of modern Starbucks while drinking coffee in Milan, Italy outdoors. The Ethiopians been consuming coffee for centuries. A farmer goat herder noticed hyperactivity from his goats when they consumed a certain berry. He tasted the berry in Ethiopia, and the rest is history. See, you're gonna learn all kinds of stuff. What's up, Shay, man? Welcome to the party. What's going on? We're just discussing Kelis and her farming activities and just doing it and just taking the initiative and going out there. And you know, you only live one life, okay? So, and plus we're talking business opportunities, you know, business structures. We talked leasehold, freehold. We talked about a lot of things.
Fixing the soil just so I could grow stuff. Whereas here, it's like, I mean, I could put anything in the ground. They're like, oh, look, it's a tree.
Is
Just in
that
my
true?
backyard right now. I live in
That
an
sounds
apartment. My
dope, 'cause I
backyard
don't
is
know how
like
to grow
a jungle. I've been here a year, right? So I have banana trees that are like literally like 25 feet tall, and
I
like
love that.
I had to cover them to keep the monkeys from taking all the fruit. I mean, it's amazing, you know. So it's just to show the difference. Like,
So I was going to ask you, what is the process of actually setting? Because buying land is one thing, but having an operational farm is another thing. You got to like have an irrigation system. You got to,
Yeah.
you
Tell
know,
us
I'm
about
assuming you
that.
got to plant the seeds. You got to have people that's working it. You got to have pesticide control, perhaps. You got to put the fence. Like,
Pesticides.
I think
No,
people
no,
don't
no,
understand
no.
how complex farming. They look at farming as something that's like, especially people from cities, right? As something that's like backwards,
right,
or something that. But it's like
right. It
it's
feels
a
like
lot.
a step back.
It's a,
Yeah.
people don't associate technology with farming, but
Oh,
that's like the first form of tech
absolutely.
is farming, right?
Absolutely.
So
And like I said, it's also real money, right? Like it's real money. And it's also like when you think about like food safety and just like no matter what's happening in the world, if you're farming.
I really like basic businesses. Like selling an onion is really attractive to me because you grow an onion and you sell it. You know, everyone gets into all these super complicated things. It's just real. It's a real thing. I think that's very attractive. Um, I think, you know, these basic services and businesses, especially for, I don't know if you're in logistics or some kind of management or operations and things like that, that skill set will serve you very well, I think, in Kenya. How do you become a member? I should have a better answer to that. Maybe I'll drop there's a link. I'll drop the link, but it's somewhere in YouTube. But let me grab the membership link. I can do that. Oh, here it is. There's the membership link. There it is. Appreciate you. Onions, garlic, tomatoes, always in demand. I mean, people need food, right? So, I mean, it's not a bad idea. Plus, the land appreciates some value. There's a lot to like about the farming. And me, like, I'm doing this dual purpose. I'm like, dang, I want a ranch house in the country. So let's put a ranch house and then have the farm around it. That's like, there's places around here like that. So I think, dang, y'all still going back and forth with Discount Hub. Well, it's different people coming in. So if you're new here, Discount Hub must live in Sweden or something like that. He hates Kenya. He thinks we're naive. He thinks the country sucks. It's gonna fall apart. And you know, everyone's fighting with him, but he's Kenyan, and he thinks, you know, we don't know anything that we're talking about. Nothing good can happen in Kenya, is his opinion. Oh, yo, call centers in Kenya. That's a good point. Discount Hub. I was just taking shots, but that was another one because Kenyans speak great English and the education level's high. Is better than the Indian ones, I think. All right. Anyway, back to Kelis and farming.
You've got this. I mean, honestly, like the only thing that's your enemy could be the weather, right? But even that, like there's safeties that you can, you know, take to get around.
I'm worried
that.
about the weather.
I mean,
with
I
the
think
farming.
like for me, like buying all this stuff, one thing I have to say is that like, especially in the farming areas, people want to work. So it wasn't even hard. Like I got an agronomist, and these are people with like full on like degrees in agronomy and like farming stuff that I was just kind of like fumbling through it. Like they really know what to do, you know? And so I ended up finding someone. It was it's just random, like because Naivasha specifically is a farm area. So like my car broke down and I was talking to the mechanic and then he was like,
so can you farm? Like Naivasha is very green. What about the other direction along Mombasa Road? And then is it livestock? Do you do cattle? Do you do dairy? I saw my favorite Kenyan expat YouTubers, Sadia and Jerome, travel check-ins. Shout out to them. They were saying cheese is very expensive, which I'd never paid attention to. I know that dairy generally in Africa is not a big thing. So maybe that's another opportunity is dairy, although dairy requires more equipment from my understanding and some more initial investment. I like cattle because I think you don't do anything. You could just free range the cattle. Chickens, you could do a coop, but you could also free range them. I don't know what kind of predators might come and eat them. But again, guys, isn't it so fun? Opportunity. Now, I think I think it won't be fun if you need the farm to work to survive. Okay, I'm in a good position where I have my base level income from investments in the U.S. real estate mostly, so I can go and like take risks. So that's another thing. Now, I'm not saying like if you want to go to Kenya and survive off of making a farm or whatever, that's cool. But for me, it's like fun because like trying to make it work. Now, do I want to lose a bunch of money? No. But if I crash out and fail, I'll be okay. Yes, the lands in Kenya are fertile. Also, the area she chose is near the geothermal plant. She has access to clean energy, on which Kenya is big on. Yeah, the geothermal. I think she mentions that somewhere in here. That's another big thing because I was like, dang, now if we're in the country, I need a solar array or something and a battery. That could be expensive. Starlink. Hi, Ryan. I sent you an email and this one, the entitled one. Hey, how about instead of trying to trash me in the comments, why don't you send me another email? Because I missed it. And I get a lot of them. But I'm down to help everybody. I've done plenty of consultations free. Some of the people are on here. So don't be a jerk. Okay. I run a business. I got other things going on, you know. You're not paying my bills. You should have sent him an email with your pic on a bikini at the beach. Oh, y'all are funny. Coffee beans need rain. How's the rain over there? I think what you would do if I was going to do any farm, because also I'm ignorant, I don't know. There is a rainy season though. It's rainy season. Basically, the winter time here is like the summertime here is rainy season. Get a borehole done, which is a well, which she talks about that later, so that you can water everything. True, because I've been speaking strictly to Asian, especially Philippines CSR too often. I'm telling you, actually, I know a girl in Kenya that works for a U.S. restaurant as a customer service person. And if you heard her speak, you would not know that she sounds like an American. It's crazy. But she works in Kenya, call center to a restaurant. It's pretty cool. All right. Dairy is a big thing in Kenya. Our milk consumption stats are the highest in Africa. Oh, interesting. Naivasha is not even close to being greener than the Rift Valley or Western Kenya. That's where all the farming happens. Interesting. All right. Do some super chats or something because there's too many comments. And I'm paying attention, but also, like, I don't know, is this too scattered? Should I stay more on topic, or is it cool to take pauses and then go in the comments? Let me know what you like and don't like. I'm just going to whatever I find the most interesting. Coffee farming is mostly done in central Kenya, fertile soils, and rains a lot. She said, please. Yeah, but Sylvie, don't be a jerk. You're kind of being a jerk. You know, just be nice to me. Talk to me nice, you know.
Like, well, this is a good, this guy's a good agriculturist, like he's a horticulturist actually. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I talked to him and he was like, I was like, well, who can I have help me like really do this? And he's like, well, I know a guy.
How much do
And
these
I just
people
like
cost?
WhatsApped him and he was like, I'll be there on Sunday. I was like, great.
Oh, wow. But see, is that
something that
because
you have
she's
to talk
Kelis,
to
right?
people,
Because I need help. I need a horticulturalist to come out and show me some stuff. So what are they going to charge? Like, how much would an expert in a field cost in Kenya to come and do an analysis at your farm? These are things and then how do you find one? These are all considerations. And she kind of has that advantage of being a celebrity. I don't want to take that away from her. Obviously, use whatever you got. But for me, because I want to do this, I'm like, oh, am I going to have that same experience?
You have to like, some people are not going to be as good. You know, you just got to kind of get out there. You can't be afraid to speak to people and kind of figure it out. It is something you have to learn, right? Like I'm still learning, but it's totally doable. One thing I will say too, different here than anywhere else, people are so willing to help. They're so willing to help.
I was gonna go there.
So
I mean,
nice.
they really are. And there's
Yeah.
like no dumb questions because I ask tons of questions and they're just so willing to help and they don't want you to mess up. You know what I mean? They're like, no, that's terrible. Don't do that. You know, and you're like, oh, okay.
Need that help.
I was going there because as you were talking and we spent a few days together, I'm thinking like, you're really knowledgeable in this. So there's been an education process. But even when we are with our drivers, they're knowledgeable about everything.
Yeah.
How has the impact of the locals had on the process of you saying, all right, I've got this acreage, I want to add more?
I want to talk about this because even the Earn Your Leisure guys who were there only probably for a couple of days pick up on how nice and helpful people are in Kenya. It's probably one of my favorite things about the people is like, I like people try to help me. I love that so much, even though Discount Hub is kind of a hater. Most Kenyans that I've interacted with are the nicest, best, friendliest, caring, supportive people. And it's fun that's where like the culture thing, right? Like I want to learn that because I'm not the warmest person all the time, right? So I want to adopt some of those characteristics. Obviously, you know, I'm a little older now and it's hard to change, but I really appreciate that about Kenya and Kenyans.
Or they gave me some ideas. Hey, I'm going to add this. Wait, how do I power this? This might be a new idea. How much has the impact it had on you?
So much. I mean, when you think about even moving to a place, right, it's like the people. That's one of the first things that I fell in love with here was the people. I'm like, these people are loving and caring and they care. And it's just from the
White Man Travels. I'm on StreamYard. I just don't have the free one that Rello. I'm sorry, that's my light skinnedness coming out. We can definitely do some panels. I don't know how to organize the content. I've never done this. And then I keep assuming no one's going to hop on and we got 40, 50 people in here the whole time and everyone's having a good time. So if we're going to be consistent with people coming in, we can do panels. I'd love to interview Sid some more. Sid has a wealth of experience in this, in real estate and in Africa and knows way more than I know. And so it'd be really good to have some panels on and such. So if you guys have recommendations on people that we could talk to, we can definitely do that. The reason why I didn't want to drop the link is because like I'm still trying to figure out how to organize the live. It is hard doing this. You want to stay entertaining. How much on topic do I want to be? Because if people click on it and now I'm talking about the you know, something else that's different than what they were looking for, it's the whole thing. So please help me, give me feedback. I appreciate that. That is a good idea. Because this platform, I think, is becoming about part of it is my journey and stuff like that, but primarily it's the opportunity. And obviously my perspective is going to be from more of a real estate lens, but I'm looking to do other things. So a platform where you can see some of the business opportunities. You have business people experience some culture, because we do get into the, you know, Discount Hub, making me address the diaspora thing and the white worship a little bit and all that. So I could go all over the place because I'm super interested in everything. And I know it's not really good all the time for YouTube to be too much of a varieties, but on these lives, maybe we can freestyle a little bit, have more fun. So let me know what you want to see, topics, whatever. If you guys know, I reply to almost all the comments right now because I'm still small enough to do so, even though y'all should do some super chat, show. The Plaid Unicorn member, that's what that icon there is. Shout out to you. Big thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. He says, I watched a video about someone who was doing something similar in Ghana, but with Moringa. He found most of his talent at local ag universities. Interesting. I will say, and it's kind of messed up, as an American, I feel like people are more enthusiastic to work with you and help you and get involved. Now that works on the other side because they think you have money and they're going to get some. Not that everyone does that, but I think it's a little bit easier than if you were just a local Kenyan to get help, to be honest, which is kind of sucks. Bro, you don't have the recognition, money, or fine as Kelis. She will get help easily. In Kenya, I'm a 10. That's going to be members only, though. Okay. If y'all want to hear about my experiences, I'll have to. We're going to make some members only content for that stuff, though. And the Kai, I talked to Kai this morning. He wants to talk about the ladies as well. So maybe, I don't know, we're going to do something. So if you want to know about that aspect, I keep it very professional in here and all that stuff. But in the members only, it's going to be, a little different. What's up with the real estate in Watamu? Want to check it out when I'm there. Bro, you're a band from Kenya. Don't come back. You're hating too much. I don't get it. But we're doing a coast tour, or that's the plan. It may or may not happen. I think it's going to happen. Real estate tour on the coast. Mombasa to Malindi, I'm hoping we can do. The only thing I'd recommend is don't allow people to get on here before they show their face. A lot of weirdos on here. Yeah. I got to figure out how to deal with that. I could see him down in the green room. So for 20 years, I would consult my Kenyan American friend on when is the right time to travel to Kenya. He would say election time surely is not the right time. Yeah. C. Griffin, please make sure you save this live. My friends decided to call me, so I missed so much. Yep, it'll be up there. That's cool that you care to want to watch the rest of it. That's dope. And that's why I want to stay on topic, but I'll be getting off topic, and it's like you don't know what you're going to get while you're watching it, because then we might go off on a tangent. I don't know if that's good or bad. Yusuf, thank you. This is what I'm trying to tell these Americans about 2027. Dude. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Plaid Unicorn, is that the guy who was retired U.S. Air Force vet? He retired at 65 and just had a baby over there with a Ghanaian lady. What? Kelis owns land through a company. The company is legally Kenyan, so the land is owned by the company. Yeah, we established some of that stuff as far as the leasehold freehold thing. What can someone do with 80K? 80K, you can get almost 2 one-bedroom apartments if you wanted to. You can definitely buy some farmland and start doing that on 80K, depending on where it is. What else can you do? You can do a lot of things with 80K, bro. Just depends what your interests are. And she will own it after 7 years. Nah, I don't know about that one exactly, because she owns the company. She probably has a Kenyan board member, but I'm sure Kelis owns the Kenyan entity. Heard good things about Diani Beach. Me too. I haven't been there yet. We're gonna do that. Diani, Watamu, Malindi, because Malindi is like a town. So also the AMG Realtors, that land seller, has a lot of. I think they're selling 120K for an 1/8 acre, which is pretty affordable. Although I don't want lots in a whole community. That's my other thing. I'm going to message my buddy, go in 50K a piece and start a coffee farm. When we get it up and running, you should come through and make a documentary on it and taste our coffee. Yeah, I'm telling you, an opportunity, man. It's there. It is there. And the entry point isn't that painful, so the risk is lower. He's speaking Swahili. I don't know. Okay, back to the video, because there's a conversation about borehole irrigation that I want to get to.
Top to the bottom, like you could be in the mall, bump someone, and just how that interaction goes. You know, to really needing someone to be like, I need help. I don't know how to do this. Help me. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just so different culturally. I think.
Man, I must be sexy too, because they be trying to help me when I bump into people.
From that perspective, it's like welcoming, right? It's warm. And I think too, like what I really appreciate and what's made this so feasible is that there is a process. Even if it takes a long time, it's the same. They'll be like, no, this is what you have to do. You got to do this. And so when everyone keeps giving you the same answer, you're like, oh, okay, you know, you're not being taken for a ride. It's like, this is how you have to do it. And so then it becomes like, all right, well, this is the way to do it. This is how we do it. And they, like I said, what you don't.
That's important. I've said this before. Just because one person tell you something, because there's people saying all kinds of different stuff in here about how you do things. You got to talk to a bunch of different people, and then once you lock in on the process, then you're good.
Don't know, people will help. And even, you know, I'll talk to random people. They're like, did you plant this? And are you putting this around it? And oh, no, sister, you got to put baking soda. And I was like, I did hear that. And they're like, yeah, put baking soda if you don't want those. But, you know, little things like that. And you're just like, oh, okay. But they're always willing to help. So it makes something that could feel really daunting and new, it makes it easier because it's not like, it doesn't feel like crabs in a barrel where everyone's just like, you know, fighting to win. It's like, they're like, we farm, it happens. You can't drive up a road in Kenya and not see some sort of someone selling some fruit or vegetables or something, right? Like there's so many things. People are just, they're farmers. And so it's great. Like you learn a lot just by regular conversations, I feel like.
So
I do think from my experience, you can't listen to everybody. And it's a weird thing, and this goes to Discount Hub 8 again, is, you know, like as a foreigner, there's a lot of basic things that I don't know or understand. And I do notice that there are Kenyans that think that they have the authority to tell you things about things that they don't understand, like certain business things. Like, okay, if you ask the average American what business entity you need to own a property, they might not know. But what I do notice is people volunteering information because they think they have the authority over you because you're a foreigner to tell you something. You got to be careful because some of these people don't know what they're talking about either. So don't just listen to somebody because they're from Kenya, especially if you're talking about business stuff, you know? So, but it is weird because you want to listen because I'm not from here. I don't know. But you can't just listen to anybody. So deciphering that as a foreigner is a little bit extra because here's the other thing. In the US, I can identify where people are coming from. Like, oh, they're dusty. Oh, like just on how they speak, the accent, how they basically you can prejudge people because you're used to the culture, you know. Oh, this is, you know, at least have an idea of where someone's coming from. In Kenya, we don't know the culture enough to be able to identify someone's education level, where they're coming from, why they're saying what they're saying as easily as we can with the people that we're familiar with here. And so, like, even danger, right? Like, I've been in the car with a nice young lady, and she'll see someone and be like, oh, I don't like how they look. They look like they're like looking to do something. My spider senses on that are not as good because I can't identify some of the red flags as easily. And not saying that the person was bad or good, but I don't know who, like in the US, you know, if someone's well educated generally or by how they carry themselves or some kind of way, there's social cues or interactions or things that'll happen that you'll be able to be like, oh, this person, I don't know, like is of a certain class or from a certain area or knows something easier. So sifting through information can be a little bit more challenging because you don't know where people are coming from. Celestine, good afternoon. How are you? How are you doing? I hope you're enjoying your Sunday evening if you're in Kenya.
It's the hardest part of farming, right? Even from you learning in America to now having a farm and can, like, what is the hardest? Dealing with droughts, keeping animals off your farm. Like, what's the hardest part that you had to figure out?
What's the hardest part?
I think I keep saying that like my farm in California was like my like training ground for this, right? Because it was smaller and I had major pests there too. So like it's just figuring out like, okay, what am I dealing with here? I think water has been a challenge. Like the
Rain or
borehole-
irrigation?
No, rain is great. It rains so much here. I think getting like the borehole system, like that system is so new.
What is that?
So a borehole is like a well, right? So it's basically they're digging into the ground and well, first you have to get like a water analysis to see if there actually is water there, right? So you'll pay someone to come, then you need a geologist to check and make sure, like, see what the rock situation is. And a lot of people will say, oh, you don't need that. I did it because I just was like, I need to know like what's happening. It is an extra cost, obviously. But you need to check like if there's water there, and then you need to have someone come.
This water conversation is important, but also Sid just dropped some knowledge for you guys here. And I agree. So he said I paid, is that 9 million Kenyan shillings? And he put the exchange rate. I like that. See, this is a finance guy. 129 and a half for 2 bedrooms in Westlands in 2024. Right now, you can't get a 1 bedroom for 9 million. Yeah. The first time I got to Kenya was that 2023 or 4 now. First of all, the exchange rate was a lot different. But the prices have significantly increased in the off-plan market, for sure. Because my 1 bedroom in Lavington was 6 mil. I don't think you can even do that now. That property, it probably is 7, 6.5. So the property values are going up, for sure. Properties appreciating value very quickly in Africa. It's happening across the world, really. Like, what's going on? Like, the prices is going up. But I think that the space to rise is so high because of the influx in development, and I think there's just a general more open-mindedness to Africa that didn't exist before. The awareness is getting up there, which is why I got all those. I was feeling like there's signs that I really need to lean in here. Earn Your Leisure, the thing that we're watching. There's a lot of motion in that direction. And I will say, to Discount Hub's point, why is that your name anyway? But to his point, the political instability can be the thing that derails everything. So I don't know if it'll happen to the degree that they think it's going to happen. I don't think it will derail everything, but it is a potential.
And what I learned was someone will tell you like they can do it for cheaper, but you don't really necessarily want that because then your borehole is going to break down. And so essentially they come, they check the water, and then they have to dig down between 200 to 300 meters, and then they put the casing in there, and then you've got this pump that's going to bring the water up.
It's like a well.
It's like a well. Yeah, it's like a smaller well.
So if you have a farm, in my mind, I would definitely want to have a well this way because the water's free to use. And I think she talks about
And it pumps up. But what is the purpose of that? To keep the crops?
What's the purpose?
Well, to irrigate, and also because if you're going to build a house there, you need water. Right? Because a lot of the land that you're going to buy is rural, right? So there's been nothing there before. So you need to make sure, because a lot of land, like I was about to sign papers on this other land, and then the guy was like, you should just check. And that's when I was like, I wasn't going to do the geology, but the guy was like, you should just do it. I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep doing it for all the land. And I ended up doing it. And he's like, there are these massive boulders up to 7 meters down. So my farming would have been a wash.
How much water is under it? Like, does it?
It just depends, right? So like for me right now, that first borehole that we saw that we just dug pulls up, it's like 10.4 cubic feet of water, whatever, every day.
So if you were looking to buy a farm, this is some of the things that you need to know. Like, say you had, like the guy in here said, what can I do with 80 grand? Well, you can't buy 80 grand worth of land because you got to spend money on figuring out if you can build a well, figuring out the soil, because if you got boulders under the ground, I imagine the roots won't take hold as well, depending on how deep it is. I think those are some factors that you need. So it could cost you, and it could, just like in real estate in the US, like if you keep putting houses under contract, getting a home inspection and backing out, you're spending money in due diligence. And so one of the risks or factors that's in my mind is how can I limit getting involved in the process and then having to back out because of these issues or tests. So what are the signs that a well is easy to dig there, or that it's not the water table is not super low where it's going to cost 5x more to get your borehole or well system, right? Like, I think these are considerations that you should have going out there. But I'm sure, like, this area, usually we know the water's at this depth, or this area is better at growing, whatever. And this type of soil is like this. These are all things that you kind of need to know. I mean, you could just get lucky, but if you're going to go out there and invest money, these are things you're going to want to know and be able to identify for yourself. Like, because if you're yes, because either you hire people or rely on people's kindness, and neither of those things are really great to do all the time, because you got to keep hiring people to figure out things about the land. You're going to spend a lot of money. Visit and get to know local people before buying outside the city. Got to know the local tribal politics. Got to know the soil. Need to have soil tested. Exactly. So you really got to get involved, or you could spend money, I guess is the other way to do it. They still talking to politics in there. I ain't worried about that. Okay.
Right. So then that's how we did the math. So then I know they said that amount of water, if you're continually getting that, can cover up to maybe 10 acres.
And then you got to
wanted to
figure
be on the
out,
safe
if you're growing onions, how much water does the onion need? And then you got to calculate, okay, so I have this much land. It's a math thing. You use ChatGPT, probably help with that. But these are considerations to have. And this is why it's not that easy.
Side, I decided to do 5, right? And then I'll put another borehole. So I know that no matter what, we'll have water.
150
That's
to
also
200K
solar.
to
So then
dig
you
a
have to figure out
well
if you're going to get a
sounds
generator,
very
or if you're going
appealing.
to hook into Kenyan Power, which is also an
I'm
option.
cool with that.
Yeah, one of the things we kind of like breezed over was the animals. And we grow up in farms. It's like, hey, hopefully these groundhogs don't eat this. Or
this is where she was getting in trouble, because she put a fence and people didn't like it.
The birds don't eat it. You have a whole different set of animals: hyenas, giraffes, zebras. How is that navigating that and making sure that they're protected, because it was their land,
Absolutely, right? Absolutely. I think the thing that I've learned so much about being here too, and it's funny actually, even being in California, is that there is a way, and people have been doing it for millennia, right? There's a way to farm and not completely like ruin the ecosystem, but become a part of it. Right. And so I keep using this reference. I just think it's such a good thing for farmers. Like, there was a movie called Biggest Little Farm, and it just showed me so much, right? Like, and it was basically this LA couple, and they decided to go and get this farm up in Northern California, and like all the stuff that they combated. And I watched that movie right before I bought my farm in California, right? And then I get to my farm in California, and I'm fighting rabbits and gophers, and they're annihilating me. Like, they're taking me out. It was so bad, right? So then I had to figure that out. So I came out here, and yeah, there's a whole different thing of animals. But the funny thing is, we were out there camping, and I saw these massive rabbits, and I was like,
it probably costs more to try to pipe the water from the lake, and then I don't know, you're on doing stuff from other people's land, but the water table under the ground is essentially the water from the lake, I think, right? So if you dig a well, because there's the presence of a lake, the depth of the well probably doesn't need to be as deep because of the presence of the lake. I'm assuming. I'm not a geologist, but it's kind of what I'm thinking. He said grow a little bit of cannabis. Who's going to tell me no? You going straight to jail. And because even hookah, shisha is illegal in Kenya, even though every place has it.
Oh my God, not rabbits. There's like my arch nemesis.
They're following you. They found
I'm
you.
like, and my kids are like, Mom,
They
you
got
literally
rabbits
sound like the
in
guy from Peter Rabbit. Because I'm like, get the rabbits, you know, but it's, you figure it out. And it's the same kind of like, you know, I put up the fence more so that, because, you know, a lot of times you find that like, if you don't have a fence, yeah, it seems like, oh, this is all wonderful and nice, but like, you're putting this is real money we're investing here, right? Like I've invested real money in this farming. And as much as I love the elephants and I want to make a space for them, I also need a space too, right? So I can't have them trampling through my farm, right? And so we make a space for them right here, right? And it's like, you can go around it. It's like, you know, and I think that's kind of the reality of it. It's like, you can do it in a way where it's benefiting the area. And so I'm actually organic farming. So we're not using pesticides. And using all natural ways for pest control and all things like that, so that it continues to keep the water supply good. We're going to put a watering hole so that we have that, so the animal, because there is no water in that area, so the animals actually can come and drink water there. So even though I've got this fence up where I don't want them to trample my crops.
Besides, don't put up fences. They coexist with the animals. Yes. But if they trample all of the crops, then people will be hungry, no? You know, I see both sides.
We're planting trees and all kinds of flora and fauna where they actually, which will benefit the area.
Oh, Sid said, it's risky to buy land in Africa if you don't have money to develop it. You need to spend more time on the ground. I understand Nairobi. My first trip was in Nairobi for 5 months. I think that's important. I think you need to spend a lot of time before you start trying to do anything other than like basic real estate investing. That's why I'm starting the process. You know, I started in Nairobi, then I started looking at the suburbs, and then I keep going further and further out until I understand more regions, more areas, because obviously location, especially consider farming, climate, animals, the water table, all that kind of stuff starts mattering a lot more, and you shouldn't just jump out the window. And you work remotely, so yeah, that's good advice there. She's right. You need to protect your property. That's Africa. Yeah, that's the other thing. Maasai are also not farmers. They deal with the cattle and stuff, right? So that's why they don't do that, right? Because they're not growing stuff. But I'm sure if you're growing things, you don't want the animals running over your crops. But I understand the people arguing that you can mess up the migration patterns by putting fences and things like that. This is where like government probably can help, because there's probably ways to compromise on those things. Maybe you need to leave certain paths, or, you know, maybe you can't farm the whole 300 acres because you need to, you know, accommodate the animals in a certain way so to not disturb them. I think this is where good governance comes in, and kind of can solve these problems, because I'm sure there should be a way that you can farm without destroying the animals' migration patterns and stuff like that, but also still being able to farm. I think there's a way to compromise on that, I would think, but you know, I'm not a zoologist. I don't know how that works.
Area and benefit them and the weather and everything there, right? So you got to know where you're at, and it takes a little time to kind of figure out what you're combating, and then yeah, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and you got to make it work, right? And that's what I'm doing.
So you spoke to me about like how you didn't feel comfortable like putting your money anywhere where it wasn't like a black country, right? Like talk about that, like just that mindset of like, why am I continuously investing in Western society when I can help build Africa?
I mean, it's really simple, right? Like, I'm American. I'm proud of that. It is what it is, right? I never take that from anybody. That's who we are. It's at the stage right now where it's like, if I'm continually investing in a place that doesn't make space for me, it just doesn't, to me, like, it's not good business. It's just not, right? Even if I still live there, if I'm going to put my hard-earned money.
It's a little bit of the woke language. Don't make space for me and stuff like that. I'm not really with all that. I mean, I think you're treated pretty well in the U.S. in general. I get like, you know, it's a little tired.
Money somewhere. I want to put it someplace where I can actually see it grow, and I can actually.
Which is funny, because probably most people looking at Africa hold the opinions that she has more about that. I'm not escaping racism to Like I'm not that's not in my top 5 reasons. Mine's more like a positive thing of connecting to the culture, because I think in general, American culture in general is a little, it's not toxic, because I mean, there's a reason why the US is so productive and is so impactful across the world. And part of that is the hustle culture and working really hard. And that's not a bad thing, but it can go to extremes, or it maybe just me being older and wanting to enjoy life a little bit more. I don't identify with the hustle culture in a way that I once did, right? Like I got to a certain level and then I'm like, okay, time to enjoy life a little bit. I see people work their whole lives really hard. It's weird. Lawns are interesting. Here we go on a tangent. People spend a lot of time to make their grass look perfect and manicured, and you're giving your life force for that, and money and resources, and like, is that worth it just to look at your house and, oh well, the lawn's like perfect? Like, who really cares? You know what I mean? And I don't know that the Kenyans can identify with what we're talking about, but people have grass that doesn't generally naturally grow in some of these environments, and then you try to make it grow perfectly. And if it's your thing, that's cool, but like, you're giving your life force to do this. And so I just say the same thing with like getting a better car. Now I want a Mercedes. Now I want this. Now I want that. Is it worth it? Y'all talking about some other stuff in the comments. That's funny. But if you want me to read a comment, you think it's important, you want it to get out there, you want it to be part of the conversation, hit a super chat or just be really interesting and maybe I'll grab onto it.
Actually see a benefit, right? Like I can do things.
Oh my God, Martino, no. 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 Why do you Kenyans hold up these companies that are not Kenyan? Pam Golding is an Indian-owned company. Frank Knight is what? Definitely foreign. There's so many great Kenyan agents that have local knowledge that aren't part of these groups. Like I don't rock with that at all. Oh shoot, we got a super chat. Darnell, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the 199 super chat. We did a consultation. Hopefully that information was helpful, but we'll stay in touch. But I appreciate you, man. We're building a community out here. I love it. I love it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Sid. Yeah, me too. I love NYC. I don't like that place. Oh, haha, Martino, you pissed off Ryan more than me right now. I don't want to get into this because it's going to be a whole hour, 2-hour conversation. What is up with the appeal of foreign stuff? And even me, like, it's weird because yes, I feel like I get a benefit of being an American coming here, but there's this weird underlying philosophy that outside of Kenya, things are better than Kenya. Like there's an American company doing the Nairobi Mombasa Expressway. There's got to be Kenyan companies. Kenyan people can do it. Because now, when they put the toll up, that company is not building this stuff for fun. They're extracting the resources and money because it's going back to that corporation. Same thing with the Tattoo City concept, right? I mean, that's a New Zealand company that owns Tattoo City. And you know what it is? So as African Americans, we might be overly sensitive to this stuff, but we understand the cultural and racial dynamics. Sounds a little woke. Where like these things are not, they're not, I don't think they serve the country. Like just like Trump, the America first now, right? That's the whole thing, whether it's really happened or whatever. But why do you put other people ahead of your own people? It's probably my biggest thing that annoys me in Kenya. That's why y'all be triggering me. Because I feel like the average Kenyan person looks at white things or foreign things as better or superior. And that's trash. Now and here's the thing, I'm sure you have your reason for this concept, but this concept will also keep you inferior forever, or it will not allow you to compete on the global stage. This idea that other people could do stuff better than you. Like the American attitude, we could do it, you know, like we're the best, we're number one. That American attitude, like it helps you win. Dang, Darnell said, hey, shout out to the 199 super chat. The consultation led to a wire transfer tomorrow. Woo, well, we talk about them transfers. Like that's the nervous part, but it's good that you got, you know, feel comfortable and got your property under lock. You never told me which one you locked in. You got to tell me that. Like anybody I consult with, please like keep me informed. Let me know how it went, and go through the process of what's going on. But that's dope. That is fire. Congratulations. That's very exciting. I know we talked about a couple of different ones. I wonder, it's because it's hard. Like, okay, if you like one of the projects that's 3 years out, how excited can you get? Because now you got to wait 3 years to even like, but it'll be cool along the process. You get updates and stuff like that. But I always want to get excited, you know? Ooh, white man who travels. Zimbabwe thought it was so easy to farm. I heard they found out the hard way. This isn't an easy career. That's a good point. I mean, this happened with the Soviet Union when they took over the Ukraine and they kicked all the farmers off. Like, you got to know what you're doing. But we had a good conversation about the taking the land back in South Africa and all that kind of stuff the other day. Leaning towards foreign companies is more to do with foolish leadership. Yeah, but what does that have to do with Kenyan private companies? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, they can't build a road in Kenya? That's what I don't understand. Now, is there foul play, bribes, and all that kind of stuff behind the scenes that causes this to happen? But why aren't the Kenyans bribing the Kenyans then to get the road built anyway? Like, I don't care what it is. Like, I don't know. It's just a road. Like, I think Kenyans can build a road. I'm glad they didn't sell the airport. Yeah, yes, I reached out to Everstrong and see if I could sub some work. They are a bit fishy. They have no track record in the USA. Oh, that's interesting. That's the company for Nairobi Mombasa Expressway? Anyway, we carry on. I get triggered from that. We're gonna call. I don't like calling it white worship, but it's kind of white worship. Okay, just because it's white don't mean it's right. Sorry, white man who travels. But that
things here on the continent that I can't do in the States, right? And even like when I think about money going longer, right? And like
that's the best
I
thing.
can actually make a real impact here with
Yes.
just being here, right?
Yes.
And my time, my money, my energy. I think about my education, my worldliness, the things that I've learned. Anywhere where I go, I like to think that like if I'm not benefiting, I shouldn't be there, right? And so I genuinely feel that way. And being here, I'm like, I want to be of use. You know what I mean? Like I want to be. It's not about charity. It's about like being part of a culture and part of a community. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody wants charity. It's about like, yo, I'm here. How can I be of use? Like put me to work. Like what can I do? You know what I'm saying? So whether it's farming or just showing people that I'm here and that you can invest and make businesses, I'm building a resort on my property. Like that to me is what makes the most sense. I look at my kids. I've got these beautiful Black kids and I put so much energy and time and money and schooling into them. And then I'm going to give them to a nation just to like shit on them. It just makes no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? That's my most valuable possession are these kids. And then I'm going to just be like, okay, hope you make it. Like, do you know what I mean? Just like, why? Yeah. You know, and then I have to worry about them getting shot or getting arrested or them not. It's just like, and not that things don't happen everywhere because they do. And that's, you know, we're being realistic. But if we can just take that out of the equation, that when I walk into a place, they're not immediately hating my bloodline and my lineage and everything that I come from, everything that I.
All right. That's now you're taking it far. See, I have trouble splitting the difference because I'm not with the super woke like identity stuff that far, but like where you come from, your culture, your race, ethnicity, all this stuff, it does factor. I just don't take it that far. Because I don't think people are really consciously thinking about all that when they're dealing with you. So that's a little far for me. But at the same time, Discount Hub, loving all the Swedish ladies, they're not going for it. You know, you meet their parents, they're not feeling you. They don't want that.
I stand for, like, that's worth its weight in gold to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think in this era right now, forget the racial thing. When you think about just like financially, what's the smartest move? It's the continent, without a doubt. Like, first of all, it looks like, I use Kenya as an example, right? Because I was living in California. When you look at like the frontier, right? When people were like migrating from the East Coast to the West Coast for the gold rush and for mining and stuff, right? That's what Kenya is like right now. This place is so.
That's when that got me. And I feel like that. Like Sid said, from 2024 to now, the prices are crazy. And now Earn Your Leisure's there. Kelis got millions of people following her, interested. Like, it's about to happen. And me personally, I don't want to miss it. And I love Kenya already. Like, it's like all the good things combined. But you got to do it. You got to execute. You got to get out there. And so, like, that's why I'm so excited, because it's happening. And what I realize is there's moments, most like in the economy, but in your life, there's moments that really define your future or your life. And I think when you see the moments, just like the Eminem song, like you could just let it slip. You could just let it slip. For me, this is a moment that I'm identifying my skill set and what I can bring to the table and to the current situation that I'm in, to the economic situation in the US, to Kenya, and now the awareness. It is time for me to go kind of to the frontier, like she said, a gold rush. And, you know, I don't mean like going there and just trying to extract gold out of the country, but I mean like now is the time for me. It's a realization that I've come to in the last couple of days, to be honest. Because what I realize is the struggle here with the real estate for me is because of the moment. Affordability is horrible. No one's got money. No one wants to sell their house because of the economics. Like, it's everything's all locked up because of the conditions. So even the more you try, like, you can still win, but it's way harder. And the moment for me, I think, is in Kenya. You know, that's where I'm coming from. That's the personal realization I made, but I also think there's opportunity for many of you guys, especially again, if you have skill sets, you have a little bit of money saved, you got the right attitude. Not only can you do a business opportunity or whatever, but I think many of us are waking up to like, we want to, and I don't want to sound cliche and corny because, again, I'm not super onto identity stuff like that, but we do want to know our culture, where we're from. We want to be tied to something thousands of years of history. And you know, we already had the conversation about the Bantu people and where they went and all that kind of stuff. Want to be grounded in something more than capitalism and making money and doing a business and all that stuff. But at the same time, we want to be helpful. We want to develop something. And in Kenya, because of, you know, your money goes further, you can make a bigger impact. Like, you can see that you are making an impact in a positive way. And I think there's so many good things around all of those factors that it's just like calling me. Roland Hayes, Kenyans need to be true partners. I feel like the Brits and the US are still looking to extend the colonial relationships. African continent has resources and expertise to be self-sufficient. Well, all the countries trade and stuff now. So like, I agree with the self-sufficiency, but trade, if you specialize, benefits you as well. So, but yeah, I do think, I mean, building a road, come on, like we want, I don't know. I just think that money should go to Kenyans. If you like, I think there's companies that could do it. There's a guy that tried to start a call center called Ken Call, but it didn't work out. What was his name? Yeah, why did it not work out? What happened? Casey, how about Somalia? Anybody looking to invest there? There's Somalis with money, but yeah, they probably coming to Kenya. Why are they coming to Kenya? I could ask you the question that way. I feel like the same way too. My wife is not fully on board. She loves her lifestyle here. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one, dog. I'm lucky I ain't got that issue yet. What about opportunity? What about infrastructure opportunities, fiber optics, wireless connectivity? Believe it or not, man, Safaricom is dope. And Pesa is dope. They got that figured out. Okay, so you got your payment processing system through the phone line on Safaricom. I think you got good internet. So that it's actually a good catalyst for development, because if you got good internet, you got good connectivity, most people have devices, you could do a lot. But as far as installing it, Kenya got stuff going on. Don't think you're just going to come and like there's nothing here. I had an idea though of doing and I don't know how well this will work, but you guys in the US, you know, Home Depot. Because in Kenya, from my understanding, like if you want to buy a toilet, you got to go to one place. And then if you want to buy a sink or like, I don't know, electrical parts or whatever, you're going to have to go all over the place at different stores. And then, you know, the traffic, like it could take you all day just to assemble the materials. Maybe you get it delivered though. That's probably the easier thing to do. But one central source to be able to purchase building materials, finished materials, all that kind of stuff. Attractive idea. The Chinese, when they build, I'm sure that they already have their insulated material pipelines. That's how they're able to build so cheaply, because they got to connect back in China and get it for cheap. But I think for consumer level stuff, having a one-stop shop for, you know, like Home Depot, they have different building supplies and finished products, finished house products is probably a good thing. Somalis need to reclaim their country. Safaricom's Kenya's largest mobile operator is partly owned by Vodafone and the Moy family. They own 10%. C, you should go with a business plan and grab the opportunities. The problem is you can't form a business plan until you really know what's going on, because you don't know what you don't know, and you're going to run into like if you have a farm, where do I sell the stuff? How do I transport it there? And then you realize, oh shoot, the road is jacked up, or oh crap, the maintenance, because so that's why I say don't just come and think you're just going to light the world on fire first time. Like Sid said, he stayed in the country 5 months just to get a lay of the land. I saw the homes you toured, and at 200K, they were way more upgraded than the builder basic home you get in the US. Yeah, for sure. The concrete construction, like these things are going to last way longer. So that's why it's hard to make comparisons from US real estate to Kenya, because of the building materials. But people knock the stick built houses in the US, but I mean, okay, but did it blow? Did it fall apart? Like if it's not falling apart, I mean, it's okay. Now, does it take more maintenance? Probably, but I don't know. Like these things are a little bit harder to compare on the nuance than like the narratives that are out there. And that's part of, what I hope I can bring to the table is I'm in real estate, and, I flipped houses, construction, things like that. So I can give you a bit of a more nuanced take on some of that stuff. Darnell, there are only a few times in your life when you have a chance to make a big bet on a great opportunity. When that time comes, you have to be aggressive. Yeah. A lot of like super rich entrepreneurs that we know, they had certain moments that they had to hit the gas to be successful. And that's a Charlie Munger quote. Yeah, I think there's moments, and a lot of people talk themselves out of these moments. And I'm sure there's all kinds of people around you that will say not to do it. Now, I do want to say, you got to know what you're doing. You need a plan. You need strategy. Like you can't just show up like, I'm going to be successful. You got to put into work. You got to know what's going on. And again, especially going to a foreign country, you got to figure out a lot of stuff before you can really execute like that. You don't need a government connection. Infrastructure opportunities abound just outside of Nairobi. Connectivity in Nairobi is largely catered to already. Yeah. And then you got Starlink. Because like me, I'm already playing in certain things. Like I want to buy a F-150 Raptor or something like that, so I can travel around and be in a safer, bigger vehicle, the truck bed, in case because I like to get shit done. Okay. I'm like, can I install Starlink on the truck? Because once you get out of the city, I don't know what the internet connectivity, like if you're in real rural areas, which I think is something that I'm going to start expanding to do. M-Pesa was created by a British company in conjunction with the UK Office for International Development. Well, M-Pesa is good. I don't know what to tell you. Chinese infrastructure is garbage. I don't think there's good ways to generalize that, because like I think those type of things too sometimes, but at the same time, like DJI makes the greatest products for drones and the pocket camera and all that stuff, and they're Chinese. So they have the capabilities to be really well. So I don't know. Oh, he's saying, I'm thinking last mile, third party business partners is no longer owned by Vodafone. The government has the biggest share in Safaricom. So yeah, see, look, guys, if you're new right now, Discount Hub is a Kenyan that lives in Sweden or something. He won't tell us, but he hates Kenya, and so he wants to hate and undermine everything. But we love him anyway. Okay, we love him anyway. White man who travels. How about like a rec center? Have you seen any out there? There's a lot of like the schools have soccer fields. I don't know if you need a rec center. It's a weird thing, because if you think about it, that stuff is free. Like kids can go outside and play. So I don't think Kenyans are going to be like, you need to go to a rec center. The US is weird because you got to drive everywhere if you're in the suburbs. Like you don't need a gym when you walk places and like you live a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you want to like really do something, yeah, you want to go to the gym. But some of these things are like artificial, like a rec center. I'm not sure why you would need it. Maybe arcade, internet cafe could be cool. I have this thing. I want to do like a soccer academy and maybe make a top division team, but maybe, I don't know, like a boarding school, but for soccer, give kids opportunity. Because what's up with Kenya, yo? They got athletes, but they don't play soccer / football. I guess they play rugby instead. I've been investigating that because kids, like this is where you probably want to go to Europe, to be honest, right? So you have a soccer academy with some connections to Europe where they can get pro contracts or go to the next level. I think that's an interesting opportunity for kids, and you're doing a good thing. You're giving kids a opportunity through sports to go pro and things like that. So that's basically a football club idea is something interesting. I know the football culture in Kenya, everyone tells me, don't go to the game. They throw rocks, and it's like, it's kind of looked down upon, but I don't know, maybe someone makes a club and changes that. And maybe, they do like the Lakers aspect. They got a club inside of the football stadium. Like, I think there's a lot of cool things you could do with it. See how everyone's arguing about where Safaricom came from? I see y'all arguing. Y'all got a super chat because it's too many chats. I can't keep up. I'll let y'all have y'all conversation about the internet and everything. But yeah, RH2 generally I don't know everything, but the internet infrastructure is pretty good. So I don't know about like creating more infrastructure, but I don't know. All right, so we get to the members' comments though. If you're a member, we read in all the members' comments. Jesse Whitehorn. It's happening, but I see places that was 35 mil are now trying to sell for 85 mil in Riru or Lavington when the buying price is 100 mil on a leasehold. Is a lot to think about. Yeah, but there's that market for that kind of stuff is detached from everything else. So I wouldn't let that prohibit you. But I also would stay away from those type of prices. That's insane. Please do a soccer academy. I really would love to. I know there's a lot of clubs, but I think, again, this is where like the US perspective might be able to give you an advantage, is like, okay, let's make, first of all, content. I'm always going to do content. Let's tell a story. Like, let's have a club, but let's tell the story of making the club and the players and their stories. And then, you have the boarding school and you have the development academy, and then you make the links to the pro teams in Europe. Like, actually, next weekend, I'm actually doing photography at the Philadelphia Union Stadium for it's like a semi-pro or amateur league. I'm doing photography for them. So I've been in the stadium on the floor and all that kind of stuff. And they have connections with the Philadelphia Union. And there's all kinds of things you could do with that, right? And building these connections. And basically the main goal would be to create more opportunity for kids to play soccer at another level. Because I think the problem, and I don't know a lot about this, we'll be interviewing people. Maybe we'll find some people that are in football clubs or understand the football clubs in Kenya. But what's up with their development? Because their national team, you got Victor Wembanyama, but they don't have a lot of international class players. And there's a bunch of athletes. Come on, the Kalenjins can run forever. Like there's definitely the athleticism and I know kids play at a young level. Where is the breakdown on the development or just the connections or opportunities? So I think, if you could make a club and then create opportunities for kids or young men, young women, women's game as well, to get pro contracts. And especially many of these people probably come from more humbler backgrounds, so you're helping people in that way as well. So these are all types of ideas that I think about. Kenya is years ahead. It's like Black Americans are discovering it now. You guys don't need to discuss a lot. Just make it happen. It's sad seeing white people speaking Swahili in Kenya. Yo, I have not seen that yet, but I need to get my Swahili up. I saw a Chinese guy speaking Swahili though, and he was the building manager. I was like, yo, this is crazy. What happens if someone gets hurt? Would you be? Come on, see, this is what. Yo, man, this ain't the West. We ain't in like common sense rules the day. Like in the US, you trip and fall somewhere is someone else's fault. Come on, we ain't doing that. I've been paying attention to how the Chinese builders have been cutting corners on quality on building materials since the Bangkok building collapse. The government has sanctioned a few Chinese developments since. Oh, Victor Wenyama, yeah. I do get worried about that because, like, I'm not all for a whole bunch of permitting and inspections and stuff, but we do need reasonable building controls on, like, let's make sure the buildings aren't going to fall down, guys. European clubs have soccer camps in, I hate saying soccer, that's whack, it's football, in West African countries, and this is why so many West Africans play in Europe. Yeah, exactly, because they have the pipelines and the infrastructure. Why can't we do that? Why can't we help foster some of those connections? See, I'm a person that looks at something and I think I could do everything. But what I really like, but to execute on it takes a lot more than just the idea. But build teams. Like, how can, like, okay, how can I contribute? Maybe I'm not the sole owner operator. I come in to a club and maybe do a little investment, make some connections, have some suggestions, kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what it looks like really, but maybe you invest a couple dollars, you get some organization together, and then you try to reach out to your contacts, you put the word out there. And again, I think telling stories, that's one thing that I do with content, tell stories. I think look at Welcome to Wrexham. That's my favorite show. Like, they went and bought Wrexham and told stories, and now they are like one of the most known clubs in the world, and they're like, everyone is rooting for them. Like, there's a lot of really dope things that you can do by storytelling, and with awareness now that East Africa is getting, it's the perfect scenario for a lot of these things. EV markets, fast charging infrastructure, good opportunities. Yeah, because China makes them BYD vehicles that probably make a lot of sense. So EV infrastructure, but what's up with the power going out and stuff? Like, that's not. So EVs add more strain on the grid. How does that get sorted out? Kenya is a country no one in the continent and the world is ignoring. We are the proudest and the loudest in the world. I'm with you. What kind of medical insurance do you have, Ryan? Say you get into a car accident and need a hospital care. Like in the US or in Kenya? The Kelis land is next to the flower farms, which are mostly owned by the former colonizer families. Naivasha land is not cheap because it is very good for agriculture. You don't understand Africa. We take China and American investment because we need the infrastructure, but lack capital. The engineers are Kenyans. The capital. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know though. Yeah, but the Chinese aren't financing these developments. They're the ones with stake in our building it and keeping them. If it was just capital, then you would be able to get loans or raise money through equity or something to build it yourself. Come on now, Ryan, get some tackle football out there. No, we ain't doing that. Why do you come here and immediately start YouTube channels? Many other foreigners come and move in silence. I don't understand the point of that. Ryan needs to create an MLS for Kenya. They have a Premier League. They have a Kenyan Premier League. No, the European clubs need to come just like in West Africa. But there's a reason why they're not coming. Why is that? Right? Why is that? That's the question. That's how you get the solution. So
it's prepared. The foundation has been laid. It's ready to rock. Like it can be it's already an amazing nation, but if we took the diaspora, if we put our money in nations like this, it's unstoppable. Why are we putting all our education and all of our time and all of our energy and all of our money into a place that doesn't have anything for us? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't
For me to
agree.
I have to fight for a loan in the States.
Everyone
Why?
fights
I make
for
enough money.
loans.
Like it's dumb. You know what I mean? I'm like, look how much money I make. And they're
Loans
like, well, you
that's
need
hard.
blood. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, this is dumb.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I've
MLS
been making
for
money
real
for 25 years. Like,
yeah. The problem with creating a multiple listing service, like, so if you guys see Zillow gets a feed from the MLS. The problem with that is that there are many agreements by different trade organizations that force this to exist. As independent agencies, from my understanding in Kenya, there's no, like, the National Association of Realtors basically makes you do certain things. Like you have to provide your listings to the MLS generally. And then there's enforcement on, you have to, well, before, until some of the changes, you would have to offer a certain amount of commission. And this was implied and agreed upon through these trade agreements with the trade organizations and such. Without that undergirding structure, why, if someone lists something, the reason why it was a valid listing is because there was like a commission associated with it that you knew you would get if you brought a buyer. So it's a little bit more complicated than just having a website that has all the listings. Not saying it can't be done, but what's the incentives for the agents to put their stuff on there? And then you need the integrity of the system so that, like, if I do business with the people listing that property, that I will also get paid and I won't get cut out of the deal, because many, like, when I'm working with my agent, I've never had to sign any agreements. Now, I don't know if they do create agreements, but then what's the enforcement on those agreements? Like, is it feasible to enforce an agreement if they renege on it? I don't know that kind of stuff. So that's an underlying thing that would have to be figured out on the MLS. Because let me make a website, everyone submits their listings, and now we know what's being bought and sold. What's being bought and sold, right? Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, but to make that happen, you would need a lot of buy-in from agents and the big companies. We have a club, Give Your Contacts. It is in rural Kenya, in Sayaya, with talented, underprivileged kids. Give Your Contacts? What do you mean? But yeah, I got to figure out a lot of things, but it's interesting. The point is that you come here and have a colonizer mindset with your YouTube channels. We already talked about this. I'm not even getting into that. White man who travels. I was also thinking about opening a music studio. I was a producer growing up as well. I'd love to do that. Just don't know how profitable that would be. No idea. But Bien was just at the Breakfast Club. First Kenyan artist over there. And he's doing a US tour. We are the only people in East and Central Africa with smart cities, Tattoo City and Kunza City. We are the Silicon Savannah of Africa. Chillaction pictures. What startups are at Tattoo? Yeah, Tattoo is way overhyped. Yeah, biggest wind energy in Africa, the green energy producer in Africa, #1 in Africa. Gong Hills wind farms and stuff. I haven't been to Gong Hills yet. All right, continuing on, because this is the wokeness section. And she talks about her kids' AI in school.
Real money. Why am I fighting for chump change
I wanted to talk about
and dumb
schooling.
interest rates? It just makes no sense to me. I'd rather take the cash that I have and build it where I know I can actually grow it. You know what I'm saying? Like I can make real money here. And we talk about real legacy, right? Whether it's politics or business or whatever it is, like these nations are ready. And a lot of times when you look at a place like Kenya where like it was colonized, right? And so like when the white colonization, when that hand gets lifted, they're kind of just left, right? And everyone's fending for themselves. And I'm like, we've been in the same position. You know what I'm saying? But like, come here. It's the same. It's like the same poison, different result.
That's what some of the y'all don't understand is that we have a lot of experience with like the racial dynamics that you guys don't see the impact of directly, but it does impact you. And that's why we're kind of extra aware of that. And, you know, it's a real thing.
Almost, you know, but it's like, come out here, put your money here. Even if you don't want to live here, put your money here instead of investing in things that there's a cap. There's a cap on our ceiling, and everyone's acting like it's not there.
I don't think
and it
so.
is. And America's a little bit better than say Europe or
I think
whatever.
it's harder
like,
to start. I think
this is the future. Africa's our history.
I think if you're making money in the US, like a lot of money, it's easier to make even a lot more money. I think the problem in the US is you need a lot to start or you can't even exist.
History and it's our future. So to me, it's like it makes the most sense to come and put our energy, our intellect, our education, our time here.
Yeah, it was part of the conversation we were having yesterday. It was like, I'm so happy that you're doing it so that people can see it. And I'm glad that we're being able to document it. You kind of alluded to it a little bit just before about your future plans for the land. Yes, it's farming, but it's so much more. Talk about the resort, talk about the architecture, the design, the purpose of it, where you're going with it.
So I'm so excited.
Yeah, I think we've established, Nuru, actually, Black Americans cannot be colonizers. Where do you think they came from? Well, maybe, I don't know, because if you look at Liberia, I don't know if Sid's still in here, but the former slaves started slaving the Liberians, so maybe. But it's mindset. So Kelis is talking about bringing value, not extracting the value. Like, what do they teach about colonization in Kenya? That's what I want to know, because I think, I don't know. We got way different views on it. I'll say that. Are you the guy interviewing her in the glacier? That's funny. M-Pesa is organic. Kenyans, when they were trading phone minutes for money, the government regulated to become M-Pesa today. Ah, interesting. Worried about Black Americans being unintentional gentrifiers. Well, what about the freaking Chinese and the Indians who own all the dang stuff? Why, like, go complain about them before you complain about Black Americans. That's my thing. Shoot.
Excited about it. I was looking for, well, first of all, I've been on tour for the past 25 years, right? So I've been in every hotel, every 5-star resort.
Yeah. You're right about that. You're right. I think what I was trying to say is that the mere return of Black Americans, even to East Africa, because we were establishing a little bit earlier that Bantu people travel east to west, west to east, whatever direction. The mere presence of us is not, and if we do a business, I don't think that's colonization. Now, if you just buy a whole bunch of apartments, take all the rent, and buy a Lamborghini in the US, it's not colonization, but it's extracting resources. That's like post-colonial stuff. So I get where you're coming from, but you gotta be careful with the colonization word, okay? Black Americans are Africans. Yes, unless you're part of the FBA movement. They're not many Black Americans. They're not the problem. That's the thing, man. Like, there's like 6 of us. It's not really that many. There's a whole bunch of Indians that have been in Kenya forever that have a stranglehold on a lot of parts of the economy that were trying to buy your airport. And I don't see you complaining about them. The thing is that Black Americans have the right to come back to Africa and should, by all means, do so, but not with gentrification, colonial mindset. I don't think many do. Like, do you see what Kelis is saying? She's like, I want to have impact. I want to like do things. Like, that's why I think the problem is that Kenyans don't understand the language that she's speaking, and I don't mean the English, but like, because we have a different relationship with race and all that, where we want to come back and build. But I don't think some Kenyans hear that in the right context because they don't have the context of, racism and colonialism the same way that we understand it. A lot of peace. I know there's a whole Chinatown. There's like a China City or whatever in the middle of Nairobi. And they putting all the people out of business because they're getting all the cheap products from China. So, that's annoying. I'm sorry. That is annoying. It is.
Spa, like you name it, I'm in it, right? And I was just like, if anyone knows a hotel, I know a hotel. I know a resort, I know a retreat, I know what I love, I know what luxury looks like. And when I came out here and I was like, yo, this place is paradise, like it's so beautiful, and I found my land, I was like, I want to do a wellness retreat. Like I want to do like a place where it's just Black and luxurious and fabulous. And for me, like I was looking at like, the amount of hotels that are Black owned, like at the level that I'm talking about, and just around the world, and there's not that many. It's like a handful. And I feel like the reason I was traveling around East Africa and I kept traveling, I've been acquiring land throughout East Africa because I want to be like a hotel group of just luxury, a Black brand of just fabulousness. And like, so that's why we've got Rwanda and, Tanzania and Kenya. And I feel like the diaspora needs a place to go, right? Like it's one thing to like, a call to action, but like, where do we stay while we're acting? You know what I'm saying? Like, where are we eating? What are we doing? Like, where are we decompressing and kind of all that stuff. And so on a small scale, I want to start there. Like, that's the plan, is to do this like wellness retreat of like, food is medicine. I'm a chef by trade and a farmer now. And so, yeah, wanting to be able to make food that's like, we don't talk about it enough in our culture, right? You look at like Black Americans and it's like the highest rate of diabetes, or women it's just like all these issues, right? Which doesn't really make any sense. We're like, why is this happening? Like we all live in the same country, what's going on here? And we don't talk about wellness and health as Black people enough, right? And so I went to Cornell and I got my, so I went and I got my herbalist and ethnobotany certification. So I'm official. So, that way I can start to talk about like our health and wellness. So it's one thing to have money, but how are we going to live long with our money, right? So it's like, that's all part of it, right? Like I want to live well, and it's about a sustainable level of like lifestyle, right? Like what does that really look like? And so that's what that's what the retreat is about. Like come, eat good,
got hot in here.
eat purposefully, relax, look at the giraffes. You know what I'm saying? Take your shoes off.
You want to tell them about the geothermal technology that potentially
geothermal.
could be something
that
changes the game?
Absolutely. One of the things that's really dope about Kenya also is the fact
green
that
energy.
They are so aware and so ahead of the game as far as like sustainable and clean energy.
This is the thing about emerging markets, is that the U.S. got to maintain all this 100, 200-year-old infrastructure. Kenya gets to develop brand new modern infrastructure, and they don't have to spend as much on maintenance on the older stuff that isn't as good. So as you develop, this is what happened in Germany. That's why they have such good manufacturing, is all the factories got blown up in World War II. So all their factories were more modern into the 50s and 60s than everybody else. And they leaned into manufacturing because they had newer factories and better like improvements to how they do things. So Kenya has that advantage as well, because as you develop, like Safaricom or M-Pesa, like that like you get to skip a whole step with fintech. So I think I think there's some advantages that may not be that obvious.
And so even my apartment building is all solar generated, and it's this big apartment building. But where the property is, it's right at the base of Mount Longonot, which is where the geothermal, like they have a whole geothermal plant. And so the next step is to see if we can power the entire property with geothermal energy, which is just clean and sustainable. And yeah.
So, and then what's also,
That's what I'm saying. Now that's the word. That's what I'm saying, man. Why? You know what it is. See, and I don't want to do this. Unfortunately, I'll say in Kenya, but I feel like it's very much in Africa, is that there's a welcomeness to whiteness and there's like an aversion to blackness. Unfortunately. So they see Black Americans, they don't, it's not, I think it's a minority still, but it's like, and I probably get preferential treatment because I'm lighter, right? But they see outsiders from China and India and Europe in a better light than they do other Black people that look like them because of colonization and, Discount Hub. I don't know if he's still here, but he's got it real internalized real bad. If it ain't white, it ain't right to him. So, but it's okay. We're not going to be discouraged for a few haters. We're going to come bring value, make integrate, learn the culture, bring our best characteristics, and we're all going to benefit.
you had mentioned as far as the farmland, right? You're going to open up opportunities for people to invest?
Absolutely. So since I've been out here, I get so many messages about people like, hey, how do I do this? And like,
see, white man who travels, I feel extremely welcomed. I bet you do. There's a lot of Kenyan ladies that just want a white man just to have a white man. Okay, let's keep it real. That's like a status symbol. It's annoying. That's the mentality. We got, I would say we got to change that, but that's just what it is. Google Sasab. Kelis is on the right track with luxury hotels or safaris. Yeah, exactly. Ryan, I get it. Kenyans sometimes feel like Black Americans come across as acting superior. Yeah, because some of them passport bros was acting crazy. But but also Kenyans are quieter and more chill and modest. Even if you go to the restaurant, like the waiter will be speaking real low. I think our assertive / aggressiveness can be off-putting, and being opinionated and being loud. But that's how you get shit done, okay? I'm kind of kidding, but what they really want is partnership, not someone coming in like they've got all the answers. True. That's true. I was going to say something controversial. Yeah, but I feel like they let other people come in and have the answers and they're cool with it. What's up with that? Plenty of countries in the global south does have the white man's ice is colder mentality. Unfortunately, yeah, man, it's bad. It really is bad. I think India is like that too. The closer you are to whiteness, the more they like it, For I ain't getting into Chinese. I don't know nothing about that. Tanzania is extremely white worship. They have great women there, though, great wives. That's members only. We're going to talk about the wives thing. Because Nairobi, in U.S., also some Black athletes, celebrities also use white women as status. And that's out. That's finished. I don't think that's a thing no more. I don't think we're off that. Unfortunately, that's a blanket statement, which is also empirically untrue. The challenge of, oh, you're talking about the Chinese stuff. Hey, Ryan, that's how we feel when we travel out there. But what won't kill you is not worth your energy. What do you mean? Who's we? Kenyan? What's your perspective on? I'm not catching the dynamic yet. Black American men are also wanted for their green cards, and with Europeans, it's the same. It goes deeper than that, though. Discount Hub, we know you love some whites. It's all right. Just like admit it. Come out of the white closet. You're right. Go ahead. I know, but it is something to be said as a guest of a place that I love to be critical. So I try to be careful. Yo, stop typing on all caps. Why are you doing that? Bro, the people coming to Kenya are not making excuses. They done traveled halfway across the world to come here. They ain't making no excuses. Now in the U.S., yes, they make a lot of excuses for sure. But that's not the people coming. Eminem is the most streamed. Oh my God. I think what Black Americans should look towards is trying to make Nairobi, Kenya, the new African Dubai with world-class condos and buildings. Ryan ain't trying to catch that smoke. Let's return to the real estate conference. Yeah, we're getting back there. But this always happens. Like, I don't know why they coming for us though. I guess because the Chinese guys don't have a YouTube channel about it, but but this is a factor if you come in here. They have done it with car dealers' websites in Kenya. They can do it with property MLS style. Yeah, I agree. 62 people in here. Once you talk about race, them views go up. I know. Is that what it is? Is that a good? I feel like it's so tired. I'm tired because the business is more interesting. But I mean, race and culture is important as well. Because if we can't integrate and get along, then what are we doing? And if you're just gonna be negative towards us for whatever reasons, I think it's gonna be challenging. Are you talking about the Chinese? Yo, hit the super chats. We almost in here 4 hours entertaining you guys. This is the best conversation on the internet right now, to be honest. What's going on? We're killing it. And that's a thanks to you guys participating as well. But I'm getting hungry. But I'm going to get through this video. So that's probably 2 more hours. I don't know. But I might not survive because I need to eat something, even though I shouldn't be eating. And I'm going to Kenya next month. I'll be ordering or going to CJ's or ordering. CJ's give you a lot of food for not a lot of money. I'll be eating it. But now I got my new apartment. So hopefully my nice young lady can make some Swahili dishes and I don't have to be out eating all the time.
Like, it can be overwhelming, right? Like, it's a lot. And so I thought about, when I started doing the numbers and I was like, oh, okay, well, I only need, if I were to say I broke up 5 acres and obviously I have all this land, right? I've got 5 acres where we can start. I only need, for 10 acres, I need 130 people, right? So if I have 130 people that would want to invest and I can farm it for them, right? Because my girlfriend called me and she's like, well, if
I'm not a big fan of this
farm
thing,
it for
but
me.
I
And
get
I was
it.
like, okay. I had to think. I was like, let me get back to you. Let me figure out what that would really take and what it would really cost, and like, could I really do it before I say yes? And I did the numbers, and I was like, oh, actually, I could totally do
Right
this.
back,
And if I do it this way, I can do it. So it's a really small investment for people. So say, if you do it right now for, like I said, if I have 10 acres and I do it at, it would be like $1,300 per person. I need 130 people for the year. By the end of that year, they would be farming. And then after that year, they start making money. So then it's also because I'll hire more people. So you'll be hiring more people. You'll be paying people here in Kenya to farm for you, right? And then you're actually being a part of the community, even if you're not ready to come out here yourself. But it's actually financially feasible. I'm trying to make it so you can actually
It's like a co-op.
It's like a co-op. Yeah, it's called We Farm.
So you pay $1,300 The first year is just like a setup fee.
Yeah.
And then year 2, you start to see some money.
You'll start to see money.
You got to pay $1,300 every year?
No, so you won't have to give money again. And even so, the water
cool.
and the salaries and things like that will come off the top of your dividends, but you won't have to give me any more money.
It's one-time payment of $1,300?
One-time payment.
I hope that
Unless
works
you want
out.
to do a larger plot, so it'll be.
I think she's pretty earnest about it. I don't think she's scamming. I just feel like this is a recipe for problems. That's why I had an idea to do a fund, and I go back and forth about it because all you need is a couple people feeling like something didn't happen right, and now you're a scammer. And plus, I mean, being an investor and then being able to see your investment is cool. Because I was going to say, what's fun about that? You're like, I would want to go and do it, but not everyone can do that, you know? So I think that's cool. And I think what we're recognizing is we want to create opportunity for people to invest in Africa, right? And there's not that many avenues. Mark Ray, what's going on? He said, what's a passport, bro? A passport, bro. Generally, they were guys that were going to South America because they want women to treat them nicer, but really they're just buying them, okay? And it was a whole big movement because, you know, they're saying the Western women are masculine and disagreeable and all that stuff. And it's kind of a younger guys thing now, but they've been good. But really, like on the white guys that went to Thailand and all that stuff before passport bros, I don't know. But basically, they kind of prioritize their experience with women when they travel, and that's a big reason why they do it. And a lot of them are young guys, and they say some things that are a bit unrefined and generalized. And so they could give other people a bad rap. I support the general idea in a way with the passport bros because I kind of agree with some of that stuff. But the way they talk about women is a little, you know, they be objectifying a little too much. I don't know. This is, but they're young guys. Like, that's how young guys are, you know, and that's what they're looking for. Is that wrong? I don't know. There's a lot of dynamics there. That's going to be a members only because, you know, I have my experiences in Kenya with the ladies, okay? As a distinguished young gentleman that I am. But I try to keep it professional. I try to keep it on the real estate. We've been trying to keep it on the real estate, but race and culture keep popping up. Okay. But appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Did you really not know what a passport bro is? Or are you trying to bait me into this conversation? Let's see. Namibia popped up again. Hold on. We staying
It's
on
like
topic.
300 square meters, which, like I said, is like the size of a house. Like,
But I'm definitely reading all the
Okay,
super
one of the
chats.
things we deal with, obviously, in America is taxes and
Yes.
property tax. How does that work having a farm in Kenya and
Yeah,
throughout
tell
East
us.
Africa?
So every country is different. Obviously, the taxes here are a little less than the States. So they're like, you know, it was like 20% or something like that. But I mean, yeah,
That was
it's like
income tax.
it's like
What
anything
about
else. You got to pay
property?
taxes, right? You do it, but it's, you know, it's doable and it's all legit, and you can see it, and that's why you get your KRA, you know, your PIN number, and you just kind of start to do business like that. I think the other thing is when you start hiring people here, like there are cuts and things like that because they want you to hire locals, and so that's been a big incentive just to, you know,
Because
bring
I'm
people
thinking
in.
in terms of benefits, right? Everything you're doing here is clean. Obviously, there when we have clean energy or
Right.
we get an EV, there's rebates and there's
Yeah,
discounts for doing
absolutely.
that. Similar?
Even and I was talking to a friend earlier
Really?
about it, really just talking about like
There's
even if you
tax
plant
benefits?
trees, right? So you get like carbon credits, and
Really?
so every little thing
I had no
counts,
idea.
right? So things like that. So with a property my size, like we're gonna be planting tons of trees,
Yeah,
right?
carbon
So
credits.
you let them know what you've planted, then you get carbon credits
I'm gonna do
towards
banana
what, you know,
trees.
which is just another tax break, which is great. So things like that do exist, and it's just about getting in there and figuring out like, okay, well, how many people am I hiring? What is it going to cost me? How many dependents do I have? you know, versus like Americans that are coming in here and working with its family or whatever. Kind of
Dang, he said that the passport bros are doing that out of survival because they're not going to procreate if they don't leave the country. That's crazy. Damn.
all those, you break that down, but it's doable, and I personally, it's easier than the States to be from that perspective for
You
sure.
still have to pay tax in America too?
For money I make in America, yeah.
Not for money you
This is why I'm worried about her model, Gigi, as well. I agree with you here. Is that that's why livestock is a little bit more appealing to me, but the crops is cool too. The variability of the weather, although I think irrigation and things can help with that, but it can be unpredictable because of the weather. And then now you got return expectations, and all you need is a handful of people to say that, you know, you're misrepresenting the return and stuff, and you're going to have a whole bunch of issues.
make here.
No.
So from an aspect of people that's looking to move to Africa, any country, there's a few things, right? Let's go through it. Schooling.
Guys, I realize I should move this setup where my image is on the right side and this image is on the left, because it looks like I'm looking off the screen, right? Is that weird? Did anyone notice that? I'm going to fix that. I'm a struggle streamer, okay? This is new. This is new for me.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Making
You
excuses.
have 3 children that are young,
Farming
right? One
onions is very
teenager and
profitable.
2 younger children. Talk about your experience with bringing children out here and interrupting their schooling, interrupting their social circle that they already had, enrolling them into a new social construct and school.
The kids section.
Okay. Well, I may not be the best person for the conversation. I'm not big on the system to begin with, right? So
School system.
I am not. I just never felt like it served us. And so for me, it was always adverse for me.
Like, what do you mean the school system though? Like, I guess I get it, especially with modern technology now, like making kids remember facts is kind of outdated, huh? They should know stuff though. I don't know, how do we combine these things? And I don't know what the Kenyan schools really are like. You look like Bill Cosby in your life. But yeah, I don't know how the schools are in Kenya. I have future aspirations of having kids probably in Kenya, right? So the schooling thing is an interesting topic that I'd like to discover more, although they would be very long in the future. Maybe the situation's different.
My kids have been on tour with me since they were born. So my system has been a little bit different.
Oh,
What I will say though, in Nairobi specifically, there are great schools. Like there are great schools. And I know this really just because my neighborhood, like where we live, my kids who I set free every day and they just go.
Kenyans, comment. What do you think about your schools? What do you think about the international schools versus like the more local schools and stuff? Would you put your kids in international? What's the experience there? What's your thoughts on schooling? I'm very interested in everyone's perspective on the schools for sure.
Go and run wild with all their little friends. They all go to schools in the neighborhood and they're just bright and smart kids. And it's like, it feels like America in the sense where like no one's behind. They're actually way ahead.
Your kids are homeschooled.
My kids are homeschooled.
But that's a conversation too, because a lot of people in America want to start the homeschooling.
Because they be beating the kids out there, okay? And then there's a lot of boarding schools. That's a normal thing. It's a little weird for us probably. You're a bad kid if you went to boarding school. Like that wasn't a good thing. Wait, I have been farming onions and you do it right. There's no way to go wrong. Maxwell, we have to talk about this. Maxwell, you do onion farming in Kenya? You got to hit me up. I want to know about this. The public school system has 80% white teachers, US 58% white, and black kids struggle. Education requires cross-racial cultural sensitivity. Private schools are great in Kenya, but did they teach you, do they colonize your mind? Public schools are a mess. I went to Poponi. preparatory house in international school in Nairobi. In my opinion, it was 10 times better than schooling in the Netherlands where I stay at right now. Interesting. Capo Sid, Americans shouldn't speak on schools. They're seen as stupid on a global scale. Kenyan schools are great in comparison. Why is American whooping everybody's ass then? Because I think many foreigners focus on getting good grades, and I don't think that's that important. There's other aspects of your education or your development as a kid. And I think, and I don't know a lot about this, but just because you get all the answers right, don't mean you're going to be successful in whatever, Independence Day is, July 4th, 1776. Wow. Okay. So what? Now, understanding the context of the time and what was going on, the political ramifications of and why that stuff happened, that's important. But school doesn't, like, I know kids that would know how to get an A on the test, but they're dumb. They don't understand the context of anything. And I think this is a mistake that people I guess, this, maybe, because like we know the Nigerian immigrants, they come here and do very well in school, and then they are pretty successful in general. So that is a good thing. But I don't know if it's because they got good grades exactly. Not really, but its population is fragmented in Africa. There's educated grade 12, modest education, then non-schooled elementary school, and then the outside international Kenyans, they are all have mid. Obama father went to school over there in Kenya, and he ended up in Harvard like Obama and his daughter, Malia. Yeah. I guess you do well going to Harvard. I don't know, though. Yes, schools make you stupid. Yeah. They make you not a critical thinker. Like if you're in a really disciplined school and all you're worried about is grades, I think the creative and critical thinking necessary, like to start a business, could be lacking. And you become a rule follower. And rule followers can't break out of the box because you're literally designed mentally to stay in the box. And then you complain that Americans with their brash attitudes and their bad grades come with new ideas and their bold attitude, and they're too loud for you in Kenya, but they might make some shit happen with that attitude, and they're not in the box. They come up with some out the box stuff. IQ means nothing without EQ. Yeah, but it's not just E, it's like everything. There's all like there's a lot to being a complete person. See, and this is what I'm afraid of. The public school system is Eurocentric and skips Black history. That's why they are proponents of critical race theory. Not just Black history. Like, what education, what do you know about pre-colonial in the Kenyan region or in East Africa? Like, what did you learn? I think I think knowing your history is important as a person. And I think that guy Zanu says a lot of like things that are different and not obvious. But if you're trying to adopt someone else's way of being, you're always going to be not as good because you're not even being the way of your own being. And history and culture play a part in that, I think. Which is why I think a lot of Black Americans are trying to connect their identity, because I think knowing where you come from, your culture, the like culture creates social responsibilities. Like a man should do this, or this is how you date, and this is how you should operate your household, and here's how you clean things. Like Arabic culture, like Islam is big on cleanliness, right? That impacts how you go about life. So I think these things are important. And as far as education, and if you don't know who you are, I just think it's a big hole. A self-driving car cannot be made by a syllabus. Exactly. Public school have no white teachers. Stop misinformation. I don't know. I don't know what the facts are. Some majors like math and physics cannot escape critical thinking. Programming was developed out of math departments. Computer science was part of math. AI algorithm, same thing between UCLA, Stanford. Average American can't even understand how tariffs work or most basic issues. America pushes towards a Euro nationalist history, which is fiction. America, like any, has plus and negatives. Yeah. I don't think the average person in any country understands how a tariff works. Most people don't know things, to be honest, anywhere. I don't think that's applies to any, like, I think that's everybody. Culture is evolutionary. It evolves, yes, but I think the history is important. History is part of the subjects taught in Kenya. If you never learned history, then you probably never attended class. Yeah, but what history? Like, I'm talking about pre-colonial history, right? I'm very curious how that's approached, and colonization as well. Because why are y'all worshiping the whites like that? Africans don't have a written language, so no, that's not true. That's not true. I think Swahili has something to do with that. Is that there is things written from Swahili. Yeah, Black people were forced to create a new culture beyond slavery. My problem with that, and I don't want to get all too crazy into that right now, is it's born out of like negativity. And this is why you got niggas wearing purple suits, because American culture, your value was like, look at me, I have something, you know? That's why it's like the chains and this and that. I think you're because of slavery and everything, we're deriving our value from like being able to have material things as one of the core components. So I think that's a problem. Yeah. Niggas love purple suits. There's like it kind of goes deep. Like if you watch Django, like that purple suit thing is a real thing. Like, oh, I get to ride a horse. I want to be the most colorful Negro ever. So all the slaves get to see that I'm an important slave. You know, I think that's like in the culture. But that's where the culture derived from. And that's why the history matters, and knowing your history matters, because if that's the foundation of your culture, I think that's a problem. It's called peacocking the whole look at me culture. Yeah, and that I think that literally, and I'm not trying to be too woke here, but that does derive from slavery. Part of culture is, and American culture in general is materialistic, yes. But it's even more in the Black community, I think. No, Swahili is based off the English script. Look at Ethiopian Amharic. Swahili is Bantu and Arabic, no? Yes, pre-colonial history. Like, yo, stop typing in all caps. It's annoying. They didn't teach you at school to not do that. What's the purpose of that? Why are you doing that? I want to know. Like, we have Kenya have a woman named Mekatili, a brave woman who fought the white man. She was, yeah, but that's not pre-colonial because they were fighting whites. What happened before the whites? The old system taught quite a bit of history from migration and how tribes settled and how the colonists came and their effect on the country, the atrocities they committed in the fight for independence. But then how, I don't know. I don't want to keep doing it, but it's kind of why if that's the history that's understood by Kenyans, why are they so welcoming to the colonizers? You know? Because talk about passport bros, a lot of Europeans be coming and doing some weird stuff with the ladies. They tell me. And they're not looking at you as a person, like it's a fetish. I learned pre-colonial history of Africa and Kenyan history about all the kingdoms that existed, economic activities and culture. I mean, Ethiopian history is pretty dope too. Also, the Kenya's not like Kenya was made by the British, right? Like the lines and like I don't think if the people there would have created the country in the shape that it is today. So that's a whole thing. So you're trying to figure out if they teach that Africans sold their own people for bread and whiskey. That's what happened. It's actually still happening today. I don't know a lot about the East African slave trade and with the Arabs and all that. I think the word slave is kind of a little bit of a different thing versus American slavery was a different thing. So the words get a little mixed. Do y'all like the history lessons on here, all of these conversations? Because I feel like people check the channel for the business stuff, but I'll talk, I'm interested in all kinds of topics and I feel like I can speak to them to some degree. Yeah, Arabic had influence on Swahili. There's no recorded history of Ryan. Swahili is based on the English alphabet. I don't know enough to debate you on that. I have trouble believing that there's no recorded history. But it could be true, but I don't know.
Process. They similar to that. But so that's interesting because you took one of your children is getting homeschooled by artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
How's that working out?
Yeah, what does that
Well,
mean?
I was skeptical at first, but my older kid was in such a good program and it didn't start at the age that my son is at. So I needed to find something that I thought was comparable. And it's amazing, honestly. What's great about it is that the AI system, it's a new system. It's called Fusion Academy, but basically it's a new system and it adjusts to according to like what he's learning and what stage he's at. So it's never just like brushing past something and be like, okay, we got to get to the next stage. It's not rushing him into anything. So if he's excelling in writing or reading, he could be in 5th grade, even though should be at a 3rd or 4th grade level, right? So it's not holding him back. It's accredited. And then it makes it so that we can travel and I can move and they can see the world. And to me, it's been the most amazing education. My kids their passports are crazy, right? Like their passports will rival anybody. They've been all over the world. I can dip out to Thailand. I can go to, like South Africa. I can go to Egypt. Like we can do whatever we want. And it doesn't ever interrupt their schooling. To me, homeschooling is
It's 2 hours a day.
the best.
The AI.
2 hours a day.
The AI
Which really, if you look at real school, like the kids are in school doing.
Yo, I agree with that though. Sitting down for education for 8 hours is freaking insane. There's other things that you could be learning, like do some shit outside. Like it don't like the school could be 8 hours, right? But like we can't just be sitting preaching, dictating. That's garbage. That's no good. So if they doing that, maybe the homeschooling is interesting, but then what's your social interaction? But if they're in 2 hours a day, then they're probably with her, I'm assuming. So now you're at the farm. Like, see, you can learn things like, you should probably teach them about the farm. How do you grow stuff? The borehole, the water level. Like, is that not education? Now, I do agree. You need like a base level of understanding of things to apply other education upon it. So, you know, there's some kind of combination, but this, I'm not a big fan of like, I'm with her on not really loving formal education, but there is a space for it as well, I think. Yeah, look, if you're new to watching, if you're new to the live right now, Discount Hub is the biggest Kenyan hater of Kenya. He's discounting Swahili now, which is a very unifying language in the region. It's probably one of the biggest benefits East Africa has over West Africa is Swahili. And he's saying that Swahili is based off of English, which don't make no sense. When Chilaxin says Swahili was first written in Arabic letters. They're Swahili poems. The oldest was written in Arabic because English letters can't really bring the right pronunciations. Who's right? I don't know. White women, white man who travel. I saw that comment, bro. I couldn't. Ryan, most humans have a max 3 to 5 hours work or school. Exactly. You got to mix it up. Like, I learned good in like 10, 20-minute blocks. You know, like, okay, let me take a break. African history is oral, which is more why your culture and history matters. Schools should have some AI elements for improvement, but social interaction is important, and not every parent can afford to travel. Yeah, true. There's a social aspect to education, so that's why his son has joined the swim team. Yeah, that's what I caught on to as well. I agree. Swahili, we have tribes too. I'm not going to try the pronunciation. Swahili people stretch to Comoros, so it's a big family.
Doing nonsense for most of the day. It's like recess and playing. And
hold up, though.
Like, what is happening?
Then how do we know about the Kingdom of Benin, the Mali Empire, Mansa Musa, Kush and Axum? That's more like Ethiopian, Sudan, Zulu, Fulani peoples like Hausa. How do we know about them if there's no recorded history? Discount Hub. How do we know? How do
halfway
here?
I was a teacher for 14 years.
Right. A lot of time is wasted, though.
A lot
right?
of time is wasted.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. Education is important. I'm glad you both spoke about homeschooling. The other thing that's important when people want to move is healthcare. And I think people really don't understand how powerful Kenya is and the role that they play, especially on the continent in healthcare.
Oh, I like the healthcare conversation, but PP Bob, you have to understand, Discount Hub, his mind has been colonized completely. Okay? It's been colonized. It's gone. So anything he sees as African or black, he's got to discredit. Just like they have done to us forever, telling us there's no written language, they ain't built nothing, blah, blah, blah. Nah, they built stuff. They did. If they go overboard with AI teaching, what will happen with the teachers? Well, my thing is, if you got to write a 10-page paper, why not just use ChatGPT?
Give some information about the level.
I do
of
learn
excellence
from
that is
talking to
provided here.
ChatGPT.
Okay, I'm so glad you brought
All
that
right.
up, actually, because
Healthcare.
I didn't really understand it, and we have such a negative connotation to the content. We were like, we've been so fear-mongered, right? So just to put it in perspective, okay, so
I like this.
again, my lawyer, who's out here, he's a very successful
gotta meet
man.
this lawyer.
He's great. You actually should meet him. He's really fantastic, but he's great. But he was telling me that his mother or grandmother got very ill and they were terrified. So they brought them to the States to get all the medical help that she needed. He said when he brought her back, he was so appalled because he was like the amount of money that he spent, the effort, bringing this woman back and forth who was already ill. He was like, when he went to the doctors here, they were going to do the exact same thing. And she ended up doing the second round of chemo and everything here. He said it was exactly the same. Their facilities are exactly the same. Since I've been here, I've had an MRI. My sister actually is having surgery this week. My cameraman had a root canal. Like literally Kenya has some of the best healthcare. It's cheap. It's great. The doctors are fantastic. It's different. Like for me to walk into every hospital office and talk to a.
So this is why you can't listen to everybody, right? Because I think a lot of Kenyans will say that the healthcare is bad, but people in the US will say the healthcare is bad if you don't have money. It's the same thing. Like, if Kelis got money, she go to the best doctor. I'm sure the best doctor in Kenya is lit. I'm sure you can get whatever you need done in Kenya. So, but again, and this is where hopefully with the platform, we could put things in a better perspective than these general narratives. Because if you don't have money in Kenya, you're not getting no health care, I don't think, really, right? Because you got to pay out of pocket. For me, that's kind of more attractive. I hate dealing with insurance. It's annoying, especially if you have like a minor issue. I'd almost rather just pay the money than have to make 7 phone calls and give them this registration. Then that's not approved, so we're going to get this and let's get that thing instead. Like, oh my goodness, like, just let me pay, right? And then make the amount that you pay a normal amount. And that's the thing. The bill in the US for the same thing in Kenya is going to be 100x, but it's a scam with the insurance companies and all that kind of stuff. So this superiority, I'm sure Discount Hub thinks that America's healthcare is, oh, why would I ever go to a doctor in Kenya? They don't know anything. They're still using witchcraft. But it's the context. So, but I'd rather just pay. But I get how that can leave gaps in society, and obviously Kenyans that don't have money, that's a healthcare issue that needs to be solved on a country scale, which I feel like if you just raise the standard of living of everyone, then they'll be able to afford to pay for healthcare. But it requires more context. Let me see some comments. There is no education system in Africa unless priorities. Yeah, see, this is that to Zanu's point, and so if you don't know, Zanu is like I don't know what countries he's from, but he talks on a lot of African issues, and he's quite critical of Africa. He sounds like Discount Hub sometimes, and people were doing things a different way before colonization, and now most of the countries here have adopted European systems. Not that they're bad, but are they in alignment with how things work? So education's one. Like, how do you have to sit in a classroom to educate? Like, how did they educate people before colonization? Now, as an American, we were raised in this way, so we're used to it. So, I mean, it's not as big a problem probably for us, but it's just an observation. Kenya has the young population. Some people don't know about their history compared. Mark, what's going on? Welcome. Welcome to the conversation. Compared to America, cost of health and quality you get in Kenya is way better. Oh, interesting. Insurance is a scam. It has become a scam, basically. It meant well, right? Because you don't want someone to get hurt, and then if they don't have money, then you just leave them on the street. That's terrible. As a society, we don't want that. But how do we solve for that problem is a different thing. And the insurance, and all the bills that come your way after you get services, you don't know what anything costs until a month later after services. It's ridiculous. Exactly. And they want to charge you $100 for some tissues. If my doctor isn't Indian, I walk right out. Man, I don't understand. I don't want to talk to the Indian doctor because I don't know what he's saying. And I need to understand what he's talking about. Americans be ignorant AF. Why do so many Kenyans go to India for treatment then? Because they think like you, Discount Hub. Kenya ranks second in Africa in terms of health. The first is SA. PP Bob be dropping stats. The healthcare currently struggling with dead 100 million people and medical racism, which CDC has called out. Africa's history was passed down orally through song, music, poetry, artwork. Yeah, but I don't think that was the only way, bro. Why is never mind. We tolerated Discount Hub. It was fine. Treatment in India is actually cheaper for certain procedures. That is why you travel to India, not because it wasn't available. Oh, it's cheaper? Interesting. In Kenya, hospitals appear to be pretty good. In a Kenyan hospital, you see a Kenyan nurse, Kenyan doctor, Kenyan pharmacist, who is, I treat it in finding the cause of your problem versus symptom. Yeah. News IQ, they taught in grade 10 in Kenya that Christopher Columbus discovered America. Then I got here and found Native Indians been here for thousands of years. And calling them Indians is crazy. They Native Americans. But yeah, we continue.
Black person who's going to talk to me and not talk to me like I'm stupid. I've had more diagrams drawn for me. They're like, let me draw it for you. Let me help you out because you're not getting, like, it's been so, it's just, there's a sense of peace, and it's actually like, it's really good healthcare. And quite frankly, around the continent, people travel to Kenya and South Africa. That's what I keep hearing. Everyone's going to South Africa or Kenya to get healthcare. So Kenya has really good healthcare, and it's like really affordable. Like my MRI cost, I think it was like $40.
So you have health insurance?
No,
Or just
not
pay out of
here.
pocket?
I pay out of pocket. It's so cheap. You can get health insurance here. You can get it here. It exists. It's so cheap though. Like when my cameraman got his root canal, he said it was like a full root canal. They did the x-rays, like the whole thing. And the office is really nice. I think what he said was like $200.
That's a different system, because most Americans are not used to just paying it.
See, $200 to an average Kenyan is going to sound, that's like a month's salary. Almost, right? I think the average in Nairobi is like 300 USD. So that's going to be very expensive. And this is why we want to merge the understanding here, because for Kelis, $200 is a deal, because dealing with the dentist and all that stuff going to cost you a lot of money, or deal with all the insurance, a lot of time figuring it out.
A doctor, right? They used to paying health insurance, but we know how expensive that can be.
Well, the other thing is, like, I can text the doctor and be like, hey.
Christopher Columbus's favorite soldier, Discount Hub, says, my friend's mom went to Karen Hospital. She was misdiagnosed, went to India and discovered she had stage 4 colon cancer. Is that indicative that you're saying the healthcare system's bad? Because I feel like my brother got misdiagnosed here and he went to like 8 million doctors. He had a hip impingement. I kept telling him it was growing pains. Is the US system trash? Well, kind of, but my point is, like, okay.
And he answers, and they answer, like, and there's just a certain sense of like pride, and like, I think a lot of times I feel like in the States, everyone's so kind of jaded.
Who set up this podcast? Because there's a buzz in the mics. You hear that? I hear it.
And you know what I mean? Like, just they don't care anymore. Here, I feel like there's such a sense of pride. Like, he's like, I'm Kenyan, I'm a doctor, and I will help you. And you're like, thank you.
Who was telling us about when I think it might have been in Rwanda, where they were saying like the doctor come to your house?
Literally, I've had doctors come to the house,
you
like,
text them.
for sure. That. Like when my little one had a fever, like, and they're just glad and happy, and like, it's just it's so different. But
yo, Discount Hub, like, how can we do a raffle on like what country you stay in? I bet you it's a Viking country. That's not the right way to say that. It's a Scandinavian country. I promise. I could tell. But I want to do DraftKings or something. I want to bet on what country he stays in. Man, he reminds me of. He's like the Kenyan version of Uncle Ruckus. Like, just the biggest hater.
But healthcare here is actually really good. And I was skeptical just because of what I'd heard, just nonsense about Africa.
Yo, sign up for
What are
membership
you gonna get? And it's
if you mess with the
legit.
chat. We're gonna do some
Another
dope stuff. I'm
misnomer
going to
when
Kenya
it comes
next
to
month.
Africa. Like even when we started spending a lot of time going to Ghana and stuff like that, it's starting to break now. But for a long time, people in America, right, Black Americans, they were like, well,
Ain't no way
they
he's
don't
in
want
South
you in Africa. They're
America.
not going to treat you well. You're going to be accepted you're going to be treated like an outsider. That's an ideology that has permeated throughout America, different parts of the world. How has that been for you?
I'll be honest. First of all, Kenya, to me, I feel like out of a lot of the countries and Ghana, I will say actually, are the most welcoming. Fact.
I feel like
We're
she threw Ghana.
Yeah, no, for real,
Just
genuinely.
appease them.
It's true. But there's a reason though, right? It's because they know, they're aware, so they understand the history. Like you'll go to certain countries and they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. Slave to whom and why and where and why should I care? And I don't know what you're talking about. I think as Americans, we assume that everyone knows our history and they don't, right? And it's not their fault. Like they weren't taught our history. So while we walk around with this like chip on our shoulder, like this has been terrible and you guys should know that it's been terrible. And I'm here because I no longer do, and they're looking at you like, what is that chip? What is that about? Right. So that has happened.
They don't know what's going on in America.
They have no idea.
And they don't know the history with Africa.
They have no idea. And then all they see is TV and they see us rolling, right? And they see us ball and they're like,
I will say that we should not have an expectation for other people to understand the history. I do think that is some of the arrogance. Although I guess hypocritically, that's my trigger with Discount Hub and some of these other haters that have been sharing this time and space with us in this live stream. It is annoying, but we have to treat it with understanding. Just like we love Discount Hub. Can you change your name? What is that about? I'm tired of saying Discount Hub because if someone clicks the link, they will have no idea what we're talking about, right? If they come in the middle of the conversation, we need a better name for you. Also, message me. I'll share 50-50 of the revenue on if we can raffle off what country you're from. We can do a poll. I don't know, something. I got to know. We all got to know what country you stay in because we know you're Kenyan. Even though you want to renounce your Kenyanness. In no UK, white people are hated there more than, he is not in the UK. France is a candidate, but I don't think so. Okay.
why are you mad? What are you mad about? The first time I came to the continent, I was about 17 and I was in Zimbabwe and I was spending 2 months there and they kept saying, they were like the angry American girl. They didn't even consider me black. And they were like, she's pissed, right? Like, and it was like such a weird, it was such a strange exchange. I was like, this is so crazy because I'm nothing but black in America. It wouldn't, nobody cares what you're mixing.
It's not a
cares,
category
right?
for me.
That's it. So I've been black my whole life. So it didn't make any difference to me till you come out here and they're like, in South Africa or in Zimbabwe, like you're a Goffle or you're a Mzungu or you're colored or you're all these other things, right? Most of the time it comes from just not knowing. Yeah. And this is your opportunity to let them know.
Now, we don't block nobody here.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't walk
this is America. This is an American-inspired channel. We believe in free speech, freedom of expression. These are founding values that we keep and hold dear. Even for Discount Hub, for his self-hatred. We want people to see the self-hatred. This helps articulate. I'm just going to change it to Christopher Columbus. You know, we want varying opinions. We want disagreement. We want to know, you know, man, I don't mind. As long as you're not like disruptive, like spamming or like making threats. You can say whatever you want, bro. Or saying some real crazy stuff. But you gotta say something real crazy to get banned in here. This America. He said, I changed the freaking Christopher Columbus. I'm dying. He said something earlier about why aren't Black Americans going to the Caribbean? I'm telling you, DR. Oh, yeah, the Dominicans. Yeah, I mean, yo, at Discount Hub, you could go to DR, Dominican Republic. They will join, you will have a good time being Black, but not being Black. Oh, wow. Trump loves Florida. He needs a lap dance from Monique. Yeah, he needs like a skinny booty blonde chick to make him calm down. You know, that's what gets his juices going. There's nothing wrong with that, but I just know that's what it is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting loose.
But I also understand that like their perspective is so different, right? They're like, a lot of times you talk to people and like they're on their land. This is like this is their grandma's land and their grandpa and then their great, and they've been on this land forever. So they look at you and they're like, yo, what's your beef? Why are Americans so mad? You know, and they have no idea. And then also they look at it like the same lie that we've been told, like how it's subpar.
That is a thing, right? Because they will, Africa's so poor, the GDP, the average income and all that stuff. And I'm sure the villages play a part in this, but from my observation, like you are on your land, and like if you're growing crops and agricultural, you don't need money like that. Now, obviously, you want nice things, all that kind of stuff, and everyone should have the opportunity to pursue that. But if you're just like in the village and you got good relationships with people, you're enjoying your time, and you got food, you got shelter and all that stuff, like that's a valid lifestyle. But if you pull up the stats on people that live that way, it's going to look bad. But I think there's definitely I don't even know that you would know to have pride about it because you wouldn't be worried about it, but you're on your family's land. That's kind of cool. Oh, he's wilding. He said, I always tell Kenyans I'm half Black from the waist down. This guy's tripping. You better leave the Kenyan ladies alone. We don't need you trying to colonize the Kenyan ladies. Okay? That's not for you. A South African Home Depot style shop was in Nairobi, but it failed. I think people just find it fun keeping old methods of haggling and bargaining. See, that's good insight because we might want to make something that we know about, but that might not fit the culture. Because I don't want to haggle and bargain because it's not going to work to my favor anyway. I just want to go get in, buy the stuff real fast. And look, this is the American culture that maybe is too much, but it's also how we get a lot of stuff done. Because in Kenya, it'd be taking a long time to do something. You got to go through the security gate, then you got to get the parking pass thing and then the security. And then you get inside, you got to go over here. Then you get the shopping cart and then M-Pesa. It takes probably 10 to 15 seconds longer than using your credit card. And then they got to confirm that they got the money, and then you're standing there waiting for the confirmation. Then you got to go out of the parking lot and load the stuff. Then you got to, it takes, and then if I want to stop at the liquor store or something, then I got to like go through the next gate. And then, it's sometimes it could take a little bit longer, and then you can get less done in a day because of that friction. I always say there's extra friction.
Here, they've been told that America is the land of dreams. and that we're all living it up and that everybody's just rolling in dough and popping champagne all day. So we've got this massive disconnect about who we actually are, you know? And so you can't really, it's like, we don't know, they don't know. Somebody's got to let everybody know, right?
I think that's why it's so important that you're here.
Yeah.
And that we're having this conversation, because it sheds light, it changes narrative. Obviously, you've had an amazing music career, but do you feel the magnitude or the importance of what you're now doing in Kenya in terms of business and farming and infrastructure? Do you feel the weight of that, or it's just like, you know what, I'm kind of living in my purpose?
Ooh, I love this whole comment. This is a good one. This is a real good one. Texas barbecue is a fire idea in Kenya. Well, Chicken Inn and all those, I feel like do pretty good. KFC does good for like fast food, but like a Chipotle style, Texas barbecue Chipotle style, or like that's fire. Phone shop, used mobile phones or imported cars. So are there not phone shops that repair and stuff? Because if they don't have that, that's probably a good move. And then the car market. But here's the thing. I think that a lot of these car guys have ways around the import tax. I think they bribe the people and get around the import tax. And that gives them an advantage when they're reselling the cars. Because I was looking at the car market. But that's an import-export game. You got to really know what you're doing. I think you probably make a lot of money on the premium cars because the rich people, the top 1% in Kenya, the Somalis and the Kenyan, the rich Kenyans and maybe some Nigerians and every Rwandese. I don't know. Like, I feel like they pay a lot of money for like a Porsche or a Lamborghini or something, even though I don't know how you drive it on them roads, but they probably still want to buy it just to have it because they got money like that. But this is a good Texas barbecue is good. That's a good play. Because it would be a novel thing, but like barbecue is easy. It's pretty easy. So that doesn't exist. That's a good one. Have a livestock farm and use that's where I always want to tell a story. Like I think people want to. This is probably not so much a Kenyan thing because your food is already clean and you're not worried about that. But as Americans, we're very conscious about these factory farms, where the animals are coming from, what drugs they're putting in them, how they're treated, like what's going on with the animals, what's all that kind of stuff. So for us, knowing the story or where your food product came from, to me, is a fire idea for almost anything like that. Used phones are cheaper in America, but you'd have to look in the tax. Oh, so you get to use phones from the US where I got an iPhone 12 just sitting around. I got a bunch of them just laying in drawers. Oh. And yes, a friend of mine exported UK to Kenya cars, and with the right connections, those taxes drop by a lot and profits go up. Exactly. So for the cars, I think you need that pricing advantage for sure. I noticed that a lot of the car dealerships are Indian owned, and they must have someone in Mombasa at the port doing something funny to get them prices down. But that's a capital intensive thing, but probably is pretty profitable because what you're going to sell the car for. Is really just procuring the vehicle for the right price and the tariff and all that kind of stuff. 100% farm to plate concept plus your margins would be huge. Yes, because then that gives you the ability to do more. See, we got some good business people in here. That's what I'm talking about. Cultiva Farm in Karen does that concept as much as possible. And that's a really hot spot. But when you go there, sometimes it's all whites. Okay. But you go there on the weekend, you need a reservation. You can't even get in that joint. Kenyans drive on the opposite side of the street. The steering wheel is on the right. Yeah. Is it legal to have a left side drive vehicle there? I don't know how that works because we're about to run it up. But I like the phones too. I could collect like a shipping container full of older phones, have it shipped, have a shop, and resell the phones. Car import, get taxed highly. Now you can do EV. But I think what we're talking about here, this is Africa, this is Kenya. You're supposed to pay the tax, but maybe you pay a different tax because you're such a loving and nice guy or girl, or you know the people. If law was enforced in Kenya, like in Dubai, Kenya would definitely be the next Singapore. Is it the law, you think? I don't know if it's the laws. You know, I think that how do you foster development that stays within the country, that doesn't leave, is the question. Because I don't think the government collecting the taxes is what I think. Tax actually suppresses development. How do you foster an economic environment where people bring money, develop money, and then keep the money within the country to do more things? I could do the livestock idea. I like white man who travels, man. He got some ideas. He got some experience with coffee. Very appealing. You like the livestock idea, but I'd be more worried about their animals killing your cows. You definitely have to invest in someone to guard the property. Yeah, but labor, even if you pay people very well, is quite affordable. So yeah. But yeah, I like cattle. Dairy is an interesting one as well. Phones is easier and quicker to sell. Yeah, I agree. Throw in cheap cases, etc., from China, and you're on to a real winner. I see. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Opportunity. Can you do that in the States? Yeah, maybe, but it'd be way harder. No one's gonna want that. Like, it's gonna be dusty. You do it in Kenya, and as an American, our standards of service are generally a little bit higher. So I think your shop probably, if you can run your shop well, answer the phone, be on top of things, good website, some good marketing, I think you could be popping with that. That's a very doable. I love that. Good. Hey,
I like this right here.
I like that. I like that.
Bloody hell. Let's get this party started.
I really like that. So I love that idea, and I think that's very inspiring because I could see that's the thing. When you're doing stuff in Kenya and you don't know a lot, keep it simple. Let me get a whole bunch of phones, some accessories. You could probably get them for dang near free in the US. You do have to figure out the import part and then sell them in Kenya. Oh, now technically you need a work permit to be doing that legally and stuff like that. But there's, again, like Sid was saying way earlier in the stream, there's always a way to do something and get whatever done. The laws are. We have a great constitution enacted in 2010, but corruption ruins a lot of industries. So I hear about the corruption. How is it ruining? And I'm not arguing. I'm literally asking, what's the corruption doing that is like how? Imported cars must not exceed 8 years. That's the law. Interesting. Electric vehicles are growing, but charging infrastructure is still behind. Yeah, I'm worried about the charging part. And I have a Tesla. I have a Model S. So I'm all for it. But in Kenya, Chinese control cell phone manufacturing scale. China's significant role. US, Africa cell phone market. Yeah, but used is interesting. Although I got a phone from Safaricom for like, what was it, 10,000 shillings or something? Might have been 5K. I don't know, but it was real cheap. But the thing barely worked. So I don't know. Americans are the best at marketing, and there's no argument against that. American marketing crushes markets anywhere on this planet. Hey, I agree. That's why, like, I always lean towards, like, I think I can market this and tell a story and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of where I come from. White man who travels, some of your comments reflect you haven't traveled widely in Africa. What do you say? He is just trolling y'all a little bit. It's some Black Americans who open a barbershop in Kenya, even though Kenyan cut hair for cheap. See, that I don't know how sustainable, because yes, because you're an American, you probably get a little bit of an advantage. But when people realize it's the same haircut, I don't know if that's going to fly. There are celebrity barbers and stuff like that, though. So maybe, but not my favorite move. In business, keep it simple. Keep it super simple. Yeah, I agree. Especially in a market you don't know or understand that much. You may not sell the old phones. Copa is killing secondhand phones. Oh, really? I don't know what that is. So see, that's why we gotta talk about these things, ask around, because what is that? I don't even know that. So I don't know. But you can always win in a business if your service, if you could keep your cost of doing the service down, but just have better culture. Like we have a fast food place called Chick-fil-A, and I don't know how they do it, but everyone at Chick-fil-A is super nice and super on point, and they work really fast. And even if the line's long, it goes fast. I don't know how they do it, but they are superior in service. So I think that's one way to compete, but it's better to be in what's called a blue ocean, where not everyone is in that market and you're not competing to the death. Places with corruption stifle innovation and cut into profits, which reduces hiring, and the domino effect, less taxes, etc. Government's not building infrastructure due to low tax revenues. So I see, like, okay, if you're saying we were supposed to get $5 billion in taxes and we only got one, then you could do less stuff with the tax money. But the government is not really the thing that develops the country, it's the business. Now, there are projects that the government kind of has to do, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're just leaking money, that's not good, though. I'm not defending corruption. I'm just saying, is it overblown, that argument? I don't know. Credit scoring and lending for the informal sector would be viable. Yeah. That's why I wonder why the interest rates are like that in Kenya. But I guess it's higher risk. Like, what's the legal system? What if someone doesn't pay? How do you hold them accountable? Things like that. That's why credit does help you develop, because you borrow money and then you can use that money to make more money. That's how you actually create more value. But I've been souring on credit personally. Corruption comes in when you're doing big things the officials want to cut. True. Copa is paying for a new phone via installment. You can have a 2000. Yeah. Oh, I see. That's what we do in the US. You pay monthly for the phone. But I think a lot of people would still buy used phones, right? Just so not to have a payment. Copa is a UK headquartered emerging market fintech platform that provides affordable smartphones and digital financial services. Interesting. Think about it. Businesses need electricity, for example, or fast internet, and governments provide such infrastructure. Yeah, but that's being done, right? So I do. That's why I like the highway projects. I think the SGR is great. The expressway, different roads, the power grid, stuff like that is important. So if you don't have power or things like that, at the same time, with green energy, solar, things like that, there are cool things where, like, you develop your own power systems. Yes, it's less efficient to do that, so it makes it more costly to develop. So I see your point, though. Credit isn't even a thing yet in Kenya. I hear conflicting things, like you can, but it's not common. But yeah, credit score. Yeah, like how does that work? Corruption messes with enforcement because you may want to the line, but the process becomes longer, more expensive, and somewhat tedious. So discourages the good path. So yeah, that I do think happens in the U.S. though. Like if I donate, then all of a sudden I get approvals. Yeah, okay.
I think both, yeah. Like I came out here again, not with some grandiose like idea. I started documenting it because every time I went anywhere, I was like shocked. And then I felt dumb. I was like, I've traveled so much. Like, why do I feel so ignorant? Like, this is crazy, right? Like, I've been around the world. Why does this feel so new? And I would be like, film this. I'm like, you got it. This is beautiful. Or this is amazing. Or this is delicious. Or look at this lady's outfit. Or whatever it was. I would be like, I wanted people to see it. I was in shock and in awe. And I felt like if I was, then the rest of my people didn't know, right? Like, I'm like, how did I not know this, right? Like, how did I not see this? So I didn't come out here like, I'm going to show everybody, like,
I will lead you.
Yeah, it couldn't be further from that. It was just me trying to figure my own shit out. But once I got here and then
got out of shape.
Kenyan specifically loved TikTok. So like people were coming up to me and they're like, yo, I saw what you're doing on TikTok. I love.
Yeah, but PP Bob, I think my thing with the corruption is like, is it a barrier of entry? I'd prefer to just go to the official and give them some money versus what you got to do in these states. I got to go to the township building between 9 and 3 p.m. So now I can't even do it after hours. I got to do it in the middle of the day. I got to ask them if I can freaking change the light bulb in my house. Then I got to pay them a permit fee. Then I got to wait until they give me the documents. And then when I called and asked them how to fill out the documents, they don't tell you. Then you got to go there, figure it out. Then they got to schedule a time, which is not convenient. You're going to have to take off from work for them to come and do the permit inspection. Then they're going to tell you that, oh, well, this is 3 inches over to the left to the new code. And now I can't change my light bulb. I got to change the whole light socket because it's not up to the new code. And then I got to pay again for a reinspection, and then I got to schedule it again for them to come out at an inconvenient time. And I got to be really nice to the guy, and he's got to come out, and then eventually he'll sign off that I did it right for my house, just for the pleasure of being able to do something in my own home. I'm being facetious about the light bulb, but I mean, it is kind of like that. So in my world, if I could just go pay, what the heck really is the difference? I'm still paying. Now, I think it's bad if it's a big building and they're not inspecting it and it falls down. That's what you don't want. But inherently, do I have a problem with paying somebody for them to do whatever service that the government approval thing? I'd probably prefer that than the system we have, to be honest. Tools that assess credit worthiness beyond bank history using phone data. Yeah, and Peso probably could figure that out. The Chinese will, for example, dominate in contracts where they can pay corruption money backed by China, crowding out. Yeah, I think that's a problem because then they buy the contract at a lower rate, but the individuals are getting paid. That's not good. That's probably the worst part of the corruption, right? They're selling out the contract that isn't necessarily the best contract for the people for their own personal gain. That would suck. Yo, I'm so bad at names, and I'm reading Tatiana. Am I saying it right? I know we spoke before, but I always hate messing up names. But what's going on? Welcome. And Chick-fil-A, that was the first job I ever had while in college. Yes, they call it second mile service is how they do so well as a business. Oh, and Christian values they implement. But how did they get workers to do it? Because you go to Burger King, they don't do that. Are they paying a lot more? Or is it just culture? And that's the way to gain an advantage was my point, is like, I can get better service without it costing me more money necessarily to be more competitive in business. In the U.S., the stats. I'm running out of breath. Oh God. In the U.S., historically, race has been a barrier to entry. Hence, less than 3% of Black income from entrepreneurship, 97% from employment. Also, redlining and the restrictions on housing probably was the biggest suppression to Black wealth in the country, in the U.S., for sure. Definitely. Recently, a predatory mobile money lender in Kenya used shame to recover debts by accessing their contacts and sending messages embarrassing the borrower, or visit your business and take your stock. Dang. Oh yeah, they mad at Ruto. It could go south. I hope it doesn't go south. I hope democracy works with the elections and everything. That is a concern. Oh yeah, I read that. Chick-fil-A pays well and you get off on Sundays. Do they pay much better? Oh, they do. Is it significant to get you to say my pleasure? You got to pay someone to say my pleasure, you know? Ryan, you be wanting a college educated lass like Tatiana to help run your vision over there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be matchmaking on here, bro. Take it easy. She's American. Also, not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying she's not in Kenya. Or I shouldn't be blowing up your spot. I'll let you tell them, but
Love it. And that's when I started to realize people were even caring, because I'm
yo,
a
we
Black
be so
American, I
off
think in Black
topic. Is that
American terms.
okay?
So I'm always thinking about my folks back home, right? I'm like, I want to show my people back home what's happening, right? And like, it wasn't until
Yo, I'm sorry. I keep stopping it. The extra $4 or $5 an hour, get them twerking, saying my pleasure. You gonna say my pleasure for $4 extra? It's got to be deeper than that. That's nothing.
Kenyans and Rwandans and Zambians, and people were like, yo, we love what you're doing. Like, I see this. This is so good. That's when I was like, oh shit, this is like a real thing. I'm like,
yo, we got to send Discount Hub to Kelis's comments to start hating. Start the petition. Discount Hub, you got to go on Kelis and start hating like you be hating here. Oh, C. Griffin, I definitely assume everyone's a dude unless you got a picture. It's nice to see I'm not the only Black woman in it. Oh, okay. It's good to know. I didn't know. I'm glad I didn't misgender you.
okay, this is like a responsibility. Like, it didn't
Well, shout
hit
out to you.
until it hit.
So from a travel standpoint, I know you've been all over the continent. What's your top 5 places that you've been to and why?
Kenya, obviously. Okay, so Kenya is the metropolis that has everything, right? Literally anything you want to do, families, kids, you want to go out, great cocktails, it's here. Like beauty and safety and kind of like, just order, Rwanda. Partying and like just acting a fool, Uganda.
All right, come on. She being political, dog, because we all know. I know they say Uganda turn up more than Kenya, but there's no way. I don't believe it. And one of my life goals, I want to go on a Kinganda podcast. I want to get invited out there. So I'll check out Uganda if I can level up and get on Kinganda, because Kinganda was very impactful for me on learning a lot. Even on the topics that have nothing to do with business or anything, I learned a lot that I found helpful. If you're looking to doing business or doing anything long term other than just visiting in Africa, especially East Africa, you should watch the Kinganda Repat podcast. Just by osmosis, I'm learning the culture, I'm learning the attitudes, I'm learning people trying to do business as an expat and the challenges. I think I listened to every single one. I found them very impactful. And then I do have to give a shout out to Austin Holloman, because his early Kenyan content is very good on creating the expectation of what it looks like and places to go and things to do in Kenya. No, he's people be hating, but I appreciate him. We'll be on the ground in October for a minute, so I'm leaving in October. I don't know if you caught. I'm going July 6th to October 1. Is it October 1? Something like that. I'll be back again in January or February again for 3 more months. And I may stay a total like 6 months. I have to leave and come back though. Maybe I'll go to Tanzania or something, or Thailand. I don't know. I might do something for re-entry. Yo, Ryan, you think there's room for tools that help small Kenyan hustlers like kiosk or boda guys track income? Most don't do any bookkeeping, but they move cash daily. Could be a gold mine. I don't know. We have to talk to them. I don't know if they would value that, because I think they just, I don't know if they're that sophisticated. Like, do they care about tracking income, inventory, and stuff like that? I don't know. See, when it gets into tech and software and stuff, I want to sell an onion. I think that's where I'm coming from. I have the 5-year secret. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me pull this up. I have the 5-year ETA, but you're still not supposed to stay beyond 90 days at a time. So you're supposed to exit and re-enter. From my understanding, I could be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong, because that was my understanding.
It's got a great nightlife. Let's
She's
see.
capping.
Zambia.
She being political. She just want to say every place is great just to be a nice lady. But we all know Kenya's the best, because she's going to shout out Ghana because these guys love Ghana. But Ghana ain't, the price, the value for the development once you get, not worth. I shouldn't say that because I haven't been there, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Zambia and like
I'm not running to crash
Zimbabwe
out
for
in
just
Ghana.
like natural wonders. You're just like, wow, this is insane.
I want to
You've
go to
got, like,
Zim.
Oseo-Tunya, also known as Victoria Falls, which we will not acknowledge that name, but
Oh, okay.
the waterfalls, and like it's just like so amazing. You feel like you're like one with nature at all times, right? Just absolutely stunning.
Hey, I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm big enough or if I've done enough, and I know he's leery of the real estate people. Although over 15 years of real estate experience, not in Kenya, but I don't know. We'll see. I'd love to talk about the scamming though. Whatever. Anything is on the table when I go over there. So, but I don't think the angle that I come from has been talked about that much. So I'd love, and maybe I need this land experience. I need some more experience to more intelligently talk about some of the things, because I know the leasehold freehold thing is a big issue. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I want it to be organic, so I want to make, I want it to make sense for me to get up there. But for me, that's a big accomplishment because I got so much value from that. I'm telling you, I watched so many hours, like right before before I booked the trip, I was obsessed. And then when I did book my trip, I was watching, and I learned a lot. For the kiosk, maybe the boda guys won't like it because most work for someone else and lie about how much they earn to keep the owner's take as low as possible. Surreal, you're right. I felt like she was trying to play safe across the other African countries, which I get. Like, the thing is, and look, there's 40 people in here, so it's not a big deal. But when you get big, if you got 1 million followers and you say something, you could catch hell for, because not everyone's going to agree with you. You can rile people up. It gets scary. If we all, most of my life I had a real small channel, no one pays attention. You could say stuff, but you get big, people, and then it's Africa. You don't know, somebody might want to slap you or something. I'm a little scared. I don't want to get kidnapped. I don't want to piss off the government. I don't want to piss off none of these developers that got money, because I don't know what can happen.
Of course, Ghana.
Wow.
See,
Food. I was getting there, first of all. Relax your body.
It almost
She
felt
said the
Relax your body. So Ghana has some of the best food, I would say, on the continent.
with
she
you.
gave him a
I
consolation
absolutely feel that
prize.
way.
in the world.
Yeah, it does. And it also feels, and I will say this, being that I'm like Caribbean
It's a
also, it feels the
participation
closest to
trophy.
home.
Same.
Like nothing there felt like
What part
weird
of the
or
Caribbean?
foreign. My family, Puerto Rico and Barbados.
Jamaican.
So
I try
for
to be
us, I'm like,
transparent.
oh, I eat this. I was like, okay, I do this. I can make this. I got this. This is delicious.
I'm a little worried because I am doing some monetization things with the membership and stuff, so I don't know how that's gonna go. I've been hesitant, but some of these demanding people on here make me like, yo, you gotta pay something. Like, come on, like, just do something to show some acknowledgement and support. Because I'll be stressing that. Like, I know a guy that I consulted with, and I was helping him with the U.S. real estate and Kenya because he just bought a property and then he had squatters. I think he's in the Baltimore area, and I'm like checking in on him. I'm like, yo, try this, do that. And then I'm telling him about Kenya. I'll talk to this guy for hours and hours and hours, and I like the relationship is genuine and they're appreciative. I don't mind, but some of these people, like, I send you an email, you didn't email me back. Well, now you send me some money? What? And do I need $25? No, but shit. If you're going to treat me like that, you got to be giving me something. Goodness gracious, these people. Are you planning to go meet up fest on August 9th in Nile Pasha Gardens? I didn't hear about this. Send me the info. Oh, here's my Instagram, guys. This is probably the best way to reach me. Like, if you want to send me a message or something, here's my IG. But shoot, let me know. I'll pop out. Unless I get like antisocial sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes I be in a room. If I'm real comfortable, might not want to pop out. But usually I'm in the mood to pop out when I'm in Kenya. So, but not all the time. Maybe I've been doing a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, the agricultural industry. I think agriculture, like, farming is not simple, but I know what to do with an onion. Okay, I'm selling that thing to whoever want to buy the onions. I understand that business. When you get into tech and all that, I don't know. I know people need some onions. I know they need some. See, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. Okay, don't tell nobody. It's a really personal secret, and I don't want you guys to judge me. Okay, but I'm vegetarian. I'm ashamed to admit it. Okay, I am ashamed. Don't judge me like them people that go out to eat and have to tell everybody. Okay, I'm not one of them people. Whatever prejudices you have or predispositions to vegetarians, I'm not vegan. Don't apply them to me, please. The second thing is, I don't really like vegetables. It's terrible. The diet is bad. Okay, I could explain it at a later time. It's complicated. So I do struggle with livestock and animals, although chickens for eggs is kind of cool because I didn't know this, but there's not baby chickens in all them eggs. Is it hypocritical as a vegetarian to sell cattle for meat? Am I betraying my values? Play the sound again. Wait, then that is not the event for you. I'm sorry, their past events looked fun. What do you mean? I want to go now. Don't tell me I can't go now. I'm trying to go. Ryan, wow. Vegetarian. Tatiana. Oh man. See, don't do that matchmaking stuff, bro. I'm shy. I'm blushing. I'm giving all my deepest, darkest secrets here. I can't believe I told you guys that. I tried to be vegetarian before, but when I walked past a steakhouse in Nairobi, especially one's Village Market, I relapsed. Here's the thing. I'm really vegetarian just because the treatment of animals in the factory farming, I don't really like to participate in. And I do love some animals. Like, I think they have feelings. And I think, like, it's natural to eat animals. It's the way of the world. But torturing them for their whole lives and all that stuff, I'm not trying to get on my soapbox. And people do what they should do. And also, it's like I have the privilege to being able to be. I have the privilege of being. Oh, I skipped some comments. I have the privilege of being able to be vegetarian, to be honest. So I don't judge anybody. But it's not for me. Now, the meat in Kenya and all that kind of stuff, I have considered because I don't think the animals are treated that way, that it would not violate my values to eat meat there. But just as a general practice, I just don't eat meat, you know? It's weird. Oh, Ryan, I didn't know you were from America too, and reached out to you when I first went to Kenya for investment purpose. Yo, you didn't know? What? You didn't know? Am I Kenyan? I get asked that. I got asked that when I was at the Diplomat groundbreaking. They were like, "Are you Kenyan?" I said, "I'm from the coast." But then you got to speak Swahili like you're from the coast, and that ain't gonna work. So some of the projects are forced on Kenyans. Some of this projects are what? What are you talking about? Wilford Cheggy. You know, in the 21st century, people be having an online persona and real life Scooby-Doo and Fat Albert cognitive dissonance. What? I missed something. As for Chick-fil-A, a manager told us they are very unique in who they decide to hire. The team they build is one they trust. You ain't going to catch an average McDonald's person saying, "My pleasure." Exactly. Enrique Kings, your lookalike with Galad, the musician. He's originally from Israel, but retired in Kenya. He also does onion farming in Kenya. What a weird combination of things. Because what happens if I end up retired onion farming in Kenya? Are we just living cycles? Is it my destiny? You know, elephants cry when one of them dies. An average weight of elephant. What the heck? They definitely have feelings. The average Kenyan can't afford anything, so the common Kenyan is hostile to local people. Interesting. So that's my secret, guys. I don't know if I can have a meat farm and be vegetarian.
This feels like home. The people also are lively and loving and warm.
Just give her participation trophies.
One of them not so much right now, but the rest of the country is great.
But here's the thing. If we start seeing Earn Your Leisure coming back to Kenya more than Ghana, that'll tell you something.
I mean, also too, I think being like, you know,
where they talk about it more.
I have so many Nigerian and Ghanaian friends that like, it also just felt really like home. It felt so like nothing felt foreign or different or like, you know.
What about South Africa?
Okay, so South Africa.
Yeah, I'm from.
Here's the thing. I never pull any punches. I always try to be honest. South Africa, Cape Town specifically, is one of the prettiest places on earth. Fact. It's very white, so that doesn't feel like Africa to me. So the reason why I moved, everyone's like, "Why did you move to Cape Town?" It's tempting. Super tempting.
Man, I
It's
seen
super tempting.
I seen this DJ playing a set in Cape Town on a rooftop with the ocean and the mountains and the seaside of Cape Town. I said, oh, I might have to brave the apartheid whiteness residue and go over there. It was so beautiful. Looked like a real nice vibe. And I'm not a passport bro, but I have heard that South Africa has some nice ladies. In Zimbabwe as well. Which would enhance the experience.
I'm like, I can just put my money here. But then I'm like, okay, I'm playing myself. So total hypocrisy, right? So,
Felix, what's going on, buddy?
But it's like gorgeous, right? But it's like they always take the best stuff, right? It's like it's just like you got beach, it feels like California in the sense where it's like
5.5 hours.
You could be up in the mountains in snow, you could be on the beach in crystal clear water, you could be at the wineries like Cape Town.
When you guys are watching, do ads pop up? Is that a thing? I'm trying to figure this live stream thing out.
Just stunning. Joburg has a lot of culture and a lot of vibe. It's just not the safest. But like music, when I think about like for me as an artist, like
yeah, man, I'm not buying this Sambor City thing. I think that's the thing. I think it's hype. I think these planned cities. I don't think if they put money out, I don't know if they're gonna I don't know if they're gonna stay. I could see them pivot. Newbie journalist. Yeah. I want to know about the exporting of agriculture as well. That's interesting. But yeah, we've been covering this 5.5 hours. So for sure. Oh, you seen ads? Cha-ching, let's go. Let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm really curious how this stuff works more than anything, because apparently you don't make money really from a live stream, even though again, it's not the main goal, but it is nice to get a couple extra change for having a good conversation with everybody. There's some people in here with some good business ideas. Are you still in USA or Kenya? I'll be in Kenya next month, and I'm gonna be there for 3 months. I tell you, you're like twins with glad apart from the age difference. Confirm from your mom. PP Bob, where are you from? Ryan, so Kikuyu, Kamba, Luo ladies. Oh man. I don't want to give this to them because I don't want to play into this narrative. Is that all I get to choose from? I don't want to give it to him, but Kikuyu is doing good. Kamba too. I like a more, oh man, this is members only, but since we still building up the membership, that's why you guys got to join, because we're going to talk about all this kind of stuff and more. I'll be less politically correct. Yeah, because everyone, the Kikuyus, they think they on top all the time. So I don't want to just give them all the credits. But I like a more petite frame. So a lot of Luos, I think a lot of Black Americans are going to gravitate that way. But for me, not so much. I'm a darker skinned kind of guy generally. So that's the only, Kikuyus are kind of light generally. I knew this nice lady that was Nubian and Somali. That's nice. Yeah. So but the Kikuyu, that's boring. It's to Luya. I don't know. I can't differentiate Luo, Luya, and Kalenjin that well. Kalenjin I could kind of tell sometimes. But Kikuyu and Kamba, I can't tell the difference all the time. If they said Kamba or Kikuyu, I want to be surprised. Kenya has since in 1999 been a leading exporter of flowers products to the EU. This included roses, where Kenya is the biggest exporter. Yo, how do flowers survive all that travel? That's what I didn't understand. But I am aware, like, Kenya is big on the flowers. Is Westlands really that profitable for rental? All those realtors are just talking. If I went just for profits, I would only buy in Westlands. It's the only place I'll buy. Makes the most sense. You pay more for the premium, but imagine buying property in Manhattan, New York. You're going to get the best return. Like, imagine buying Manhattan properties 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, right? You're going to win the most with those versus Staten Island or some other places. Even if they're good, you're going to see exponential returns, in my opinion, in Westlands first. If you can't afford Westlands, going to Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Lavington is fine, although I would probably prefer Kileleshwa. But if you're going Airbnb, Kilimani is probably a little bit better. I don't know. Kilimani is more busy. Kileleshwa is more chill, but it's the Olotoktok Road going towards Westlands, I find is very convenient to get to Westlands from Kileleshwa. So I don't know. Yeah, see, he's saying Kikuyu's top tier. Kikuyu. Surreal. Ryan, the question about Kikuyu thing is a setup, bro. They trying to see if you've been playing that much. Oh, I know. That's going to be members only for y'all to know about that aspect, okay? Because you're going to get me in trouble. Kalenjin are usually darker. Darker than what? Darker than Luo? Luo's dark. Kalenjin's darker than Luo? Is them Nubians, them Egyptians. Yeah, Nubians is more like what, Sudan area, and Somali. Luya, take the Big Nash, Kenyan ladies. Yeah, if you like Big Nash, that's probably the way to go. The food in Kenya is amazing. You can definitely be a vegetarian while there. The mukimo is my favorite local dish. I don't eat very much local food when I'm there. It's terrible. It's horrible. I'm going to do better, though. But yeah, everyone was like, what are you going to do as a vegetarian? It's not a problem in Kenya. You can easily be vegetarian in Kenya, no problem. Will someone actually rent in Westlands long term? I don't like to speak to the prospects of vacancy rates and long-term rents because I don't have experience with this. I only have my point of view about it. I don't have firsthand knowledge, and it's because there's no MLS, it's hard to have data on this. But Westlands seems like it has the most demand and where many people, foreigners, are going to want to stay. Now, you're talking about long-term. Is someone that works at Microsoft or something like that going to stay in Westlands? Probably. And are they going to stay long-term? Probably. They're going to prefer that. Me personally, I don't think Westlands, I don't think it's worth the price premium. I've been always saying this. As an individual, for me, I don't mind being in Kilimani or Kileleshwa. That's why my property is in Kilimani. But for rental prospects, I think those places get rented first. The export numbers might change because of the weather, and countries like Morocco, South Africa, Peru, Egypt, and Turkey are also major suppliers of fresh fruit and vegetables to Europe, Ethiopia too. Can you get over $1,000 a month rent in Westlands for a one bedroom? You're probably looking at $1,200 to $1,500 on Airbnb for the month. Unfurnished is probably about half that, so $600-$750 per month if you did a year lease on a one bedroom. I'm saying my property in Lavington is market rate 65,000 shillings, about $500 a month on unfurnished, and probably on Airbnb. Again, I don't know the vacancy rate and how frequently it would be rented, but the max rate per month for that is probably about $1,000. So usually the Airbnb rates double up to maybe 2.2x the unfurnished rate. That's the dynamics that I'm looking at. That's what it looks like for me. I hear vegetarian is good for reproductive parts. Y'all tripping. Y'all are tripping. Luya women. Luya women are more traditional. I don't know about all that stuff when they be saying that. I think, especially Nairobi, like maybe if you get outside Nairobi, it's a little bit different. Nairobi is a different thing. I know black dudes who be vegetarian when they broke. That's true. Black dudes got Gucci belts when they broke. You know, I don't know, and they got a Hellcat somehow too, and a gold chain. I don't know what they doing. You know. Oh no, my soundboard went out. I was gonna play a really funny sound, and it went out. How much is Westland Premium? What's the difference? So, 1-bedroom, Lavington, Airbnb rate probably 1,000. That's usually what I pay. Airbnb on a monthly, I pay about 1,000. If you're in Westlands, it's probably 1,500. So what's that? 50%. So I'd say 30 to 50%, maybe even more, depending. You're paying that just to be in Westlands for the same thing. Oh, avocado. I love avocado. Maybe I should look into that. Kenya is also the largest avocado exporter in Africa and globally. Thanks for this information. It surpassed South Africa as the top exporter on the continent. Many Kenyan local Africans are big in the farming business. Let me see if I can read any of these words. And I can't. Not even one word. I've been practicing, but I didn't catch none of that. I don't know none of them words yet. Why do all the women in Nairobi ask for Uber fare? What you mean, why? They don't ask if they're not in Nairobi. Tell me, Fred. Tell me. I don't know what's going on. They definitely ask. Not all the time, though, actually. For your properties over there, did you pay cash or installment or mortgage? So I paid cash, but my first property, I put it under contract with a year for it to be completed. So I paid it quarterly over a year. You pay a 20% deposit, then you pay quarterly up until it's complete. Equal payments. You can negotiate all this stuff, though. I have some stuff under contract at the Diplomat across from Westgate. I have 2 units there. I actually have a business partner on that as well. We kind of split the risk. Because if you have more units, I'll start talking about like rental stuff when I have data that can back it up. But that's on a 3-year payment plan because this won't be completed for 3 years. So it's really quite affordable. Kenyan. Oh, yeah. Yep. Got that one. Even the women with jobs ask for transport. I found it annoying. Where are you from, Fred? That's pretty standard. I mean, you don't have to pay if you don't. Hey, don't simp. Hold strong. I agree. And it's probably not even $10. Them asking for Uber fare is a deposit for their time. Y'all not sucking me into this passport bro conversation. No sirree. I do love avocado, and it's so affordable in Kenya. Oh man, I need to eat avocado every day. I don't need to eat nothing. I was in shape, and then I gained like 20, 30 pounds over the last couple months, doing bad. And now I'm going back to Kenya. We're going to see. I didn't like the gym at the last place I was at, but at my spot I'm buying, brand new gym, looking over the pool. I'm excited, and it's nicer. I already seen it. I'm ready. Oh, one thing that gets me in the gyms, though, at the apartments, there's no AC in most of these places. It could get hot in there. I don't like working out hot like that. I don't like that. That's not cool. And the gym memberships in Kenya are not cheap. It's like $50 a month, most of these places. The smaller avocados taste better than the big ones. You don't like the big ones, dog? What's wrong with you? You don't like the big avocados? What are some condo properties worth checking out? Diplomat's number one because of the location, Poponi Road. It's by Wonder Properties. I've dealt with them before. I've looked at many of their past projects. I'm very comfortable with that developer. It is a Chinese developer, but they're not all the same. I like them, and I like the location. I love that project, to be honest. And look, they're not paying me. Okay, they should probably be paying me. Shoot. But I got to work the integrity of that stuff out, right, guys? So right now they're not paying me. They're across from Westgate. Really like it. It's 3 years out, so if you want something more immediate, you probably want to buy something that completes sooner. Emerald is good. A lot of people are saying it's small. I looked up the square meters the other day. I got to compare it. I think their quality is good. They got their show house up now. So if you're not comfortable buying completely off plan without seeing what's going on, that's a good project in Westlands. It's right on Westlands Road, I believe. Marble West. I think I prefer Marble West quality and finishes. I've looked at that developer's past projects. That's across the street from Emerald. So literally they're right next to each other. And then there's that one 1870 or something. That's a Haas Consult development. And I have not been at any Haas Consults, but I think they're a really good developer by reputation. They don't work with real estate agents. That's why I haven't seen some of their stuff yet. It looks nice. It has like a round, it's like kind of round on the edge, and that location is nice as well. They're all very comparable by location. All of those 4 that I've talked about. My favorite is Gemini, but my favorites aren't always like economic rental ones, right? So for me, Gemini, the amenities there. Also, I like the Diplomat specifically because the amenities are going to be really good. They're trying to do like a hotel concierge type vibe, which I think will work really well with foreign travelers and things like that. But anyway, Gemini, the amenities there are nice. It's out the way in Westland, so for me, like staying there seems more cool. Like you could probably like do a jog in that area because it's a way less populated area. I think they're in the excavation phase, but a lot of things have sold. I definitely would have bought one. So, and I'm going to make a video about this, but my considerations on the purchase that I recently made in Kilimani was time dependent. So this project, actually it's in my videos, but I didn't talk about it because I didn't know I was buying it. Because it was kind of spur of the moment. I ended up getting an offer for selling one of my properties that I have in Texas, and I got the funds. So I made a deal on one of the properties. I don't want to give it away because this is going to be where I'm actually staying at. But anyway, it's nice, but Gemini is my favorite. The amenities are cool. The pricing was really good. It's by Starroot, the developer. They're also doing Capricorn, and they did Starroot, which, if you're familiar with the area, is by CJ's and Kilimani. And I like being next to CJ's. So I was going to buy a Capricorn, and this is the same developer that's doing Gemini. But then I thought, well, Westland's property value is a little bit better, and the amenities are there better. But I didn't want to wait. I think they're still 2 years out, and I need a place now. So I went with this one. I'll show you guys when I get there, but I don't want to like put it. I don't want my fans waiting for me. You know, that would be weird. So I think those are cool. So if you're looking, Enrogue, which is also by Haas Consult, is on Olotoktok Road, which is in Kilauea, in a really nice location. The view from there is really nice. It's on the main road, going towards Westlands or getting out Going out the other direction as well, very convenient. And Rogue by Haas Consult. I haven't seen it personally, but to be honest, I'm feeling FOMO that I didn't at least look at that project, because online it looks really good, and that location I would definitely live there. So that's my analysis, and this is stuff that's going to end up being in members only at some point, because this is that's valuable information, guys. I think. And that's the type of stuff we're going to start doing in membership only, to really, I'm telling you guys, I do this. I a couple days a week, I'm looking at property. And again, I'm looking at property as a real estate salesperson and investor with 15 years experience. Okay. So you're getting a good filtered bit of information about real estate there. And as my knowledge of Kenya increases, the value of that information probably is going to be more helpful to you guys, especially with the vacancy rates and stuff like that. I'll be giving you guys the real numbers when I have a full year of rental history and things like that. But we got to give time. Jesse Whitehorn. Hold on, I'm bringing my soundboard back up. Hold on. Hey, welcome back. He said, "You still on live? I did yard work and back inside. This is a job you're doing. You need to charge $1 a comment." You would hope that people just do it off of their strength. I got Darnell. There's a couple of people in here. Actually, just one person gave me a super chat. I'm twerking for dollars. What I gotta do? Just yeah, stupid. Yeah, but that yard work, I'd rather be doing this than yard work, bro. So, but I got yard work to do in my house. Could you talk about Upper Hill neighborhood? Is it cool for expats? I don't know enough about Upper Hill, to be honest. Can't even speak to it. Ryan, keep this live up. Why? Why are you saying that? Tell me why. I am targeting a Miru lady. I don't know that tribe. May start growing Mira and make jump. Y'all wild. You gain vegetarian weight like vegan. Oh my God. Being vegetarian is not inherently more healthy. I think it's normal to eat meat. Emerald is small, 58 square meters. The quality is nice though, but too tiny. I might be exposing myself, but I don't know what the square meters of these other projects are in comparison. Jesse Whitehorn, Jose ain't coming to work today for you. Upper Hill is mainly offices. What was the first property you mentioned before Emerald? The Diplomat. My favorite one, but it's 3 years out. But they have, okay. So one of the reasons why I like it for investment, it's in Westlands. There's no way you can get anything in Westlands at 5 million, but they have a studio listed at 5 million. My thesis with the studio is that it should rent and perform pretty much just as well as a 1-bedroom, but you're paying 1 mil or 2 mil less than the 1-bedroom. So on an ROI perspective, especially when people are looking at Airbnbs, I rent studios all the time. I don't really have a preference, studio or 1-bedroom, that much. Other people might, but the difference is not that big. And I think you get a better ROI because of the entry price. I'm not looking for a rental. I want the property for myself. Oh, okay. No, Gemini is an awkward location, and I like that because it's out of the way, but you can get back in the way if you want to. That's appealing, especially C. Griffin is saying they're looking to stay. I like Gemini. Now, would it be big baller to stay at the real expensive Diplomat project? Yes. If you're looking, I think in Rogue is probably Gemini, but I have to see the Enrogue, Enrouge. Look it up. It's by Haas Consult. I have not been in them. I don't know. Hoskitsalt, just by their presentation, looks like a really quality developer. A lot of people have told me they're good, but I don't know firsthand. So I always want to make that disclaimer. But that is probably the spot I look at. And it's a little bit more for the area, but it's probably worth it even. Inaki by Hoskitsalt is probably their best, better than 1870 West. 1870 West is the one I was talking about in Westlands that they're building. Hoskitsalt allegedly don't miss. When you showed the Diplomat, it was fire. Well, it was just a groundbreaking in the floor plans. I want to see what their the show house is, but that won't be done for a year and a half probably. But that's by Wonder Properties, and they have very similar layouts, although they're saying they're trying to step it up with the Diplomat, especially being in Westlands. We'll see if that's true. Will you visit Malindi, their property selling there? That is the goal. I want to get out all the way to Malindi because maybe the farm's out near Malindi town, right? I don't know. Malindi is very interesting to me. So we're going to do a tour on the coast if everything goes well. See, if we had memberships and stuff, it'd make it easier because I pay my own way. And these passport bros, they getting fundraisers and stuff. They paying for them to go out there. But yeah, I want to do a coast tour. There's a 65% chance the coast tour happens. But it's weird because some of the pricing is the same as Nairobi, but then I see other stuff for like 3 million out there. So I think we want to build a map in our minds about what the opportunities are on the coast on the real estate for sure. And what I always do is I go to city center and like Nairobi, right? I want to know Westlands. Okay, then let me spread out. Okay, and then let me see the outskirts of the city. Then let me see the suburbs. Then let me see the country areas further out. And that's kind of how I've been approaching it. This way I get a full map because I want to know the pricing zones. Like I want to be able to kind of quote what type of pricing is further out and what you should be paying. That's why I was asking about the land costs and all that. I want to rewatch. I missed. So would people watch like this whole thing? This joint is 6 hours. People, somebody watch. Some of y'all have been in here, but it's live. Like you might be, outside hanging out, whatever, just got in the background. If y'all paying attention to me for 6 hours, I'm impressed and I appreciate you. I'm flattered. Jesse Whitehorn, he lost weight already, so his dollar twerk would be sloppy. PB Bob got funny all of a sudden. Jeffro, welcome. Great topic conversation. Let's connect and build more of this conversation. I'm based in Nairobi. What's going on? Are you an agent? I see your professional picture up there. How the heck did you find this on Facebook? That's crazy. But yeah, I'm looking at Lincoln. I do have some loyalty to the agent I work with, but I'm looking to network. The Diplomat seems nicer, so you got to be careful with the seam and stuff with the renderings. We got AI, they got good producers, they got good graphic artists. I agree. Trust but verify. I don't care where I live. The place can have roaches and rats. I need central AC. That's some white people stuff. Because why you need AC? It's not that hot. I'm sorry. Well, I got racist all of a sudden. Goodness gracious, I'm sorry. Actually, my favorite expat Kenyan YouTubers, they want AC too. They be staying in a hotel. They spending a lot of money, but they value it, which is why I realize Westlands, because they don't want to leave Westlands. They like from what they're saying. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Because I was like, what do you guys think about like Kilimani? And so they're like, hell no. I'm like, I barely see the difference. I mean, I do see a difference, but for me, it don't matter. Hopefully, C. Griffin, I answered the question. I feel like I didn't. No, the definitive answer to your question, for me is Gemini and Enrogue. in Kileleshwa. Capricorn's interesting because you could get a 3-bedroom for the price of a 2-bedroom at Capricorn, but I don't know how much they have available. It should be completing soon by the end of the year, I think. You won't need AC in Nairobi. Some people do. I get a little hot. I have to sit there in my underwear sometimes at the peak of the day. This is why your apartment matters, because I was on a low floor one time, and at night you got to close the windows. You're going to get eaten by the mosquitoes. If you're on a high floor, I leave the windows and everything open the whole time. I leave the whole balcony open. The breeze is good. Also, I do notice if the building is facing the sunset, that John be hot in the evening. If you face sunrise, the property cools off by the evening. Big difference too. And the breeze. Because I stayed on 2 different sides of the same building one time because there was a maintenance thing. So they moved me onto the other side. The other side was hot as hell, and it was the same unit, everything. It was just on the other side. He said, I will definitely subscribe. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
I like this right here.
Do we have to cancel that Diddy sound?
I like this right here.
I appreciate you, and I'm grateful you are not a password bro. I plan on joining full membership because you helped me so much as I binge your YouTube. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me because I'm not a broke, dusty YouTuber. I've really been doing it for fun, but I do like when like it has an impact because I get off on like impacting. Like Darnell said, he's putting a deposit tomorrow. I said, oh, shoot, that's crazy. And I don't try to influence people on where to buy. I just give you the best information from my perspective. And again, right now, I will not say I'm an expert on Kenyan real estate. I am a real estate professional, but I'm not an expert in the Kenyan market. But I have a passion for helping people. So I really appreciate that and you letting me know that. And whatever I could do to help, please let me know. As my disclaimer is, all I could do is share the information I have. You got a lot of value to watch. Thank you. You have to do a coast province. Yeah. I mean, we'll start in Mombasa. Thank God it's cooler right now. And in the summertime in Kenya, that it's hot. We're going to have to bring 50 bottles of water. I'm going to have to lose some weight before I get out there to do some house tours because this is a lot of work. We've been in a car. The Uber don't want to put on the AC. It's hot. We had traffic. Then we going up all the steps, dodging the construction. It's a bit physically active out there. So only imagine in the Mombasa heat, looking at those properties. But yeah, I want to go from Mombasa to Malindi and check things out. Because my concern, if I'm in Malindi or Mombasa, is do I have access to things that I need to purchase? What if I need a computer? If I need a new camera, do I got to go to, I mean, it's only maybe $150 to go to Nairobi, but then see, like, you're going to need somewhere to stay. It could be inconvenient, you know? And then, yeah, you can take the SGR line, but that's a whole day, 5 hours. I don't recommend the SGR. The SGR is, yes, you'll save money, but you lose time. It's really scenic though, so it's a nice experience. You said, I would, yeah, you're a smart guy. I'm ignorant when it comes to real estate. Well, thank you. Well, I want to learn about this coffee farm, and we got to talk about that if you're serious, because there's all kinds of opportunities. And I don't like doing sole owner businesses. I like some partners. This way we add different skills and we can just take different parts of a business and really run with it. Especially because I do so many other things. Like it'd be cool to partner on stuff. Not saying, you know, I don't know, but Kelis talked about doing farming in Rwanda. Have you visited over there? No. So my loose plan is by January or February of next year, I'll be predominant time in Kenya. And then when I need to leave the country, I don't know if you have to leave East Africa for your your time to reset, but I'd like to go to Rhonda to look at what they got going on over there. Although, you know, the stuff with the DRC and all that is a little concerning. Jerry's turn. What's up, Esrello? Can you send me the link so I can say a few words about your upcoming trip to Nairobi? Yeah, let me I'll drop the link in a little bit. Let me get through some of these comments. And dang, I want to finish this Kelis video too. I'll drop it in there though. That's Scott Ensley on YouTube. He says he's not a passport bro, so what are we gonna talk about? Yes, people watch the replay, so if you don't edit it, the live chat will be available to see. Yeah, so I didn't know. I edited the first one just because actually the first one was by accident. I wasn't gonna do live. I was just gonna wait and do my normal videos. I hopped on live. Y'all started going on there, and all I said was test. So then I ended up talking to everybody. It became a video, but it was a whole bunch of dead air in the middle, so I wanted to cut it. But then I realized it makes it a new video. And then you lose the live chat, although we're on StreamYard, and like this chat on the side, you'll be able to see. So I guess it's different. Maybe I will wait till the Diplomat has a showroom. I used to think they're overselling this stuff, but like if you wait, and I'm not trying to push you, like I have the top floor units facing the street under contract of the 1-bedroom and a studio. And so the units that will be available, I don't know if that's important to you, but I always want the top floors because the view. They may not be available. So that's the only thing with that. Crying. Yes, I'll watch this live while I work tomorrow being a CPA. Dang, that's crazy. I need something to entertain me while working. I watched the other live I missed and it was, dang, really? That's dope. Jerry's turn. Rello said, I'm so excited. And we will have overlap. So the times worked out. Kai's in Kenya. Rello's going to be there. Oh, man, this is going to be crazy. Westland is hot because there's no trees. I stayed in, that was in Kilimani where it was hot. Just because of the facing of the property. But yeah, I agree. Lavington Kilauea is cooler. Karen is cooler because of that. It's like a lot of foresty. Any apartment close to Karua Forest is colder. Yeah, the prices up that direction start getting kind of crazy though. Joe Biden be walking around without his underwear in the summer, according to a neighbor. Shoot, that's me when it's hot in the room in Kenya with no AC. Kenya is the biggest exporter of black tea in Africa and the world. This is shared with Sri Lanka and India. Sometimes India will eat Sri Lanka or Kenya. Interesting. Tea is another thing. Yep, coffee. Wow, did he tell him 50 Cent he likes some type of oil?
I like this right here.
When will you roll out your RD investment fund? I'm still 50-50 on it. I am slightly working on it, but like for you, I don't know what your finances are, but you might be able to just partner with a couple friends and do it. I don't know, man. Just like Kelis is doing that farming collective investment thing, I get worried. You just get one bad, someone not happy with something, and now you're a scammer and all this and that. I'm really worried about it. But let me get my reps up. Let me build connects. Maybe we get some more people committing a bigger amount of money because the issue I'm running into is like the accountants firms that would handle that want 10, 15K retainers just to start. And then that eats up some of the return on investment. So it's got to make sense. So, and I don't have experience in like, group, large funds that are SEC regulated and stuff like that. So just a little tentative there. It's on the table, but I don't know. Malindi is extremely humid. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know Melindy's words, but Mombasa was hot. I partner with you in farming in Kenya. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm big on like, I got to know people's character and like get to know them on a deeper level before really trying to do any joint business. But hey, if you're out there, we figure something out. Um, there's definitely something to look at. The other thing is like everybody got a different idea. It's hard to lock in on something, but I'm definitely interested in partnering on some things. Okay, I'm about to drop the link, Rello, and we can figure out what you're talking about. You can create lifestyle real estate townhomes within coffee farm. Oh, that's a cool idea. Manufacturing coffee houses store. Yeah. That was the thing. You could I was thinking about that. You could do tours. Everything goes down to marketing, especially when you're doing like foreigners. Like, here's where the coffee comes from. You do a tour of the coffee farm, and then you could have like a little restaurant or a little coffee shop in there, and then maybe you open satellite coffee shops in town, and people can come in. Like, there's so much opportunity, and the amount of money that you need to do these things is not as much. Do you both save the live and edit another for the? So I have no idea. And then the thumbnail, I did a thumbnail for this one. I actually wanted to do a consult with some YouTubers for them to kind of guide. I wanted to do it and then ask them how I should do it better. But I think I'll just leave this live up, because what I try to do now is when the live starts, I just try to go into a monologue, and then as people come in, then it becomes more responsive to the comments. Someone had suggested earlier to maybe put some panels together, which would be dope. I don't know if you go, Sid is a really interesting character because he's invested in West and East Africa. He lives in New York, does finance very clearly, like real recognized, real. I could tell right away he's on it. He knows. And with the finance background, I think he would have a lot of insight. And he's from Liberia, but lives in the States, works remote. I think he's got a really interesting perspective. I want to find these people and like put them on the platform or create something so that you guys can get access to like know what's going on. So Rello, I dropped the link. I think having a goat farm would be great as well. Goat meat is pop. Yeah, I think I was considering goats a little bit easier, I think. Sheep is another thing because you could do wool, right, as a vegetarian. Maybe you don't want to kill the sheep. You just want to do some wool. Maybe it's export more. I don't know how well sheep do in the climate. Depends where they are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I get excited. See, now I'm passionate. I'm telling you, I've been struggling with passion on the real estate side here in the US. And I am just like 6-hour live stream. It's fun. I'm still having fun. I'm excited. I'm hungry as hell. You see, I need to be eating, and I haven't eaten. Goats are the easiest to farm and it's good money. This is the thing. I don't want to start with something complicated I don't understand, but there's economies of scale. So if you just do goats, it's probably better than trying to do goats, cattle, chicken. Now you got to learn 3 different disciplines to get it efficient. But for me, again, like, do I need to squeeze every dollar out of the project? No. It's fun. Hopefully I can employ people. I can spread the money in town. If you're buying, you go in town now, I'm adding to the economy. I'm buying things in town, especially if you're, more of the rural section. I saw someone, and was this in Kinganda? I think it was on Kinganda. The guy was in a village area, and they didn't have like a bar or like a chill spot. So he made like a saloon. And then like ice was an issue. So then they got cold drinks. They had ice or refrigeration. And then there was a place for people to congregate. And I'm sure he probably wasn't making a ton of money, but I like C. Griffin was saying, like, she's saying she's watching, listening, and getting value. I like that. That's what gets me going. Like, wow, like it mattered. I don't know. Maybe is that a small man syndrome or something? Like, I want stuff to matter. Like, hey, because I watched this, I ended up doing that. Like, I think that's fire. And so, yeah. Hunger, a form of self-cleansing. They found cancer patients able to stay hungry longer. Yo, hunger is not real. Like the hunger I'm experiencing is not real. I know that. Okay. But it's like the Matrix because I still feel hungry. But yeah, that's true. That's why fasting for thousands of years, people have been fasting and it's spiritual. I get it. If we wanted to give Kenyans a great salary for the month to help ranch, how much you think? $2K a month. The average Nairobian is making $300 USD per month. Okay, that's the average salary. So if you're paying like 500, that's probably really good. Plausible things. What's going on? Bring your real estate experience here. Develop somewhere in Kisumu, something overlooking Lake. Okay, Lake Victoria. When are they going to change the name back? But yeah, that area is interesting. I don't know why I've been leaning towards the coast. Probably because in my mind, I'm like import, export, close to the port, transportation, warmer weather there. I don't. What's Kisumu like? And what's the weather look like there? Sin Love said she loves my thumbnail. Thank you. My thumbnails used to be so trash. I feel like I just got to like an acceptable level of making them. So I appreciate that because this is, man, I've been doing YouTube since like 2016 or something. Not like consistent, but real trash thumbnail. So I've come a long way. Thank you. What you mean 2K, maybe 20K a month? Oh, Kenyan money. I was saying in USD. What's $300 a month in Kenyan currency? Like 30,000? I think something like that. I could be way off. The hunger's getting to me, dog. But yeah, that's what it's looking like. Rello, are you getting on here? I'll drop the link again. Well, in the meantime, let's continue with Kelis.
Every time I'm there, I'm just like, the music is like electric, right? So
she's still giving out
there's
participation trophies to the rest of Africa, even though Kenya's the best.
Zanzibar is beautiful. I personally,
here he is.
now, I prefer.
Let's bring him up.
Yo,
Yes, sir. What's going on, man? How are you?
what up, Ryan?
What's up, Rello? This is Rello or Scott Ensley on YouTube. What's going on, man?
What's going on, Ryan? Man, I just tuned in. I saw you was on earlier. I liked what you was talking about with the Nairobi stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you got this shit down to a science.
Oh, just do my best, you know. Did you book the spot?
Nah, yeah, I booked the spot, but you know, I actually had to push the trip back. I know you.
You pushed it back again?
No, it's set
Oh.
for August. Yeah, I had to set it for August just to, because the thing is, I got a trip to Thailand and it was gonna be a gap between it, and my people coming in town for my father's funeral too for the first week. So it just was, those two things combined was like, damn, you're gonna have to push this trip. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I had to push the trip. So we definitely, definitely gonna be in Nairobi August 15th through September 15th. So we're gonna do a month in Nairobi. It's gonna be a movie. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be out there July 6th to October 1. So yeah.
I know. You're gonna be out there the whole time. I'm glad you staying that time. So I'm like, because I got some great ideas for some content that's gonna be a movie. You know what I'm saying?
Don't get me in trouble now.
No, some good content, not no dirty content. You know what I mean? Like some real estate stuff. You know
I got
what
the
I
members
mean?
only though, so you know, now there's some space for some other stuff too. So I'm cool.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know how long you were staying
That's nice.
initially. So now that you staying, a nice amount of time, you definitely everything is good. Cause that was my main thing. I was like, man, we gotta set it up so we both in town for at least a nice amount. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it
So
worked out.
yeah, it definitely worked out. So August 15th is the for sure date. It's gonna give me enough time to get everything situated, and then I'll be able to I'm doing 2 trips in one. It's a 6-week total trip. The subs are stoked. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be good to make the comparison like direct from Nairobi to Thailand.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's definitely gonna be able. I like this. Nobody's done this before. I'm doing the basically best of both worlds, African, Asian. It's just dope. I've been in Pattaya this year and I loved it. So I'm just wondering if it can make me be like, nigga, I actually love it here more. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
I can't wait to see what your experience is going to be like. We'll see. We'll see. We will
Right,
see.
bro. The content I'm gonna be dropping from Nairobi is you
What's the
see how
first
the
thing you're trying
subs
to do?
is, huh? What'd you say?
What's the first thing you're trying to do?
Man, I'm getting active. I'm getting out in the town. Like, I'll just find some spots, post up, walk around. Like, I don't, you probably ain't seen how I do my trips, but like, it's a lot of like live IRLs and just interacting with the people on the street and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh, gotcha. I'm gonna
you
have to
know.
hide out and I'm gonna have to hide behind the VIP couches.
Ryan, I mean, you're gonna.
I
It's kind of
gotta
scary because
protect my image, okay?
right, I'm just saying, I'm so famous. It's like I wish you, because
I'm
I know you want to
scared.
be low, but I'm just,
I'm scared.
yeah, I know, Ryan. I know. I might be putting the spot out light on you. Might not be ready
Yeah,
for that. You
I'm
know what
not
I'm saying?
ready. Well, we'll
No,
see.
but
I'll be out there. I'm definitely. Milan keep posting new pictures of the renovation.
yeah, I
Look
saw
real
that.
nice.
The bees have popped up on my shit too. So yeah, I looked at some stuff. I've seen some stuff. It's gonna be dope, man. It's gonna be. I can't wait. I'm just counting the second. I feel like I'm in prison, just counting the seconds down to my release date. It sucks.
It's been me the whole year since I got back. I just been like, just counting the time, and now it's here. I just said, "F it." I'm just
I
doing it.
just know it's gonna be fire compared to like. I just don't know if it's gonna be above what I'm expecting or if it's gonna be just right at what I'm expecting. So I'm kind of like that difference has got a lot of anxiety to it because it's like, damn, like, is it really gonna live up to the hype? You know what I mean? Like,
Someone said Rella need to wear like American. I think he's saying you gotta dress very American or you'll blend in. He looks too Kenyan. You got your chain ready? You got a
I got
big
the chain, I'm got the gear, the forces, the jeans, t-shirts, do-rags, fitteds, forces.
the live can't see what you look like, but I was on your live and I was like, Rello kind of look Luo. So I was like, you might blend in. I don't know. Okay, so oh man.
See, but when we go to the upscale events, I want to wear like button-ups and ties and like, is it
Oh,
cool enough to wear like suit coats and suits out and stuff like that? Or what do you
I
think?
think so right now. I see that the high is like 75 degrees.
Yo, that's beautiful weather,
Oh,
yo.
at night
God.
it's cold.
Right. So you could wear a suit out to one of them little polo club things and be
Yeah,
cool once the sun go down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, for sure.
so that polo club is what's that crowd? Can you kind of
That's the best
describe
feeling.
what I'm gonna see once we go to like the polo events and stuff like that? Or
I think the race course has the upscale crowd. I met some attorney ladies out there that I still keep in contact with that help me with some legal questions. There's nice vendors out there. I think the crowd, that's the best crowd. And I almost didn't go. That was the funny thing. And I was, when I was there, I was like, thank goodness I decided to go to this, is how I felt. Because it was nice. And like, I don't know if it's just an African thing, but Kenya, they know how to do stuff real nice. The DJ, after the race is done, it starts getting a little cooler at night. The DJ comes out, they're playing music, everybody start dancing. It's just a really good time. The weather's nice, the food is good. It's just like, because we had the tent, we had a table with a whole bunch of seats. It was just like the best experience ever. Like, that experience is better as like a social event. That's the best for me. Definitely the best thing to go to.
That's probably where you're gonna see the baddest Johns at too. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I think you would meet quality women there. I think if you're just looking, and this should be a members only, see, because you got me talking like, but if you're just looking for appearance, the clubs will have nice ladies. They said, is he a PP bro? See, Griffin ain't feeling the passport bros.
I'm a travel vlogger. I'm not a passport bro. I told y'all that.
You're gonna meet Austin Holloman.
Yeah, oh mom, Big Austin. It's gonna be a movie. This trip is gonna be over the top. You know that, Ryan. You know that. This gonna be your best trip, Ryan. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, it's definitely gonna be the best trip. See, now I gotta, because I'm doing a tour on the coast, so I gotta find dates for that to make everything work here. Plus, my guy Kai is gonna be out there. He's out there right now, making me jealous. He's sending me videos of stuff from the spots. I'm like, dang. Pause. We got to figure out the dates for all that kind of stuff. Omaru, small talk can't reach the heavens. The sound waves hit different. What are you talking about? Wife beater and Tim's. What's happening to the chat? The chat is just on some other stuff. It's the vibes for me, but okay. What you trying to say?
Nah, bro, they don't know me. Like, you know me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, tell them I'm really him. Long story short. No, we got a trip coming up. It's gonna be dope. Ryan's gonna be helping me out in some spots on the trip. We're gonna do some content. It's gonna be crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's gonna be crazy, Ryan. I ain't gonna lie to you. Insane trip. So I'm just ready. I know you're ready.
I'm ready.
Is there anything like specific you want to get accomplished this trip? Like, what's the main objective, basically?
For me, I want to just, so now I'm on this farmland thing. So I got to go look at land in all kinds of different regions, probably 2-3 hours outside of Nairobi. So I want to take the people along on that journey of what that looks like, looking at land, the legal process. I want to interview some lawyers, accountants, because there's so much different information about land ownership. Should you use an attorney for this? Should you use an attorney for that? I want to do the coast tour on real estate. So I want to show people what the real estate is looking like on the coast. What are the opportunities? What's the options? What was the other thing? And I still want to do the tours in Nairobi, show the progress on some of these developments. I'll be living in my spot that I just purchased. So that's another thing. I want to do some collab content with some interior designers. I was trying to do that last time. I ended up renting the property before she did her thing, but I want to like do a ride along vlog with some interior designers because she did a really thorough design. I like the way that she put everything together, and then I wanted to go along with her and show how she's buying the stuff and her whole process. And I think that's those are most of them. Oh, I want to do some. I'm gonna do like a series on what you can buy for under 40,000. What can you buy for 80,000? What can you buy for 150K? Those are going to be some videos as well. So that's what I got going on.
I just watched a video on Kid Greatness channel. It was some spots for $100 a month. He was showing.
He be out there.
Crazy.
He's not scared. Like that's one thing. He's like in CBD interviewing people. He be in all the neighborhoods that like I think a lot of other people probably wouldn't go out to. So I think that he really kills it with that stuff. Because if it's $100 a month, I don't know what's it looking like.
I mean, it wasn't furnished or anything, but just the space alone was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think that's only $1,200 for a year. You know what I mean? Like,
and
$1,200 for an unfurnished apartment that was decent for a year, Ryan. Oh my mama, insane.
He said the dude came up with fortune teller energy and warped the chat.
No, I'm the voice of the chat. I come and ask the questions that niggas be thinking about. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
Yeah. He said Ryan and Brillo and Austin pool party gonna be. I'm not that fun, guys. That's what at least I'm gonna tell you. I'm not that fun.
Ryan's cool and laid back, man.
Yeah.
Just you being around could be a movie, though. You know what I mean? Like,
well, people find it funny because I be chilling and they try to get me out of my chill. You know, they try to put me in situations. They want to see how I'm gonna react.
I mean, if something happens, something happens. I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like, you know, I mean, whatever happens, Ryan. It's not like a.
And this is new for me. You got a big following. I'm I'm small, so it's kind of different when a whole bunch.
You're not that small. It's people with more than you that had less people in this chat than you got. I ain't gonna lie to you for sure.
But then, like I don't want to be on somebody's reaction video with the Kenyan ladies being upset.
Yeah. It could. Being around me is always that viral warning. It's like a pre-advisory I have to put out that people that hang with me be advised. I'll be IRLing. You don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? But I just like to have a good time. We're gonna be exploring the city, getting to know people, meeting business owners, property owners, upscale people that's actually
doing that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, bro, like I do all of that type of stuff. That's why people love my trip so much, because I show a lot of different shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I wanted to ask you about like that. Have you done the national the park thing with the giraffes and all of that, or no?
Yeah, you should do it. It's not life changing, but it's a pretty cool thing to do.
The giraffes come over the top of the vehicle and stick their mouth in the car and all of that too?
No, so for the giraffes, you should go to the giraffe center. That's really dope, and that's a shorter experience, like because it be getting. I guess I sound old. It'd be tiring, but you can feed the giraffe like by hand. It's crazy at the giraffe center. That's a really cool thing to do.
That's the type of shit that's the type of shit niggas want to see.
And the one got a real big head, and it tells you, watch out, don't get knocked out, because they got horns, like they can whip you with their head if they want to, but they're real nice. But they'd be like, yo, back up.
Right, but I'm thinking in my head, like they teeth don't even go to try to bite off nobody's fingers. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like
no, it'd be more dangerous if they headbutt you, because they can swing their head and
they can swing their hair really fast and hard.
Yeah, but there's like little baby ones and bigger ones, but the big one, his head is like big as hell. It's crazy being up close. Same thing with Sheldrick, the elephant orphanage is cool, because like you could touch like the elephants, like they're right there. The baby elephants, that's cool, and you learn a little bit about. I didn't know, like they go and like take care of the animals in the park, and they help them re-enter if one of the elephant moms dies and all that stuff. It's a pretty cool experience there.
Okay, so
cool. Go ahead.
No, I was saying like here's my main question. That sounds dope as hell, but I was saying since you done the park thing, I was saying like that's basically more set up for like bringing a chick with you because it's so expensive, or would you like you don't really want
Are
to
you
do the
talking about
farm?
Masai Mara? I haven't been to Masai Mara. I've only been to Nairobi National Park and Lake Nakuru. This is a little members only conversation, but pretty much anywhere I go, I'm probably with somebody, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I was
I never
thinking.
go by myself.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head. Like, don't do that tour by yourself. Because I didn't know how long it was, basically. You know what I'm saying? Because I did something like that on my last trip where we went to like this island, but like we had to bring some chicks because it was just set up so romantic type shit. You know what I'm saying? So, long story short, it's certain activities that's just better and set up for, bringing somebody with you. That was kind of my main thing. How long is that tour though in the thing? Do you know, Ryan?
Which one?
The one, the national
National
park
Park?
one. Yeah.
As long as you want, because the national park, once you're in there, I mean, you're just outside. You can just do whatever you want. There's different paths, there's different places, but basically you're just looking for animals or whatever you want to do. You could do a half day, you could do a whole day, you could do whatever you want at the national park, really. Like if you get the driver, you just go in and be like, yo, we're done. Time to go. The events in Tigoni and Gong Hills are better than the race course. Tell me about this. What's in Gong Hills? Gong Hills is beautiful, by the way, but I don't know that. Oh, Easy York. Good night. Going to sleep. 1:40 a.m. Appreciate you hanging out with us. PP Bob, Ryan, don't be laying up like old boys. Settle down. Get a thick wife that slap you upside your bald head when you go out of line. No. Nobody's slapping me. That's crazy. I don't know Tigoni. That's why I got to be careful with the lady stuff because I am trying to take people serious. So I don't want to be all out with, all
So
the ladies.
here's the main point. Why do you think people are so sleep on Africa like this, man? Like this is crazy to me that so many black men have no desire to ever go back to the continent. I don't know how to feel about that. What you think about that, Ryan? Basically.
I think we've all got that stereotype that it's just huts and nothing over there and dangerous. And there's probably some internalized, no, it's not self-hate, but well, in the travel community, I always say is a lot of guys that like Latin women. So I think that's what they gravitate to. And Africa's expensive and it seems challenging to do. Although it's not, it can feel it's farther. I think there's a lot of things that kind of
It's not expensive once you get there, though. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like,
Well, it
I,
can
I, I
be.
looked at, I looked at how cheap stuff was. I'm like, 10,000 shillings, $70. Oh shit! You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's expensive stuff you can do, but I'm also thinking in my head, it's like it's probably not as expensive as I think it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Basically.
Well, this is why it's hard for that content when people talk about how much you need because I mean you could spend money, but you could also not spend money. Like people live in Kenya and they make less than $100 a month, maybe even less than $50 a month. It's just like how you spend your money and what you decide to do. If you go out and turn up every night, I mean you can like actually it's funny. Kid Greatness was talking about like he don't like Oyster Bay like that because I guess the prices. But I like that lounge type of thing. So I'll spend a little bit more money in that environment. But you could
That's more of
also,
like the upscale, spend a little more type environment.
yeah, you're paying more for drinks and stuff like that for sure.
But it's
But
still
I
affordable.
don't like a full club like that. The music be too loud. I like a lounge where there's music, but I could talk, have a conversation. It's not.
I like shit like that too.
Yeah, that's more my speed. So that's like Oyster Bay, the location. Although at the location on the weekend they be turning the music up. I'm like, yo, chill. It's too much.
You say they be trying to get lit. Ryan be trying to just be chilling.
I want to be able to like you hear me. If we can't speak to each other, then we just sit there. You know, I don't like that. Or dance. I don't dance. You know,
You got some moves. You look
I
like
ain't
you
got no
got 'em.
moves. I'm not even tapping my foot. That's a promise. I like to smoke a cigar and drink a shot of bourbon. That's my speed. Yeah, exactly. I like that. Alloy has a cigar room. That's pretty nice. That has like a 10K minimum. Like when you walk in there, like you can't even go in there if you're not spending 10K.
For real? Like, is
That's
that's real or is that just
I think it's 10.
hyperbole?
It might be 8K. No, they'll tell you if you want to go to the cigar. It's just the back room. It's like a cigar room. You got to spend 10K.
I got that.
Nice experience, yeah, for sure. I like it. Dang, I've been on here 6 hours and 40 minutes.
No, I just wanted to slide on here really quick, Ryan. I just wanted to tap in with you. I'm probably gonna be going live in a little bit on my channel because I usually go Fridays and Sundays. So I'm gonna be hitting you up, man. This was a good chat. I can't wait to the trip. It's gonna be overly lit. Yeah, man, everything's on the up and up, and I look forward to the trip, man. It's gonna be a movie. You hear me?
It's gonna be fun. I'm glad the dates worked out, so that's awesome.
Yeah, that's dope for sure. So we're gonna get out there August 15th to September 15th. I'm in Nairobi with the best subs on YouTube. Y'all don't want to miss this. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel at Scott Inslee. I'm gonna drop my link after
Yeah, put all your info in there, and then I'm gonna be getting off soon. So if y'all can't get enough of Kenyan content, y'all can go over here to Rello's live and continue to party.
For sure. You already know. You know me. I'm gonna have at least 100 in the building. You know what I mean?
Man, your numbers is crazy.
Yeah, it gets crazy over there. It's good lives though, for sure. So
I can't believe I probably averaged like 40 people, which was amazing to me. So that's cool.
Yeah. All right, then hit me, bro.
All right. See you, man. Have a good one. Talk to you. I might hop on later after I eat.
All right, bet.
Yep. See. Bye. I am like dedicated to finish because this video was such an inspiration. But it's literally 10 minutes left, and 10 minutes of reaction is an hour for me somehow with the chat and everybody. I appreciate y'all hanging out, staying with me. I think C. Griffin wasn't feeling the energy. She was like, "Oh, I'm out of here." I wonder if did she survive? She said, "It's the vibes for me." I try to start. I'm all about balance. Okay, I like to have a good time, but do I want to build? That's members only. We talk about the ladies and the getting married and all that stuff. In members only. Sorry, guys. I've been trying to chill. Bob White, Love and Money. Finish strong, then eat. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me that motivation. Let's do it. My eye is red. Yeah, I've been on here all day. That's crazy. I was supposed to do some other things. I was like, I'll do 2 hours. I've been fasting with you all day. I appreciate that. And it is in my mind. I know it. But oh boy, it's gonna taste real good when I eat some vegetarian food. Kelis did good on this one. Experience and being grown is the best teacher. You survived. I'm a complete person, you know. I got a variety of interests. I try to keep it classy, but I'm open-minded. People can have fun. Like I do my thing, other people do what they do. It is what it is. Your subs love you. Apparently, I love y'all. I love y'all a lot.
I like this right here.
Rello. This is
Titty boy!
I should have played that. Go have a cigar and enjoy your day. I might do that. Yo, so I'm kind of a rookie with cigars, and generally I don't smoke anything. I never smoke really. I picked up the cigars to kind of calm down, slow down, because I'm always like doing something. I got real bad cigar sickness the other day. Like I had to lay down for an hour. I was about to go to the hospital. I almost died. Felt like I was gonna die. You be fasting but binge eating on the pig feet chicken leg. Yo, I ain't none of that. That's not. I know you do you, but you have other things to talk about. Also, you're thinking about economic issues. Be on point, so I rock with you. I appreciate that. I try to keep that the main thing. That's probably the thing I'm most interested in anyway. Like that's gets my excitement going. I will say my first trip was going crazy a little bit, but now it's kind of like more regular anyway. It gets old. You probably aren't smoking it right. No. I just smoked it down to like the bare minimum, and I was smoking too fast. I'm like that. I got lightheaded. Oh my goodness, it was bad. All right, let's continue with Kelis though.
Diani and Mombasa and like the whole coast of Kenya. Just as far as like
I like Diani as a girl's name. How do you feel about that? Is that future daughter's name, Diani? Is that corny? If you live in Kenya and you get called Diani, they probably looking at you like that's corny. Give it up in '93. Smoking too fast. Yeah, I'm not a pro, man. I'm not a pro.
like safety and cleanliness and like it's the same water, it's the same Indian Ocean, the same beach.
I love.
But yeah, I mean, I think
Ocean. That's nice.
that was the hardest part about buying land was like every country has something so dope and special to offer, right? Tanzania is robust
That's
and
why I don't wanna
lush,
travel
and it's
too
just
much.
like so much greenery
I might
everywhere,
fall in
right?
love.
Everybody has something to offer. So
Yeah.
really, you just got to pick a place, just put some money in it.
Yeah, so, I mean, when you name the top 5, it's interesting. We met in Kigali last week, and I'm thinking to myself, what is the strategy when
Rwanda?
you're trying to invest? Is it that I'm looking for the greenery? Is
Oh,
it
I love
am
this
I looking
question.
for the education, healthcare? What are the things when you're looking to say, all
I love
right,
this
here's
question.
why I want to buy land? Because I know you got land in a few countries.
Yeah, I think it's like you got to figure out what your priorities are, right?
Yes.
I mean, for me, like I said, I look at like government. Kenya has a democracy. People speak out against things. Like those are things that I was used to. So when I was thinking about like culture shock and what I was going to be able to like what I want to raise my kids in, that was like a logical choice, right? Education, all the things that we need are here. If you're looking for rural and a little bit less developed, in my opinion, Tanzania is a gold mine. It's absolutely stunning. There are a lot of the diaspora there already in Dar es
So I really identify with what she's saying because for many of us, it is a dual purpose to visit Africa. Like even for me, it's a business thing, but it's intertwined with a lot of purpose and being productive on the continent. And if you go back, we had all kinds of conversations. Our Black Americans colonizers. What makes you a colonizer? What race and culture? We had all kinds of those conversations, and I think you really gotta straighten that stuff out to figure out what you want to do. And so I think it's a good challenge, right? I was going to say it was challenging, but I think you could fill your life up, fill up your cup with like growth in a good way. Like, who am I? Why am I coming here? Like, what am I here to do? Like, what is my purpose? Because again, like, as you come here, if you have money, if you're good in the States and you can go to Kenya, you are like a rich person. And it's a weird correlation, but like
I like this right here.
this Diddy stuff, right? I think like when you get to, Will Smith talks about when you get to the end of money, when like you can just buy everything, you can just do everything. That kind of becomes you a little bit if you have good money and you go to Kenya. which can bring out bad characteristics in people because now you can do everything. And maybe economics was keeping people from their bad character traits. So I think knowing yourself, knowing your purpose, having a good reason, a powerful reason is important. And figuring that all out when you come to the continent and, you know, other than just, I mean, if you're just visiting, it's kind of like whatever, but I think it could be expanding for your character, or at least it has been for me. And so I really identify with what she's talking about here. Yeah, Rello, shout out to you. This is Scott Emsley again on YouTube if you want to check him out. I think he's going live probably, in another hour or so. Diani and Melindy, too, have some very nice festivals during the summer. See, I don't know. I'm not plugged into what's going on over there. Hopefully I can do that. Mostly oonts and house events. I have seen some beneath the whatever, and summer tides are among my favorites. Check it out on YouTube. I will check it out. It's hot. I gotta lose weight to be out there because I need to take my shirt off. I can't be offending people I can't be offending y'all eyes. Now you can take that dry. Oh my God, what? Tatiana, he said he's white to Cyril, but what's up with the Chinese AI generated profile pic? I don't know what's going on. What y'all talking about in there?
Salam. You know, there's like, you look at Zambia, Zambia is more rural. But again, I know Americans that have gone to Zambia to mine. Brilliant. I'm not a miner, but it's brilliant. You know what I'm saying? Like that just wasn't what I was going to do, but I get it. So when you look at things like that, like they're coming and they're putting money in, Zambia has tons of copper and all kinds of other stuff, right? So it just depends on what you're into. The easiest countries to buy stuff in though is definitely, well, Rwanda without a doubt, in the sense that they have a no nonsense policy, right? So you're never going to be taken. Like it's not.
They don't scam out
there. Put your money in, you're going to get what you put your money in for. Kenya, I think it takes a little bit longer, but it's like really straightforward. They're like, these are the things you have to do, and it's like no games, right? So that makes sense. Tanzania is a little bit harder because they want someone from, like if you don't have people there, they want someone from Tanzania to be part of the business with you. So that's a decision you'd have to make, right? Every country has something, you know, there are certain countries that will work with you. They just want Americans to come and they understand the power that we have, our buying power, and that will bring others. Zambia is one of them. You know, like they want to play. Don't be
beefing in the chat.
Like, what do we do to help you? So it just depends, you know. Kenya, to me, like I said, as far as like being a first time,
send me some cash.
Like this all made sense to me. Like I understood all the process. There was, like I said, only a few things that I thought.
Man.
I don't know if I want to send them.
Hold on, let me pause everything. He said he wants to send me some bread. I appreciate you. Let me get my Kenyan line. I appreciate that. This is my Kenyan line. So dang, I'm scared to type this in. Whatever. 717. This is my Kenyan line. So the dusty people in the States, y'all can't mess with me, okay? There it is. That's my M-Pesa, but I don't have access to my M-Pesa until I'm out there. But I'll definitely see it when it gets there. But I appreciate you. You're the man. You're the man. Thank you.
I like this right here.
Y'all beefing. Y'all better be nice to Tatiana and the white man. Be nice to him too. Y'all be nice. Play nice. Are you still in SAU back in? I think she in the States. Am I telling your business? That's my bad. That's my bad.
Money, you know what I mean?
I'm new to this.
But then I did it and it was like totally legit. And I asked around before I did it and they were like,
my Obama phone.
I was like, are you just trying to get me to send him money? You know, but then once I did, I was like, okay. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, right?
So you'll send the money trick. So let me ask you this: as far as you doing a lot with real estate, right? From the agricultural standpoint, investing, anything in the entrepreneurial space, like
that profile picture is weird. I kind of wasn't paying attention to it. What's up with that, bro? What you doing? The M-Pesa app don't work. I don't think it works when you're not in country, right? Am I a rookie? Do I not know something? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he must be drinking or something. I don't know what he's doing. He was normal and then he started being funny. PP Bob. Cyril, I'm back in America. How does that feel? Because when I be here, I be sad. And I don't like that. I don't like you shouldn't let where you are dictate your mood, but I do be sad sometimes. Also, it's just a struggle out here. And then I get to go, when I go to Kenya, like, all you guys want to see the information. I want to share it. I want to learn. That's way better. It works everywhere. Dude, I got the M-Pesa app right here on my phone. That joint does not work when I'm not in country.
Business outside of real estate?
Well, yeah, I've built 2 apps since I've been here.
We'll talk about that.
Well, the first one is something called Check. It's a security app, actually. It's just sort of one of the things I noticed about like all of the buildings here. They have a very like antiquated system where it's like it's a book. I just thought like I don't want to write all my information on this book. So it's really just a simple way to kind of streamline
check-in process.
Yeah, because everybody has a check-in process here, right? So things like that. And then the other app is in.
Wait, so I could download and I can open and when I try to open M-Pesa, it don't have nothing to connect to. I'm doing it right now. See? Turn on mobile data. It don't, you couldn't see it. If you're not connected to, if you're not connected to Safaricom line, it doesn't work. How are you guys saying that? I'm getting error messages. It says switch off your Wi-Fi and connect to mobile data. Are you? I'm slow? I feel like I've been pretty good, but now I'm feeling slow. Can I log in online on the computer? Ryan, what is M-Pesa? M-Pesa is the payment system that goes through Safaricom. It's dope. In the app, you're using it? Also, I like how all these people came out of the woodworks when now I don't know what I'm talking about. Into the chat. Shout out to y'all. That's how I feel. Your M-Pesa app works on your phone. In the States?
It's in the works right now, but it's another kind of like a work app, right? Because when I came out here, I was like, well, how do I find a nanny? How do I find a housekeeper? How do I buy a car? Because kind of all those things, right? So it's like sort of an information hub for people like me that would need help finding these things, you know? So they don't have anything like that here. So when I came and I was like, well, how do I find a nanny? They're like, oh, the UN has a bulletin board. You have to go and look. And I was like, I'm not going to the UN. I was like, I didn't even belong in the UN. I was like, how do you even let me in?
So you're dark. Yes.
Yeah, I was like, that's just not like, so like, you know, you think about like a care.com type of thing, but like for kind of the whole sort of nannies and housekeepers and gardeners and the things that you need just to like have, like to get your life started, that kind of thing. But when I was looking at, you know, I looked up like Kenyan app developers and like this is young, all Kenyan team of guys that like really inexpensively and affordably built this very proficient app for me. And so it's doable. So I'm doing things like that. I'm in the process of manufacturing my wellness and beauty products here. So
I'm shocked. I'm confused. Why don't my M-Pesa work? Oh my God, what are y'all talking about in here? I'm confused. All right, anyway,
So that's happening.
We're finishing strong.
Well, I can't let you leave without talking about music, right? We were talking before. You like, I don't.
How do I contact customer service? What? I had to give someone security deposit back when they moved out of my rental. I had to log into my bank account and do an M-Pesa transfer through my bank account. It was crazy. Do you have bundles, airtime? I don't have nothing. I'm in the States. What do you mean? Who are these people? They always know everything and always end their comments with LOL. I don't know.
I don't have to go to America to make my music.
I don't.
It's here. I can do it here. I can get mixed and get mastered. Talk about the music.
So I started recording my last record in California, and then I obviously dipped. So I had to finish. And so I did the second half of my record all here in Kenya. So I recorded it here. I used a lot of, I used some South African producers. I have an East African engineer. Like it all came together. Everything's here.
What the heck is mobile data? I'm connected. I got T-Mobile.
When's that come out?
I'm releasing my single this summer. So but then probably top of the year for the whole record.
So yeah, I'm glad you talked about the apps too, because that's another thing we didn't talk about. But Kenya is a tech hub of Africa, so that's another thing people need to be aware of. The technology, sometimes that's another misconception. People automatically assume that it's going to be a drop off in technology, and we all are relying on technology, so that's a deterrent. Like, I don't want to have to deal with 1G Wi-Fi, and I'm not.
Oh no, I mean you see it, right? Like. Yeah. Listen, I watch my Apple TV every day. I'm like, my internet works. Like, everything is good. It's completely like, it's as modern as it, quite frankly, it's probably better here than it was on my farm in California. Like, you know, you get all of the, and even like when I was talking about, you're saying the tech, they have a whole tech city. It's like, Silicon Savannah that they've been building. And I don't know how long it's gonna take, but like, just the idea that like, there are people going to school. I have a kid who works for me that helps me out with stuff, and he's getting his degree in all kinds of engineering and tech, and like they have everything here. So like
they have everything here. That's facts. If M-Pesa affects you this much, you should get a Kenyan name and a Kenyan wife already. I'm too Kenyan. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. That's what Dennis says. I'm almost Kenyan. A lot of people have been saying that, but yes, I'm confused. What is M-Pesa Global and how do I do it? I've been doing stuff the hard way, apparently. What the heck is roaming? Like, I know what it is, but what? I don't know this magic.
Like, it's a whole young community of people that are super capable, and it's really modern. And like I said, you can build. It took like a couple months to build my app. You know what I mean? Like, and they're ready.
7 hours.
Completely capable.
We were driving earlier today, and we were trying to figure out where we were, and they were like,
"Yo, am I a streamer? Yo, I'm Kai Cenat out here. That's crazy.
Blood hell.
You can't make this shit up, people.
Whoa there.
Dang, insert your. I don't have the SIM. I have an eSIM. What is data roaming? That's a lot of instructions. I have a Kenyan phone. It's not this one. It's not with me. But it's like a toaster. What is happening? There's beef happening in the chat. Y'all better be nice. I totally understand you on RD Invest Fund, whether if it's coffee, tea, or real estate. I just want to do it with someone like you who know what God. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think through our discoveries, because the content that I'm doing, look, I don't just do content for content. Like, my approach, I'm showing you my experience in real time when I'm doing it, and then I edit it down so that it's like more digestible. So as we go on this journey together, maybe there's opportunities for, partnership. I don't know. So yeah, I'm down for whatever. I always want to say, I only know what I know. Okay. I only know what I'm experiencing. So I never want to oversell myself. And that's just been a struggle with like the membership I'm trying to do, because it gets a little cringy, but I also like, I don't know. Let me get $5. Ryan, you don't have wife or kids, so you could stream 7 hours with no guilt. Interesting. Soon, I might have to make a move. I'm getting old. I got to reproduce and all that. I don't know what they talking about. We asking because people make fake accounts. Oh, okay.
Like, oh, they're across the street from the Microsoft building.
Yeah, we got ADD
So when we
in
say
here. We
it's here.
listen to
It's here.
this,
We've been
the
talking to the
chat.
driver, and he was like,
We're talking about
data centers,
Namibia
we talk about
and Pesa.
companies building them. Meta.
All right, hold on. Let me read this. I'm real slow. Like, okay. All right, let me see. You don't need a SIM card. All you need is M-Pesa app and stay active. All right. I have an active M-Pesa account. This is sign in. Have a little I have a balance. That money, we got bread in there. Okay. It'll audit. But if you have money in it, well, has it been 6 months? I don't know. It says turn on mobile data. I don't know if you can see this. It's too bright. Ooh. It says turn on mobile data. What the heck does that mean? What airlines have you used to fly to? I always use American/British Airways. I go to London and then I go to Nairobi. I fly out of Philadelphia. I take the same flight pattern every time. There's a layover. It's weird. Like I met some Nigerian folks out there. We exchanged information. It was really cool in London. This time I'm going to Qatar. I use my airlines points. I'm actually, for the first time, flying business class or like preferred or whatever. But I run a business here, so I rack up a lot of like Amex points, American airline points. So that's what I used. M-Pesa Global is a virtual Visa card connected to your M-Pesa account, and it is used just like any virtual Visa anywhere that Visa is accepted. It has how do I get that? In the app. I can't open the app. It's not opening.
Google, Amazon, Apple, they're here, right? And they have their engineers working here. And so again, tech hub for sure, but like the innovation is here too, because the population is so young. When they get this information, I mean, the trajectory is so far greater.
It's amazing. You feel it though. I think you guys, like, this is your first time here, right? Like, you feel the energy here, right? Like you can sense that like, this is a place where like things are growing fast and happening fast. Like I always say, it's like, this is like the diaspora's gold rush. Like everybody needs to come here because there will be a point when it's going to be unattainable, right? Like I look at the land that I bought, it's already appreciated. Like if I were to sell with the little bit that I've done right now, it's already a quarter more than what it's actually less than a year that I bought it, right? It just, everything is happening here and it's happening quickly, right? And so it's like, I saw something and it's like this old white billionaire and he's like, yeah, Africa is the future. And it's like, sir, first of all, it's like, I feel like it's frustrating because I feel like they always know it and then we doubt it, and then by the time we figure it out, it's always too late. So it's like, this is the time now. This is a place where you can invest and you can see returns quickly and actually be of use and actually make a dent in something, right? It's not a rat race.
Oh, thank you for your time. Tell them for the website if they want to get more information on the land, like how they
Yeah.
can buy a piece and anything else.
For sure. Well, definitely just follow me, on Instagram at Kelis, and then you. Follow me on Instagram at Kelis. I'm always talking about it. I am setting up the website We Farm. So I'll start talking about it on my social media so you can start to see when that's up and running. It's going to be really soon though. And there will only be a certain amount of places to start because
I'm
starting
worried for
small.
her for that.
Like I said, 130 people. But yeah, definitely just check me out and go to bountyandfull.com and get your stuff.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A wrap on the set, live from Kenya.
Yeah, shout out to the producers, the production team. Shout out to Alvin. Shout out to Ghana.
Shout out to Ghana. Heaven forbid.
Oh, we did it. 7 hours reacting 1 hour video. We had fun. We learned a lot. There's some things in here that we should probably clip out that would be beneficial for some people. Talking about the neighborhoods, the pricing dynamics. There's a lot of good stuff in here. If y'all know an editor, some kind of way to figure out somebody that's gonna figure out this content on these live streams, 7 hours. Who the heck is? I mean, it's so big. I tried to use AI to make chapters on the other lives, and it was just messing up. It could not do it. Hey, great stream, Ryan. Thanks for the content. Thank you. You spent like the whole 7 hours with us today. Thank you. Like
you ain't got no job and you ain't got shit to do.
What? What happened there? Oh man.
Whoa there.
I appreciate you guys. I think I got tired, but you guys gave me a lot of life today. I feel like this was like super dope, super fun. Hopefully you guys got a lot out of it. Where are all these people coming from? That was like 43 people in here. What are y'all doing? If y'all want to check out Rello and Scott Inslee, he should be coming on live in an hour. You should get an editor over there. It might be affordable. As Kelis said, she has the higher. Yeah, so this YouTube channel don't really make money. So then I'm paying money to put out content for free information. For who, for what? Ryan, is it true Ethiopian Airlines flies that route? I've heard of people flying Ethiopian Airlines, but I don't know if they do a Philly connection. Maybe they do a New York JFK one. I don't know. Wait, you've been on for 7 hours? What did you talk about? Everything. We solved world hunger. We solved the divide between Africans and Black Americans. Set up your M-Pesa and phone. We'll be getting in touch. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll have to call customer service at the right time. I think my M-Pesa still works because there was still money on it when I left, right? So I don't know. Engaging in biz forward combos. Yeah, I get worried about some of the like lifestyle stuff leaking in, and then people are here for business and they ain't trying to hear all that. But I don't know. I'm pretty transparent person, so sometimes I might want to talk about that. Sometimes, mostly business. I don't know if I make a different channel. I don't know. That's the other problem. Is this was my real estate YouTube channel, and now Kenyan content has taken it over. I made a Kenyan Ryan in Kenya YouTube channel, and I posted the same videos, but they didn't get views on the new channel. So and then this one started going crazy. So I just stayed with this. But why are you worried about her for the coop? What are we talking about? If you missed it, catch the replay. Great info. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's my M-Pesa thing is weird, but I appreciate the consideration. But yeah, we got to hit Melindy. Rello's gonna want to hang out. I got Kai, who's out there already. So there's a lot to do. And you know, Kenyans, you pull out a camera, they acted real brand new and shy about camera, so you got to worry about that. And then I want to interview lawyers, and they're all risk adverse, so I don't know if they're going to want to be on camera. I need some accountants. Everyone's shy. I need the good content from them. I need them to answer questions. I went over what my content plan is, so you guys heard that. I don't know. I'm just killing time because y'all still in here. That's crazy. I appreciate feedback. I think you guys gave me a lot already. Let me know what you want to see, especially from this trip coming up. But also, you know, not just outside stuff. Like if you want me to talk about whatever, like on these lives, steaks on me in Kenya, Ryan. Thank you. I'll get a vegetarian steak. All right. Damn, I can't delete my number now. How do I do that? What do you mean? Did you put your number in here somewhere? I hope not. I put my Safaricom number in here though. I mean my Kenyan number. That's fine though. It's like I don't use it like that. That's it, guys. Kelis, very inspiring. And I'll be out there. See ya.
Both.